Sure that they don't get the cost of upgrading something within the state.
Right, yes.
Getting long for the patio.
All right, everybody, grab some coffee. We're gonna go live in a couple minutes.
I'm Tarina Bakken.
Nice to meet you.
John Sands. Yes, yeah.
Is your father here?
It's always a pleasure to come here. The facilities are unbelievable.
Thank you. I'm glad that we're getting feedback.
Yeah, so we are ready to rock. We got more people coming in.
Yeah. Happy off there, Tom. Pop that home meeting. Mayor. There's some general funding, none of which were delivered. We're just going through this. Mark. I feel
Fine.
and then
Glad I had that walk, got that walk out of the way this morning. Yeah. Scenic drive. Scenic. Taking a real estate tour. You see any property you like?
very favorable.
I can take this off? Okay. Okay.
In the rock, yeah.
I didn't wear makeup for my nose, so.
Live. We're there. In other words, please.
Listen to the speaker.
Yeah.
All right. Good morning.
Are we ready to go?
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for coming today. Those of you that are in person and those of you that are watching virtually. My name is Chuck Bales, and I'm going to be the MC for the summit today. So we're about ready to kick off the first Wisconsin State Cybersecurity Education Innovation Summit, and I'd like to introduce Dr. Tarina Bakken, Provost at Madison College, to get us started here.
Well, good morning, everyone. In person and virtual. It's just so great to say in person. And it's so great to stand behind a real podium and see real people. Just came from a breakfast with a former student, an alum of ours, who got the Distinguished Alum Award from the Wisconsin Technical College System Board and got to have a real breakfast at the jet room. Planned for the day when we were getting on one of those private planes. Again, good morning and welcome to Madison College. My name is Tarina Bakken. I'm the provost here at the college. And we are very proud to host and welcome you to the State Cybersecurity Education Summit. Madison College, with our phenomenal faculty in the lead, Ken McCullough in the lead. We've been a cybersecurity leader proudly for almost 20 years. We're pleased to host this summit and extend a welcome to representatives of federal agencies, national cyber organizations, as well as Wisconsin Departments of Administration, Education, and Public Instruction. You know, I always say that Madison College exists by virtue of its partnerships. And so true here today, including industries, the entire education arena. So a very special welcome to our K12 schools, our WTCS partners, the University of Wisconsin, and Marquette University. Also special welcome to Dr. John Sands, along with the faculty and staff from the Center for System Security and Information Assurance, CASIA, based at Moraine Valley Community College in Illinois. Ken sort of wanted me to insert a Packer Bear comment, but given the state of the Packers right now, I think I'll just not do that. There, that is the comment right there. That is the joke. So, also a special welcome to Alan Greenberg, Chief Information Security Officer of the Wisconsin Department of Administration, who was also a driving force behind pulling this summit together. And as always, a very special thank you to our team here at Madison College, Interim Dean of the School of Trades and Technology, Mr. Ron Olson, who's here today, Program Directors Ken McCullough and Nina Milbauer, Cybersecurity rock star Mike Messino, and our faculty team and staff and everyone who helped make this day possible. So again, thank all of you who are here today for your partnership and in what you're doing to advance cybersecurity education to our collective students. Have a great summit. Have a great day at Madison College. Learn a lot, meet some good people, and go Pack. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bakken. So it's quite an impressive roster that we have here at the summit, both in person and online. My name is Chuck Bales. I am a program coordinator in the Automation Engineering Technology program at Moraine Valley Community College. I'm also the PI for this NSA grant-funded initiative for the Regional Hub collaboration with state departments of education. So what we're here today to do is to disseminate, discuss, talk about ways that we can improve the cybersecurity education across the nation, but also very importantly in the Midwest here, starting in Wisconsin. Side. Okay. So as I said, the purpose of this proposal is to disseminate content from the RING initiative, the Regions for Investing in the Next Generation project, and promote the implementation of new security courses and programs of study.
No, coming a little burpy for her.
Okay. Oh, yes. Remote attendees, please mute your microphone so that we don't have feedback. So the Midwest CAE Hub, which is Moraine Valley Community College, is leading this effort in the Midwest states. We are in charge of, or we're coordinating with 10 different states in the Midwest, and you can see those states there, not in order of their of when we're going to those, but we're also going to be pairing up. So you can see the pairing of the different states there. Minnesota is invited to this one, and we'll be watching how the proceedings go here so that each state will be informed and a little bit more made more aware of how the proceedings go and what they can expect when we get to those states in particular. So the goals and objectives of the grant are to grow cybersecurity education starting in K12 and create interest and skills in the cyber across the United States. Wisconsin was selected as the first state. And so what we're looking to do is get into statewide high school special interest communities in the Midwest, and align and promote cybersecurity programs of study. We also aim to establish a regional distribution network. And then finally, the last thing we'll be doing after we go through meeting with the 10 different states is publish a final report documenting the program, project data, success, and impact of this initiative. So today, what we're going to be reaching out to and talking with are the different K-12 educators, college and university cybersecurity educators, the CAE institutions, which are invited and watching virtually or in person this proceeding. As Dr. Bakken introduced, we have many different critical state cybersecurity leaders, state education agencies and representatives, and also subject matter experts. So this is really a meeting where we're going to be talking about the different K-12 programs of study, curriculum, and faculty development initiatives that we have. But we also want to hear from Wisconsin, from the state educators and leaders, how we can better serve their interests as well. And so without further ado, I am going to introduce Alan Greenberg, Chief Information Security Officer with the state of Wisconsin.
Thank you, sir. Again, my name is Alan Greenberg, the Chief Information Security Officer of Wisconsin. I would love to be able to tell some great Bear Packer stories, but I'm a Bear fan, so I'm extraordinarily depressed right now for everything going on. Yeah, that's true. It's true, yeah. Even more fun, just so you know, my wife is a diehard Packer fan, and so I have been eating humble pie for a long time for this. Well, that and at our wedding ceremony, the minister sat back and said, "Here's proof a mixed marriage can work." So, but glad that you're all here today for this. I took over as the cybersecurity lead for Wisconsin back in May. One of the things that I have a background in is with cybersecurity education. So I was a cybersecurity education lead at several places, to include Raytheon and Boeing, as well as being a CISO for a major university. So coming here and finding a great partnership opportunity throughout the state was absolutely critical for being able to look at things, because this is about growing Wisconsin. It's about growing our next generation of cyber workforce. It's about making sure that we make Wisconsin better to be able to do stuff, both for the businesses, for education, and for our people within Wisconsin, about how do we go ahead and be able to do things. It's what, in partnering with DPI, partnering with the UW system and the tech colleges, of what we call cradle to grave. How do we start them out and be able to grow them, as well as be able to go ahead and take care of continuing education for our people in the state? They don't have to all be cyber people, but let's go ahead and teach them about why is it important to their livelihoods to learn about cybersecurity along the way. And the great part about Wisconsin is the collaboration. When I was at the National CIO Conference for all the state CIOs, CISOs, one of the things that stood out about Wisconsin was the teamwork. Totally and completely unique among most of the states. No one works together like we do. Whether it's on the business side, it's on the education side, that was a significant discriminator. So we were very proud when this opportunity came up for Wisconsin to go ahead and be that lead to be able to do this. So really, this is a great opportunity to be able to do things. We thank you for coming here to be able to work with us. We want this to be very interactive. I'm going to say this half jokingly, our K-12 teams and university teams are so shy, they will not ask a lot of questions. But feel free to ask a lot of questions, because this is how we can get you resources to do the things that you want to do. And thank you for coming, John, for being able to bring this to bear. You and I have been doing this a long time, since 2004. So you and I have been working together for this. So another great opportunity to be able to do some good things together. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Tessa, who is the deputy over at DPI. So a little bit of background. She's been at DPI for over 10 years. She has a background in education, library science, has been sitting back and coordinating pieces. She has had the joy of having to be the IT person of going into, closets and be able to program stuff and get things put in place, as well as being able to supervise. And I will tell you the criticality of success of being able to partner together for the state and DPI to bring this, as well as with everyone here, very critical. So Tessa, I'll turn this over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that warm welcome, Alan. It's wonderful to be here with you all and those of you who are joining virtually. I am just really thrilled to address the topic of cybersecurity education with you all and give some of the perspective from the State Library and Education Agency, DPI. So in my role at DPI, which is a very long title, but essentially Division Administrator, I serve as the CIO and the state librarian. The work in our division is critical for making sure that things operate smoothly and safely as a state agency for our staff. And it's also equally important that we offer our support and services to Wisconsin schools and libraries. I work under the direction of Dr. Jill Underly, who was elected as the state superintendent in April and took office in July. Dr. Underly could not join us today, but she does send her regards and deep appreciation for the work you all are doing. I will share that in a recent cabinet meeting on the topic of cybersecurity, really got into the nuts and bolts of what cybersecurity and cybersecurity education is all about. And we really came away from that conversation equating it to as critical as the health of our students, because it is truly about the safety and security of our students. In our efforts at DPI, this is going to sound very close to what Alan was just saying here, but we work in close collaboration with other state agencies. Just a little alphabet soup. We have DOA, DET, WFD, DHS, DCF, and others. So I'll be in the back of the room if you want to find out what all those stand for. But essentially, we work to secure student data to best meet the needs of schools and libraries. As an example, we have a data sharing agreement with our partners at DHS so that immunization records, right, really something we've been talking a lot about recently, can be seamlessly sent from schools across the state. This helps our districts and it also improves data quality. We do this while following standards of practice that keep data secure. Key to keeping everyone secure is that collaboration and communication. And that's again why I mentioned that collaboration with other state agencies, because cybersecurity and specifically our efforts around cybersecurity education really require leadership on all levels. I think that's going to be a theme that we talk a lot about today. And even though I've been in my most recent role, not for very long, I'm just so proud of what we are doing in Wisconsin and that we have such strong connections. And with those strong connections really comes a quick response time, especially during times of need. And unfortunately, I think that we all know or have firsthand knowledge that cyber attacks and ransomware events just continue to hit our schools and libraries, and having that responsive leadership is just critical. Additionally, at DPI, we work with schools and libraries to be both proactive and reactive when dealing with cybersecurity. We have provided training in partnership with the Wisconsin Educational Technology Leaders Association, see, I should just stick with the acronym, and work with DOA and DET when the cyber response team is needed. Last year's training really focused on incident response planning, and this year the focus has been on data security. Finally, and most important to this group, we are expanding our efforts to support cybersecurity pathways across the state. In partnership with state schools, universities, technical colleges, and private industry, we will support these efforts. We will be a conduit for sharing materials and curriculum, educator training, and grant monies as they become. Dr. Annette Smith, who will be joining us shortly, is a member of the Wisconsin Department of Homeland Security's Task Force on Cybersecurity. She is a part of the work group developing that statewide cradle to grave plan for cybersecurity education. Now, I will share that as a parent of a 5-year-old and a brand new kindergartner, I can tell you that I am thinking about digital citizenship and data security in a whole new way. Also, as the daughter of a 70-plus-year-old spry, mature adult who is susceptible to clicking on dodgy Yahoo News pop-ups and sometimes suspicious links that come via email, I can just say that forming those good habits and learning new things is really critical. Lastly, I just want to close on the topic of cyber pathways. EPA knows that these efforts benefit the whole state by creating that pathway to high-need, high-paying jobs for our graduates. I thank you all for your commitment to cybersecurity, security education, and I look forward to the learning and conversation. Thank you.
All right, good morning. My name is John Sands. I'm with the Cassia Center at Moraine Valley Community College. And we are a partner in this grant, which Wisconsin is going to be a special state, or we're the first state that's going to host one of these meetings. So what I want to do a little bit today is talk to the audience that's out there. So I want to hook you into staying online and staying active for the rest of the day. So we have two purposes that we have for this summit. So the first is, it sort of drives me crazy as I go around the country and work with K12 instructors and teachers and students, and I hear that they don't know about this resource that's out there or this program that's out there. And what we want to do is fix that, right? So in the Midwest, we're going to hold these state meetings in each of the 10 states, as you heard. And part of what we want to do today is just show you some of the great resources that are currently available for you. So you'll walk away today with access to some of those, and also to see what's coming. To me, that's the even more exciting part of it. We'll give you a glimpse at some of the new tools and instructional resources that will be made available to you. And then other things like studies that we're doing and faculty development opportunities. And there's so much going on in this space right now. And there's a reason for it. Cybersecurity is really changing across the nation. We work on another project. You may have heard of CMMC, right? The Cybersecurity Maturity Model certification. It's going to just change the way we do things, right? So the Department of Defense is adopting this program. And basically, it touches all of their contractors and subcontractors. That's over 300,000 contractors across the world, right? That provide materials and resources to the Department of Defense. Each and every one of them at some point now are going to have to meet cybersecurity requirements through an official audit, right? It is going to open up even more opportunities. So we think cybersecurity is growing right now. Wait till some of those things come in, and we're going to see other industries. We've already seen other industries start to adopt similar types of maturity models where we not only have to protect our systems, but we have to show evidence of how those countermeasures and the steps that we're taking and the policies and procedures that we're implementing work, right? So it's really going to change the way we do work in this country, right? And it's going to, hopefully result in systems that are truly secure and that we can be proud of, that we're protecting our country's resources. The second reason we're here is that every state in the country's K-12 education is a little bit different, right? The way we recognize teachers, the type of training that they go through, the requirements in the classroom, from top to bottom. And, there were programs that had occurred in the 1990s that tried to recognize career pathways and build these programs of studies in several of the pathways that were really critical to the country's economy. Problem is cybersecurity wasn't around back then, right? So we're sort of playing catch up. And what we're trying to do is something similar to what they did back in the Career Clusters initiative. And that is try to better understand what that pathway should look like in each state, how we can help each state with resources, how do they train their instructors, how can we infuse things that we're now doing in our education institutions like the CAE program into teacher education as well. So we want this to be a two-way communication. One is we want to show you what's out there. We want to give you some of those things today, right? And we want to tell you who you can contact if you want to get involved with some of the different initiatives that are happening. But secondly, we also want to hear from you. What's happening in Wisconsin? What does the landscape of cybersecurity look like? What's happening in K12? What are the approaches that we're taking? What kind of resources do you need? What type of faculty development events and resources are necessary? But that's really the purpose of what we want to do today. So we don't want to just be up here preaching to you, best practice and so on. We want to give you things that are out there. And again, we really want to take some time to talk about some of the investments that have been made and make sure you are aware of them and that you can get involved in some of those things. So everything from the Gen Cyber program to the Ring curriculum to career outreach, we're going to go through a bunch of different things and show you today and show you how you can access or get involved in those programs and with some of those initiatives. So to take us in the first step of that, I'm going to invite Ashley Greeley to come and talk about some of the things that are happening from the perspective of NSA, National Security Agency, and some of the initiatives that they're funding and how you can get involved in some of those things.
Thank you, Dr. Sands. Good morning, everybody. Lynn Clark was not able to be here. I know you guys will be sympathetic to this, but I think she's triple booked right now. So this audience knows what that is like. So my name is Ashley Greeley. I work at the Center for Education, Innovation, and Outreach at the National Security Agency. We're housed within the National Cryptologic School. So Ms. Lynn Clark is our acting chief, and I serve as the K12 project's mission lead. So you'll hear a little bit from me later about probably our most famous K12 program, longest lasting, which is Gen Cyber. So I wanted to take just a few minutes and speak to our bigger mission within the center, and that is to create these career and college readiness pathways. So within our office is the National Centers for Academic Excellence in Cybersecurity, more informally known as the CAE program, which many of you are familiar with. We are at 335 and rising academic institutions that have a CAE designation at this point, one of the 3 designations. That program, if you're not familiar with that, our MOU partners and that are DHS CISA and also the FBI. So there are actually 3 agencies. The program offices are housed at the NSA. We also are the home for the DoD CYSP Scholarship Program, which is a great program. I can talk more about that later. NCX, the National Cyber Exercise, is housed within our center, which has historically been a hackathon for our military academies. Last year, it was expanded to the SMCs, the senior military colleges, and then we're also looking at expanding that to the CAE community as well. That's kind of our academic, and then we also have K-12 programs. So again, there's the pathway. We're really excited in FY20 to expand to K-12 within the CAE community. You'll hear from the grantees from FY20. Moraine Valley was one along with UAH. And in FY21, we issued 5 more grants within K-12. So there is a lot happening in the K-12 landscape. Probably the best part of my job, I'm going to piggyback off Mr. Greenberg there, is the collaboration that we see. We see collaboration within the states, and I'll piggyback here that every state is different. I like that. I'm a former government teacher. I love federalism at work. It's a beautiful thing. And it really drives innovation. And so we're not one to say, hey, every state should be doing the same thing. Especially not in cybersecurity. We like that certain areas are focusing on ag security, whereas others are focusing more on government security. So we like that. We also like the collaboration that's occurring across states. We see it firsthand in these initiatives You probably won't hear from all the partners, but even within just our Ring initiative, we have a dozen plus academic institutions working together on a single project. That's pretty amazing. Those of you in academia know that. It's usually been a siloed approach. My institution is doing this. Now we have a teamwork occurring within the CAE community, and we're really, really proud of that. And that's just due to our academic partners realizing this is an all hands on deck problem. It's not about us, it's about we. And it's about moving forward together as one and handling this issue and creating that next workforce that we're going to need. So we're really enthusiastic about that. And I'm enthusiastic about the agenda. See lots of familiar names, so you'll hear from lots of academic partners. I'm interested in hearing about the state of Wisconsin. I was born and raised in Indiana, so not too far away. I love the Midwest. I love those flyover states. Everybody else thinks we're flyover states. I love it. It'll always be home. So I'm looking forward to that. And then lastly, I'm looking forward to you being able to hear from some of our federal partners also working in this space. There are a lot of resources available. Feel free to ask questions. I'm going to be here all day, so if you're here, feel free to come up if you have questions, if you have ideas. We're really receptive. So thank you very much. We really appreciate your attendance. I'm going to piggyback off Dr. Sands. If you're virtual, please stay as long as you can and stay engaged. I know it's hard, but please chime in and give us your thoughts. Thank you very much.
All right, so we're going to get the ball rolling now with kind of our sharing phase, as Dr. Sands mentioned, and we're going to start discussing the Ring curriculum. We're going to start with Jesse Hairston. Jesse is a professor and researcher at University of Alabama, and he's going to start with a discussion of the Ring curriculum. He is virtual.
Hey everyone, can you hear me on the site?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, I'm going to try to share my screen here as well. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. So, hey everyone, my name is Jesse Hairston. I work at the University of Alabama in Huntsville in the Center for Cybersecurity Research and Education as an assistant director, and very fortunate to have been able to work on the Ring program and curriculum over the past year. I'm sure many of you are wondering what that program is, and that's really the point of this presentation I'm going to share with you, is to give you an overview of the program, talk about its background, its goals, and then where we're going in the future. All right, so we'll begin with the origin. So a little bit over a year ago, the Ring program, which stands for Regions Investing in the Next Generation, that name is derived from, like Ashley Greeley said, the large collaboration that we have across multiple states. It truly is a national collaboration across these CAE institutions to work together to create something special. And it was funded by the NSA through the K12 Pipeline Grant Program. And our primary goal is to create an online curriculum that is engaging for students, accessible, and age appropriate for high school kids. Okay. Now there's a lot of different pieces that go into creating this kind of program. And one of our major hurdles and desires is to create a pathway for students to get high school credit. And as was mentioned earlier, every state is a little bit different. I'll talk a little bit later about how we're piloting this program right now in Alabama and Tennessee and getting students in those states credit. But we really want to expand this program out so that students all across the nation will be able to get credit. So we'll be happy to work with the various states, your states, on ensuring that students will be able to get that. Now we're also creating a college level course that's tied to the Ring program, so that students, as they're getting their high school credit, they'll also be able to optionally dual enroll into participating institutions that have the Ring College course to be able to get credit there as well. We have a student organization and honor society tied to the program. Like I mentioned, it is an online curriculum. I'll talk a bit later about how we'll be releasing this and letting other schools pick this up and teach it in person if they'd like to as well. But regardless of where that student is taking a Ring course, they'll have the option to enroll inside of the student organization tied to this. And that's just to help the student further explore their interest in cybersecurity, even outside of that classroom structure. And then we'll have objectives that they can accomplish in order to elevate to the honor society to just be able to further engage. Virtual challenges and labs, it's very important for us to be able to let students actually do cybersecurity and get real experiences, and for this to be a fun course that they take. So we've partnered with Moraine Valley and their team to create many of those, also working on career pathways so that students know the different avenues into cybersecurity at the different CAE institutions. And finally, we have a number of academic and business partners that provide us some benefits that I'll talk about shortly. But really, again, harkening back to the main purpose of the Ring program is to create a cybersecurity class for students that may be living in a rural community, students who may go to a school that is under-resourced and can't afford a cybersecurity program or the expensive labs that often come along with it, students that may be in a homeschool environment. And again, the catch-all is any student that's attending a school without a cybersecurity program, we want Ring to be a possible solution for them. Okay, so we're developing this to be for high school students across the US. Now, here's just kind of a snapshot of all the different institutions that have been involved in what we call Ring 1.0. So over the past year, creating the curriculum, creating the labs, and developing all of that. We have two main teams here. The team on the left is led by us at the University of Alabama in Huntsville. We're what we call the Ring curriculum team. So we're building the curriculum. We're going through a review process to ensure that we're creating quality curriculum. So all of these institutions are involved here. And then on the right side, we have the cohort led by Moraine Valley Community College that focuses more so on the labs, the interactive activities, all the supplementals that we're adding to the Ring curriculum to make it really fun and really special for the students. Now, I'd like to talk about the origin of the name for Ring as well. It was actually inspired by the Iron Ring of Engineers, which is a Canadian engineering practice where engineering graduates receive an iron ring that they wear on their pinky finger that really just reminds them of the pride and ethical obligation that they need to carry with their profession. And we were really inspired by that story, and we came up with the name for Ring because we really want to focus on ethics. We're teaching cybersecurity to high school students, and we want to make sure that as we're teaching them about protecting themselves online and about what adversaries can do, that we tie that in really well with ethics. And this is really what's powering our student organization that we have, are these ideals. Now, I'll talk about what we've been doing on Ring and what we're planning to do in the future. Over the past year, we've been primarily focused on curriculum development. So we're creating the final units of the Ring program right now. And we actually launched a pilot course for this in August of this year. So we're currently teaching a 180-day curriculum to the students over the next year or so. We've got about 30 students in that program right now. Next semester in the spring, what we've been doing is we've been gathering lots and lots of feedback on how to improve Ring, both from our observations in the classroom and also from our many partners reviewing it. And we plan to take all that feedback and enhance the curriculum and improve it. Next summer, we plan to launch Ring for other institutions to use. So if there's a school that wants to take up the program, they're more than welcome to request the curriculum, and we'll send it to them, and they can freely teach it. There is no charge for this program at all. And then finally, in the fall of 2022, we hope to expand the course to more students. I mentioned we're teaching the pilot course right now. We will be teaching more instances of the course beginning in August of 2022. But also we'll release the program so that other schools will be able to teach it as well.
Jesse, if we have, this Alan Greenberg, if we have schools that want to go ahead and be able to get into the, if you will, the queue, to be able to do this or be able to look at the curriculum and seeing that, how do they tap in? How do they link up with you?
Sure. So for people that want to get inside of that queue, I've actually got a slide a little bit further down that links to our website, where you can actually go. If you're a teacher, you can fill out a form to stay in the know, so that when we release it, we'll let you know when the curriculum's available. And for students, you can let us know that you're interested in taking a ring course. We collect basic information, just your location, what grade you're in. That way, if we have room in our pilot course, we can go ahead and enroll you in that. We're doing a second instance of that in January. Or alternatively, we can get you in the pipeline for next August or link you up with a local ring program if another institution is offering it as well. So I'll be sure to showcase that portion and let everyone know exactly where that website is. Thank you for the question.
Jesse, the second question.
Sure.
So if we want to go ahead and we'll institutionalize and bring it in as a process throughout the state, be able to do this, would our DPI folks, UW Tech colleges work with you so that we could go ahead and rather than, like I said, institutionalize and be able to bring that all the way into our different curriculum? They reach out directly to you also, same.
Yeah, so the audio is cutting out a bit on my end, but I think you're asking about collaboration in order to be able to go ahead and have access to the curriculum and be able to look at it and start integrating it in. Yeah, you could contact us directly for that. I'll have an email address at the end of the presentation that you can use in order to communicate with us, because we definitely want to, if you're interested in starting this program, maybe in August, then obviously we need to start planning that right now. So, and then of course for the high school credit portion, we'll need to be working with your states to ensure that we have alignment for the ring curriculum as well. And I'll talk a bit about what drives our learning objectives also. Okay, so I mentioned the online curriculum for credit. So currently our pilot program is being led by a trained and credentialed K12 educator in Alabama. But as I mentioned before, we don't want to keep this curriculum just for ourselves. We'll be releasing it, making sure it's available for use by any educator at any school who wants to use it. We'll be working hard to help students get high school credit for it, regardless of where they are. And that's where things like the meeting today will come into play. We're working with your states to find out exactly how this fits in. And then, of course, once we get the college course created, we'll be working with fellow CAE institutions to create sister instances of the course so that students can be able to get credit for that as well. Now, I did mention that we have a number of business partners who help our students get technology assistance. So depending on the location, some students may be able to get access to a laptop or an internet voucher. That way they can access the curriculum effectively. Now, currently we're piloting our course through the Alabama Connections Academy by Pearson in Alabama. And that really just helps us reach students all across the state in rural communities. We have a similar partnership in Tennessee with a rural education association, and we hope to continue building these partnerships as we expand Ring out to other states as well. Now, you're probably wondering what exactly is in the curriculum package that we have. And there's a lot of pieces to it. We're trying to be really comprehensive with it because, like I said earlier, we don't want to just teach it ourselves. We want to be able to push this out for other people. So we have lesson plans, instructor slides. That's going to be a complete 180-day curriculum, labs and games, graphic organizers, and then assessments are important as well. So we think it's important to go ahead and create tests that teachers will be able to use so that you don't have to create those on your own. And then finally, we have a dedicated graphic designer to the curriculum. That way it all looks symmetrical and like one product when it's finally finished. And I know I've only got a couple more minutes left, so I'm going to speed up this presentation just a bit. We're also working with partners to create not only those interactive cybersecurity experiences, which are going to be cloud-based. We'll actually be providing the cloud environment to a large number of students at no cost. But again, if schools want to take this on and we have a huge number of demand and we can't meet all of them, that is kind of a supplemental thing that we'll be adding. But also we have a number of custom games that one of our partners is developing that actually map to our main learning objectives. So it kind of provides a fun, softer introduction to what we're trying to teach. Now, here's the important slide. So go ahead and take a photograph of it or quickly jot it down. You want to be able to access our website here at caecommunity.org/initiative/K12-ring. Again, that's a mouthful, so be sure to take a photo or quickly write it down. This is where you're going to find those interest forms for teachers or students to fill out to stay in the know and get more information about the Ring curriculum. I mentioned the student organization. Again, I'm just going to go past this slide because we're low on time. But I did want to make sure that I mentioned the main learning objectives that drive the curriculum. So we have the cybersecurity curriculum guidelines, which really go into depth on what a student should know about cybersecurity before they take it as a degree option in college. So we thought that would be an excellent set of learning objectives to align our curriculum with. And we're also aligning to the foundational CAE knowledge units just to have total coverage there. Okay, and here is the Ring email address. Like I said earlier, you can use this email address to reach out to us, to ask questions, or for further collaborations. We really encourage that you do that because, unfortunately I'm virtual today, so I'm not here to have those one-on-one conversations with you, but we can continue those offline through here. And of course, John Sands is one of the major leads on this initiative as well, and he'll be there to help carry the conversation also. But thank you for your time, and we look forward to hearing from you.
All right, thank you very much, Jesse.
Thank you.
Up next is Dr. John Sands, but before I invite him up here, I just want to mention again to our virtual attendees to please, if you have questions, if you have any comments, please use the chat. We'll be monitoring that, and we'll try to respond during the presentations. If we need to respond afterwards, if it's a longer question, we will, I promise you we'll get to your questions, whether it's today or whether it's later. So, so please participate as much as you can. Great. Yes, the link from Jesse was posted in chat. And so now I'd like to introduce or reintroduce Dr. John Sands from CASIA.
I'm back. Okay. I'm just going to take a short amount of time and I'm going to pass over to Mike. But what I want to do now is to show you some of the other things that are under development and actually available. Okay. So I've been teaching this for quite a long time, both cybersecurity, information technology, and so on. And one of the things that I find is absolutely critical when we try to build a strong pathway of study is that students have a better understanding of the career opportunities and the types of things that are required in that career field, right? So, we see this in healthcare, we see this in manufacturing, but, we have some unusual barriers in cybersecurity because it's hard to bring a high school student into a secure environment, into a SOC and so on, right? So, with that challenge in mind, one of the things that we talked about, could we virtualize this? Education is always the last one to adopt the technologies that we're teaching, right? So we're teaching all kinds of virtualization technologies. Why not use it in the classroom? So we were fortunate enough to receive a grant to do that, and that's exactly what we're doing. So over the last year, we've developed a virtual experience for students. It was based on the NICE framework. So if you're familiar with the NICE framework, it divides the work of cybersecurity people into 7 different categories, right? And then with each one of those categories, there's a total of 52 different roles in cybersecurity. Believe it or not, that's how many different types of jobs there are in this field, right? And students don't know that. Instructors don't know that. Advisors don't know that. So what we tried to do was to develop a virtual experience where students could learn by doing. So what we did is we created a virtual building, a facility with 7 different environments that sort of allow students to explore those 7 different work areas. And this is full 3D. We started with the big one. We wanted to start with the one that would be fun and really engaging and so on. And this spring, we will be getting that virtual environment out to each one of the regional hubs, train the hubs, and then we'll pass that down to the actual schools themselves. The problem with 3D, though, is that it's expensive. It takes resources and so on. So we are also going to roll out a 2D version of this exact same experience. But we wanted to give you a taste of what it looks like today. So we have a little video we're going to show you. And if you want to go ahead and pop that up if you want to run it. But the idea is that a student will go into this facility, and like a secure facility, they got to go and sign in and get a badge and potentially get an escort. And then we will bring them through the environment. And just like a video game, it's going to have a map that they'll be able to go into different aspects of or different areas of the facility. So they'll be able to go into a SOC and see what individuals do in a SOC. And notice there's avatars in that SOC. So you got it running here. Here we go. So this is the person checking in. So they go up to the desk here and they'll get their badge, and we're going to gamify it. So as they go through this game, there's Easter eggs hidden all through here, and there's avatars that they can interact with. And Mike and I, our next vision is, if we can do this, why not put real people in the environment? So if we wanted to have someone from a real SOC, we could place them in the environment just like a game, and the students could interact with them and talk to them about what they do and how they do it. And we could ultimately demonstrate things in that environment. But right now, we started with Easter eggs and evidence and so on. And students, the goal is they're going to go through this environment and learn about the different types of jobs that are out there, the types of credentials that individuals need to work in these, and be able to interface with the avatars to learn about the nature of work, right? So what does a pen tester do? What does a perimeter tester or secure communications person do, and so on, right? Even the people that are, in procurement. What's involved in buying equipment and software today? There's a lot to it. You just don't buy things anymore, right? And it all runs through cybersecurity, fundamental types of things in this field, right? So that's the idea. Here's the map, and there's different ways to get into different facilities. There's stairways, there's elevators, and so on. But we're going to try to gamify it, make it something that's fun to do. And then again, we want to also do this in a 2D environment, which someone with a simple Chromebook could do as well, right? But we want to have both. So if a school wants to invest in this, because if you think about what we invest in heating and air conditioning classes and automotive classes, this is a minor investment, right? But it would really open up what the opportunities that are out there, and really enable students to engage in the idea of discovering what are the different job opportunities and the different types of responsibilities that cybersecurity individuals do. So that's what this is all about. Again, you'll have the goggles on, and you'll be able to basically go through, and there'll be a bin that students collect evidence as they go through here, right? And it's a game at the end, and there's an instructor guide, there's challenges that we'll have. And again, ultimately, I would like to be able to have guest people in there, that we can plant real people in the environment that actually work in this field. So that's the ultimate goal. But the first version probably won't have that. It will have what we see here, and then we'll go from there. So that's the career orientation piece of what we're working on. And again, we will be working with the regional centers. So Moraine is a regional center for the Midwest. So if you're interested in getting your hands on this and seeing it and being able to use this, we'll be rolling it out this spring and enabling schools to get access to this. Okay. And at this point, I think I want to go ahead and invite Mike Cassani, who developed some of this. And a lot of this was developed in some of his previous work that he had done in other areas. But we're going to talk about some other interactive types of instructional resources that are available to you, at this moment. You can actually access some of these now. So, Mike, I'll let you come up.
All right, thank you, John. Share from my laptop here, but I'll let the audio come through here. Just out of coincidence, I as an undergraduate, when I graduated with my degree in mechanical engineering, I was given the Order of the Engineer Ring, and proceeded to visiting Manhattan. It slipped off my finger and I lost it, so I don't know what that says about my ethics and professionalism, but. Skinny fingers, yes. All right, and again, I'm looking, a lot of the slides have zeros on one and ones on them, and I'm thinking about this generation that we're dealing with now and how they're so immersed in zeros and ones and digital. And one example I think of is a little video that was on YouTube where with the new iPhone, you can capture a image and then you can capture the text from that image. It just makes it OCR right away. And so a student was in a lecture hall. There was a student in front of them typing on her laptop. He just takes a photo of her laptop and then copies and pastes the text from the photo and pastes it into his document. So rather than taking notes, he just copies her notes right from in front of him. And then Jen Easterly, who's the new director of CISA. So Starbucks announced that they were going to be using some recycled cups, so they were selling new recycled cups. So she posted a response that was all zeros and ones. And I was like, well, that's interesting. So I cut and pasted it and decoded it. And it basically said, please bring back eggnog latte. So she's sending her message to Starbucks in binary. So as John said, we had a project that we developed some interactive learning content in cybersecurity and networking and electronics and basic math. And these have really been one of the showstopper things that we've done. And so we've got content in all sorts of, from very basic to much more advanced. And these are all HTML5, which means they work on any modern web browser. They work on a tablet, a Chromebook, so you don't need any Java or Flash or any special plugins. The model that we use to build this is we have two subject matter experts working together to sort of come up with an idea and then storyboard it, and then they share that with an instructional designer who then builds it. And so this has been so successful, and again, we've used it quite a bit in all of our classes, and it's getting a lot of adoption around the country, that we're part of the second round of K12 grants from NSA. And one of the goals there is to build more interactives like this. And so we'll be looking both for subject matter experts, and I'm looking at Mike Bassino there because he's going to be one of our subject matter experts, to take ideas that he has and storyboard them. And you have these brilliant instructors who know just from teaching a class, this is where my student always struggles, and how am I going to address that topic? And again, I don't know what your student struggles with, but you would probably find out that they're all common. Like if I say my student struggles with subnetting, every instructor will raise their hand and say that's true. They always do. So we built some on subnetting. So the idea is not to build a whole curriculum with this interactive content, but to build something that addresses those pain points or muddiest points, and then helps the instructor get through those topics. And I can tell you, for example, this Class C subnetting, I use this with my networking. Some of them have sound, but again, as I said, they're all HTML5, so they don't require Java, Flash. They work on any modern web browser. They'll work on a tablet. And this has just changed the way I teach subnetting. So if you imagine trying to do this on a traditional whiteboard here. So just to introduce the concept of subnetting, I can take them through here and basically have them go through and see that you keep splitting it up and you subnet it further and further. And then we have little sliders here. So the idea here is with a tablet, even they could slide their finger here and see how many bits they're borrowing. And they can see that changing up there in the host portion with those bits borrowed. And then they can see the powers of 2 here and how many subnets are created. So really it brings it to life for them. And I can tell you that students who 2 years into the program who've been struggling with subnetting, once they go through this and I go through this with them, the light bulb clicks. They all of a sudden get it. And same thing over here. Now you're looking at the number of hosts. So if you slide this one, still how many bits you're borrowing, but now we're looking at how many host bits are left, and they can see the calculation there. They can see the subnet mask portion. And then here they start to actually have to fill it in. And that's where it really becomes powerful, because once they go through this and they start putting in the numbers themselves, it builds their confidence, and now they get it. They understand it. So there's lots of examples like that where they have to fill it in. Right. And now here, this is, again, I told John, I said, I don't believe that you used to put this on the board and try to do this on the board, but this is basically a whole network here. And then we can pop up the network address, we can pop up the broadcast address, and then they can see all the usable addresses. So very quickly, you can see what that's going to look like. And now we start to break it up. And when we have 2 subnets, now you see the network address, And then they can start to see the pattern here from 0 to 128 for that last octet. And here for the same thing here for the broadcast address, they can see that last octet change again. And then they can see the usable address. So there's a couple typos. I'm not sure it's on this slide, that there's a couple numbers we have to fix. The instructional designer was great. I mean, you would not believe her ability to take these concepts we explained and then build them. But again, her background was not technology, so sometimes a one was missing or a one was added. And then here, break it up into 4 subnets. So basically, we go all the way through. And again, it's very powerful for the students, even 8 subnets, 16. Now we introduce this idea of the multiplier, the magic number, and how we calculate that. So that's that 128 in the first one. So now they can see that multiplier becomes important, because if you look at these subnets over here, again, here it's basically .0 for this one. Thank you, Christine. And then this one jumps to .16. So you can see how now that multiplier or magic number becomes important in being able to calculate the network addresses, the subnet or the broadcast addresses, and the range of hosts. And there's more. It's like a commercial. So here we go down to again 32 subnets, and then now the students have to do it. So now they have it broken down into 2 subnets. And again, this is where it really reinforces: did you understand it? Can you figure out what those numbers are? So once they've gone through this, and again, we have this for Class C, Class A, and Class B. So it'll give them some really good practice in that. And again, we built probably about, I would say, close to 70 of these interactives, and we have more in the pipeline. So Christine posted the link to that. This is one of my favorites. Again, I had not heard of John Macumber and the Macumber cube, but so John Sands kept talking about John Macumber and the Macumber cube, and I thought he was saying the cucumber cube, and I was saying, is that like a special cucumber that's the shape of a cube? But it's basically taking concepts we already teach and then putting it into a very visual format like this. So the Macumber cube is this idea where you have 3 axes. You have your information security principles, the states of information, and your security measures. And then you can start to split those out and teach students about those. So we all cover this in our courses, confidentiality, integrity, availability, but I don't think we do it in an integrated way like this, where we see them all together. And then right away, we introduce the states of data. So here, processing, storage, and transmission. You can click on those and get that. And then over here, you can actually see, again, the countermeasures over here: technology, policies and procedures, and awareness and training. And then we spread it out, and the students now can get examples. So they can click on any one of the intersections here. So availability here, and this is technology and transmission. So it gives them an example. They're a firewall that only allows inbound traffic in response to a request. So it gives them an example of what's at that intersection. Again, lots of good resources like that we're sharing, and we're building more. So if you have topics that you're interested in, feel free to reach out to us, to our team, because we have funding to do this with some of the second round of NSA funding, and we have some additional funding to do this as well. So we're looking for subject matters who want to participate in helping to build this. We're also going to be teaching people how to do this themselves. So if you want to learn how to storyboard ideas and then how to build them yourself, we're going to be running some online workshops in how to do this yourself. Any other one you want to see, John?
Maybe show them the one with the logic gates.
The logic.
The ones that are really interesting are things that are taking technology and visualizing things that you have a difficult time doing on a board or explaining.
Mm-hmm. Oh, let
So,
me before I
oh yeah, go ahead and do that.
Well, this is so this was the inspiration for the virtual reality. So this was an escape room. So we built this escape room, and again, this is all web-based. And then the nice thing about this web content, you can even put it on a flash drive and run it locally on a flash drive. So if it's a high school that doesn't have, so if they're locking down internet access, or they have a white list of sites they can go to, you can even pass this around on a flash drive. Right, so here they enter the room, They have a little case folder here. They have a little resources tab, and we're building similar things now into the for the case folder, they have questions they have to answer as they're going through the escape room. So things they have to learn, and then in the resources, that's whenever they find something. And they just work their way around and they find things. So there's a little crypto wheel. And we built this, so they have to find some 4-digit code here, to 5-digit code to get into this one. So I've talked to teachers who've used this both as part of their instruction, so they're actually teaching new concepts with this, and then if it uses concepts that they've already introduced, then they have the students go through and do those concepts. And there's one of them. This is a poem. Jamie Mahoney, who came up with this one, she loves the idea. She does these poem videos. Probably not what John and I would do. But one of them too has there's a really cool one that has a little old school iPod, and it plays a little Morse code, and then the students have to go and figure out Morse code and play it again and listen and then come and decode the Morse code. So really a cool way of doing this. So and then John said the logic gates. What's my time here?
Got a couple more minutes.
And we're in the process of moving these all to one common repository. Right now, some of them are still on the developer website, but you can see we got malware and got Meltdown and Spectre, some hardware hacks over here. Probably at the bottom. Electronics or something.
Boolean algebra.
Boolean algebra.
Yeah, so this isn't just cyber, it could be used in other areas.
So this explains that, when the binary numbers, you have zeros and ones, you can visualize it as switches, you can visualize it as output with LEDs. And again, they can see how we convert a binary number back to decimal. And then here they get some practice. And this was something, again, I'm a mechanical engineer, so mechanical engineers don't deal a lot with binary. But here you can actually have fractional numbers with binary. So this is how you would do fractional numbers. So that would be 0.75 in binary. So 0.1100. Here they can practice over here with this clicker here. They can basically see going up to 15 here and see the input and the output with the LEDs. So really great way to teach this. They can learn the different types of logic gates. And then here, again, I draw this on the board when I have to teach logic gates. So the idea now that I can just put this up and I can say, okay, this is a NOT gate. And so in a NOT gate, if we have a 0 input, it's going to give us a 1. If we have a 1, and again, they can actually click on the switch here and they can flip it and they can see the truth table change. And so it really changes how we teach this. And again, it's web-based, so the student can go back into our learning management system, go through it again as many times as they need to until they master these. All right. So one last thing I wanted to share with you. So this idea of using the NetLab environment. So John Sands at Moraine Valley has a huge platform for NetLab for these virtual labs. We have a much smaller one. We're about 32 pods, which is a tiny fraction. So 32 concurrent users. We're doing a pilot right now with some New Jersey high school teachers. So we have about 20 teachers that are participating from about 20 different high schools. And right now we have 8 teachers that are teaching some cybersecurity content, and they're using our NetLab environment. And again, we're a very small NetLab environment, and they're able to, I talked to them Sunday night, they have 380 teachers using it just this semester. And again, that's a small environment. So imagine with a bigger environment, how quickly that can scale. And we haven't had any capacity issues. We haven't had any issues with our students using the environment. And you can see here, this is Warren Hills High School here, and he's got about 50 students in there. And there's a ton of work in there. So you can see some of these students, 11 labs, 7 hours. So you can track. And again, the other nice thing about that is the teachers can track how much time their students are in there, how much work they're doing. So it's a great example of how quickly this is going to scale, because this virtual environment, it's intuitive. They're running some professional development once a month with the teachers to do a little bit of professional development, but it's not involved in using NetLab. It's involved in concepts in cybersecurity that they don't understand. Right? So I'll stop now and take any questions.
Yeah.
I think I went over my time. So that's why I lost my ring. I'm not. I lost my wedding ring in Bermuda. So that's a whole nother story. Apparently, that's a very common thing. We went to the jewelry store in Hamilton, and they said, "Oh yeah, everybody loses their wedding ring down here." All right. Well, thank you.
In chat?
Contact me. You want to put your email address there? Contact me, and I'll put you. And again, also anybody who's interested in being involved in building more of these interactives, e-mates, John calls them, but please contact us. We'd love to get you involved, whether it's just reviewing them and giving us feedback or error checking them, or again, if you want to go all the way to the point of actually building your own, learn the tools and build your own. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Mike. I've never enjoyed a subnetting lecture better than yours right there. So, as a fellow mechanical engineer, I think I'm going to have to stay away from subnetting. So up next, we're going to hear from Rebecca Chisholm from Cisco, and she's going to talk about Cisco Networking Academy cybersecurity portfolio of classes.
Well, it would help if I unmuted myself. So I did, and I'm getting ready to share. And this is going to be very quick. And I really appreciate John Sands giving me the opportunity to talk to you all today. Some of you may know NetAcad, some of you may not. This is it by the numbers. Let me get rid of these notes here so you can see it better, because that's really small. This is just NetAcad by the numbers globally, 3 million students. Last year, 15 million since inception across the globe. I'm happy about the 27% female because we're really focused on trying to grow the female participation. So that's a little bit about it. And here's our curriculum broadly, ranging from Explorer to Career. People think we only do networking, but we don't. We do networking, programmable infrastructure, and cybersecurity. And we've been working with John for quite a long time. And I have a limited amount of time, so I don't want to belabor points, but I wanted to show you the breadth of the portfolio offering. This is provided free to all schools, K through 12, high school, community college, universities. We do partner with a number of companies. We work closely with NetLabs. We work with the Python Institute to offer Python, for example. So you can go to netacad.com and take a look at this, but I thought I would let you see this. And then I really wanted to dig into cyber. You all know this, but this is some data that we looked at the other day. By the end of 2025, we know there's going to be a crushing need for cybersecurity talent. That's why we're all here and focused. So I thought I would dig into the Networking Academy cybersecurity portfolio, ranging from up here at the top on introduction to cybersecurity, sort of dipping their toe in the water and getting started, moving into cybersecurity essentials, and then looking at a more sophisticated or higher level one around CyberOps Associate. We're just launching a new cloud security course that's offered. And then we also have some other courses around IoT security. So really trying to cast a broad net and let people see the variety of cybersecurity kinds of courses that are out there. And we are introducing a few new ones. NetAcad will have two modalities going forward. We have traditionally been offered through the educational system, working with CTE directors and teachers and schools, offering it through their curriculum. But we're launching a direct to learner program at the end of the calendar year here, and as part of it's called Skills for All. And so we're going to be adding endpoint security, network defense, and cyber threat management courses to this curriculum. So you can see that we're really trying to build out this cyber curriculum offering across the board, both in the academic setting as well as more direct to learner. And I can provide more information for you if you want. Reach out to me. I'll put my email in the chat. And then we do spend a good bit of time. I've heard a lot of discussion about pathways, and we do spend a lot of time doing research on the jobs, the titles, the salaries. What are the pathways that students can take, starting on the left with basic intro to cybersecurity to see if they're even interested in this, then moving into essentials courses, and then the cybersecurity associate, which prepares them for a SOC analyst or a network security specialist. And I would just like to leave you with something of interest. Cisco curriculum has been used as foundations for 2 registered apprenticeship programs at the Federal Department of Labor level, where there is a network engineer and then there's a cybersecurity technician that are in the Rapids database for apprenticeship. So that provides a nice pathway from education to an apprenticeship at an employer with a stair-stepped kind of income structure, so that you could see that. And I really appreciate the opportunity just to give you a quick summary of what we offer in the area of cybersecurity technology. And let me stop sharing here. So John, I know I had a limited amount of time. I flew through that. I will put my email in here, and if anybody wants more information, they can reach out to me, or they can go to netacad.com and take a look at some of the content there, and we'd be happy to answer any questions. And with that, John, I will turn it back to you.
All right, we're going to take a break here in a second, but I just wanted to highlight one of the specific partnerships with the Cisco Networking Academy. So we've talked about the Ring curriculum, and then all of the resources that we've been, developing to support the Ring curriculum. Part of that resource is an ebook, and really the Cisco Cybersecurity Essentials course is that ebook. So we worked all of last year with the development team from Cisco in developing what should be taught, how should it align to other curriculum, and we finished it last year. So it's something that's available to every high school teacher in the country, free. And the beauty the CAEs need to know about is that it completely aligns to the CAE foundational KUs. So when we helped develop it, our team helped develop it with them. So it totally aligns to that, but it'll also get you on that pathway to things like Security Plus and industry certifications if you're interested in that for like Perkins funding and things like that. So it does align to, to an industry certification. But that team is also experimenting with some really cool new technologies. So I don't know if we can get this going here, but one of the things that they're doing is a virtual tutor in the class. So students are going through the class, they can actually get help with this virtual tutor. And ultimately, what we're talking about doing is maybe use artificial intelligence that tutor knows the patterns of that individual student and knows the things that individual student struggles with and so on, and leverage those types of things. Again, we're always sort of the last ones to use the things that we're teaching, right? We're teaching artificial intelligence. Shouldn't we really be using artificial intelligence in the classroom with some of these things? So, so this course, it's made up of 8 modules. It aligns to the 5 domains of Security Plus, but more importantly, it really covers in depth all of the CAE foundational KUs. So if you're interested in that course is now available. We can put the information on how to get out there, but students can take it individually, or you can use it to teach an entire class. And if you haven't looked at that course recently, go look at it, because it's totally different than what it was, a couple of years ago. That course was totally rewritten. And we really feel that it's going to have some impact because it aligns to the things that we think we should be teaching. Yeah.
John, if we could get a favor, please. I know we have several Cisco academies within the state of Wisconsin.
Yes.
We could get Cisco to send that out to the group.
Mhm.
Because those are resources immediately that, whether it's K12, university, college, whatever it may be, we can tap into very quickly and be able to work with.
Well, and that's the last thing I'll do before we go on break is that, you're asking, is there a point of contact that we can have as a state? So as Wisconsin to get access to these resources. And then, well, Wisconsin has a regional Cisco manager, Clydine Stangvik, and I'll have her reach out to you directly And she can actually do that one-on-one working with the schools. I think all of, the high schools and academies probably know her at this point. But she would be the ideal person to get them started with this because it's sort of a new world of Cisco now. I mean, the curriculums are free. They're available to just the students. It's a different thing than what we knew the academy, 10 years ago.
So if you could make sure it goes to Annette and Ed Snow
Sure.
and myself, it is. Yep.
Okay. And then the last thing, and we were going to take a quick break, is that one of the things that we are going to do as a hub, and you can contact Stan with this, but we want to have a K12 representative in each state that works with the hub. So Ken and Mike have sort of served as that. And Mike has developed a lot of this stuff, Mike Massino, that you're seeing. But we actually want to have someone working through our hub from Wisconsin that can be sort of your point person, So, all right, well, yeah, whoever that might be, we need to talk about that.
Yeah.
But that's one of the things that we want to do going forward, and we want to establish that in each state as part of these, outreach.
Yeah, so
Because we have to do that. We have to have someone local on the ground
Mhm.
that can, help individuals and foster use of the things and better knowledge of the resources that are out there.
So we do home rule, so we have, so it's not one central piece,
Mhm.
but we do right, what I call a traffic cop, as it were, for being able to bring stuff together. So if you could go through DPI
Okay.
for that, so that puts it in the
Perfect.
education.
And that's what today's all about is who should we work with to do those kind of things? So I'll, have Stan, take note of that and we'll be reaching out to you. And then what we want to do is have all those people from each of the 10 states sort of coordinate the dissemination of these things and the feedback. And I mean, I got to tell you one thing though, the federal agencies have just been unbelievable the last, 5, 6 years. Some of these things were just visions 5 years ago that we went to Lynn Clark with and said, wouldn't it be great to have a virtual environment that students could explore the different types of careers? Next thing we know, there is a grant solicitation out there. And we applied for it and got it. And next thing, this will be a reality. In another year or two, we'll be able to get this out to every school. But it really starts by us getting feedback from the states and from individuals of what kind of things will help them better adopt and build these strong pathways of study. Okay. All right.
We'll get back at 10:30.
Yeah, so we're going to take a break at this point. We know how difficult it is, especially for people online. We'll take about 10 minutes and we'll come back and pick up the program. Okay.
We'll make sure that we have everything that we talked about on it.
We sent you a couple items.
One thing you wanted to ask. And just alert you all that. And there's a microphone right here. Oh, okay. So when you guys do your sidebar, not.
Well, what if we need to print out that one around us? Yeah.
Don't know, just legal stuff about it. Having a private room.
and survive on our own.
Chris was the main driving force behind this, and the more he talked about it and the more he expressed his passion for it, I think I really saw it as just an incredible opportunity to see if we could do it.
So we are over 10 months in, so we made it through the winter, which was definitely the most challenging time, and got a little bit monotonous with a lack of variety and things to eat, but we're through that, and it's mid-June now, and just have 6 weeks to go, and we've done it, which is
Just
kind of
about.
crazy. Yeah.
A couple of days before our challenge began, we went through every single cupboard, every single drawer, took out anything that was food related or could be consumed. And then for 3 weeks, we gardened like crazy and tried to prepare as much as we could.
We didn't start at the ideal time. It was already beginning of August. Luckily, we're in a really nice growing zone here where stuff grows through the winters. So yeah, we're doing a bunch of different elements on how we can produce food for ourselves. So anything we can catch, grow, harvest, or raise. Living on the ocean, a big part of our diet has been seafood and fish and shellfish and things like that. We catch a lot of different things from the ocean that provide us with a lot of our protein. So the other thing we do obviously is grow a lot of food here on our property. So we're trying a lot of new things this year, like kiwis and lemons, and have an olive tree and artichokes and things that we've never grown before, and we'll kind of do. And then of course also have your staples that do really well here: your kale, beets, Swiss chard, lettuces, asparagus, broccoli, cauliflower, all those sort of things that do well in the colder months as well. So staples through the winter, and now trying to broaden that into some more unique things as well.
Our challenge is that we are harvesting. Some of that harvesting comes from foraging. Things that we've foraged are seaweed. We've also foraged some mushrooms from the forest and learned a little bit about the kinds that we can eat and cannot eat, because that's a big part of it. One of the things that we've harvested has been hazelnuts. What we'll do is we'll take the hazelnuts, blend it with water, strain out the liquid, which turns into hazelnut milk, which is delicious, and then the that comes out of it, then we can turn into hazelnut flour. And then also we've been raising some chickens and turkeys, which have been a huge part of the protein that we've been consuming. It's also been super eye-opening to see the whole process from start to finish, how you're making it. It's, I'd say, probably been the hardest part of our challenge so far. We have 6 hens right now that are laying, and they've laid really well.
It's usually the
Yeah, yeah.
Not saying. Stop talking.
Okay. Hello. So we had a nice break where we could network locally. I hope those of you that are attending virtually, you were able to network virtually. I don't know, or maybe just walk around your house or your the block. Up next, we are going to hear from Ashley Greeley again, talking about Gen Cyber Camps.
I'm just trying to compete with John Sands on how many times I go to the microphone today. Just kidding, John. All right, so I'm going to talk to you about Gen Cyber today. This is a program that's been in place for about 6 years. The National Science Foundation is our co-funder in this. And then in 2020, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence also co-funded this program. So this is a program that has high interest across the federal agencies. And it's kind of come to fruition. I'll talk to you about a few things. So sure I can use my clicker. There we go. So we'll start with the Gen Cyber program goals. Gen Cyber started in 2014 as a pilot. So we really consider 2015 as its first year. And it's grown really since then. In 2020, I always try to look at the positives. Our COVID positive of 2020, in the midst of trying to run a K12 program during COVID, was that we were able to have our contract support at the time, Dark Enterprises, do a 5-year program study for us. And they did a great job in a short amount of time, looking at the history of the program. And really, we framed it as, where have we been, where are we, and where can we go? And what we saw was that Gen Cyber really does a good job of igniting cybersecurity interest. We have the data to show that. It's even our program directors have said Gen Cyber, at times it's even kind of increased our enrollment at our academic institutions. It's been a force that allows me to walk into a room and say, hey, we've got K12 pipeline going on. We've got a pathway here. And it was just great to read all of the stories. And one of the things we did in the midst of this program study is we updated our program goals. So I'm not going to read them word for word. Virtual audience, you have them on your screen. Live audience, you can read these. But you can kind of see one of the first goal is to really ignite, sustain, and increase interest. And I think the key in this goal is that sustainment piece. Anyone that's worked in K12, it's hard to sustain a student's interest for more than 30 seconds, let alone feed them into a career when they're just waiting for lunch. Okay, and so what we're trying to do is really make them understand and see that there is an option for them in cybersecurity, both at the collegiate level and then beyond that. And so what we did in our latest call for solicitations is we put in a requirement that there be a unit on cybersecurity careers in each program. Most of our institutions were doing that anyway, but we added that requirement. We have a goal to increase student diversity. And when we use the term diversity, we use it in the true sense, the widespread. So that's diversity across demographics, but it's also diversity of thought. We know that in cybersecurity, there's opportunities for everybody across the academic disciplines. It's one of those rare topics that, again, I was a history and government teacher, and now I'm working at the NSA in outreach. So there are opportunities. You don't have to necessarily be hands on keyboard to really promote cybersecurity and get involved in this field. And then last but not least, our third goal is teacher readiness, and teacher readiness in TLCs, teacher learning communities. We hear repeatedly from both our teachers and from our program directors that teachers out there, they're on an island sometimes. They're like, I'm the only one in the region attempting this. Help. There's no one else around me. And so you'll hear more this afternoon about some of these teacher professional development opportunities. So those are our goals. And going back well, it did work. Thank you. So I'll talk while she works out why I can't change. There we go. That works. So going back, for those of you that don't have any awareness, I like to start big and then go back down into the details. Gen Cyber is a grants program. So it is a federal program. We work with our academic partners to host K12 programs, usually hosted on academic institutions. The one thing about Gen Cyber is that if an institution receives a grant, they are allowed to work with nonprofits, et cetera, but the federal grant money has to go to the academic institution. But we have seen that Gen Cyber really develops communities. So the foundations of this program, the requirements. We don't provide a curriculum. We don't provide a, quote, canned curriculum to our academic institutions. This is my favorite part of the program. So in 2021, we had 160-ish camps going on out there across the landscape. All of them look different because it's up to the academic institution hosting it to develop the curriculum. What we do require is what you see here on the screen. We require the use of the cybersecurity concepts, 6 concepts. We require at least 1 unit on cybersecurity ethics. And then we require, again, at least 1 unit on career awareness from 2021 on. Beyond that, as long as they are hitting the instructional hours required in the other parts of the grant that are found in the call for proposals. We allow for creation, we allow for innovation, and again, that's my favorite part of the program. The programs, the camps generally last 1 to 2 weeks. They're typically commuter camps, though we do have some brave souls that host residential camps for their students. What we added last year was required pre and post camp outreach. So in the model here, what we require is a summer experience for the target participants, whether it be students, teachers, or both. And then the institution must have pre-camp outreach of any sort. And again, we let the institution decide what this looks like. And then we require post-camp outreach or support. Again, hoping for more of a year-round engagement with the participants and keeping them working on that retainment piece. Again, the program is unique. It is also totally free to the participants. So the grant money covers this. So as you can imagine, this is a really popular program for both students and teachers. Usually we have more interest than we have seats. Again, COVID threw us through a loophole. For the first time, we had virtual Gen Cyber camps. I just pulled my spreadsheet to make sure of this, but the institutions hosting in 2021, we had 0 put in for a virtual institution. I think they're scarred. And we allow them to choose. And so if there's any virtual camps in the summer of 2022, it will be because we're still in a pandemic. But all of them want to go face to face with their participants. All of them want to bring these students and teachers to their campuses. One of the cool parts is for a lot of these student participants, it's their first time on a college campus of any sort. And so not only do they learn cybersecurity, but they get to walk around a campus and see people like them. And that just further motivates. So that's why a lot of our institutions try to get them to a campus so they can see people like them and start to realize, you know, I can get there. Another little side impact of the program that we didn't really plan on, but it just happens. Sure.
Work that has been done so that it makes, rather than try to invent the wheel, at least we get an idea. And then second, if we come in with a statewide plan where we have a partnership between universities, colleges, and the K12, because even though, you know, Wisconsin is not, you know, as big as Texas kind of place, it's still pretty big. And if we're going to do this as a commuter piece, it's going to have to be a regional piece. And again, that partnership between universities, colleges, and K12, that would be well received.
Okay, so 2 different questions. I'm going to repeat for the virtual audience because I'm not sure what their audio is like. The first one is, can we get kind of an example of grant paperwork? The answer to that, unfortunately, is no, because it's a competitive cycle and it's currently open. So I can't give you any information that would give anyone an unfair advantage. I know. My big boss does, and the ethics community does. What I can tell you is that there have been institutions within the state of Wisconsin who have historically hosted a camp. Immediately comes to mind is Marquette, not because I'm playing favorites, but I know they just hosted, so they're fresh in my mind. There is not one occurring in summer of 22 in Wisconsin. However, all of your surrounding states have one, and I'll get you that data in a second. The second question was, could we put together a state proposal? You could. It's only a grant for $150,000. So what we have seen in the past is that there have been more local coalitions, which was your second idea. Again, I can't speak to specifics, but I can say we have seen that where a university and a community college, for example, partner, and they put in a proposal together. And then they use local industry as guest speakers and that sort of thing. As far as a statewide, that would probably be difficult for 150K.
So that way each of the different regions doesn't have to reinvent the wheel so that we can work that together because that makes it easier for each of the regions.
Yep.
We have a common, as much commonality as possible.
Yes. And we actually support that on an even wider scale of cooperation because we do have limited funds. And I will tell you, one of the goals of our funding partner, the National Science Foundation, is at least one K12 outreach in each of the 50 states. So rather than compete against each other in a state, if you had some coordination, that might work really effectively. So again, no guarantees of funding, but that's kind of what we tell people is, hey, why don't you talk to people around you? Don't put in competing proposals, knock each other out. Why don't you have some communication and collaboration? So that's a great example of that. Yeah, Dr. Sands?
Talk about what the solicitation sort of spells out exactly what we need.
Yep. And I'll get to that. There is I'll just do it now. The call for proposals is out right now for summer programs in 2023. That solicitation closes on 10 December. So you have about a month left. So if you're gonna, as the state, sorry to do this to you, but you're gonna have to go into hyperspeed. On our website, which is www.gen, G-E-N as in generation, -cyber.com, and I have this at the end. There's a section called Host a Camp, and that is where you will find all of the current information. The call for proposals is there. It tells you what you have to put in there. It takes you to the website. You make an account and you submit your proposal. Okay, but again, 10 December is the deadline on that. There is no extension of that. Okay, there's no dog ate my homework, anything like that. It's a hard stop. And again, because it's a federal grants program. So here's just some pictures of Gen Cyber camps in action. You can see we put the Microsoft one up here because, again, we encourage collaboration within the local area. We encourage students and teachers understanding what's in the local area as far as cybersecurity careers because, again, it's different across the landscape. Okay, and so this is our latest. This is the 2022 Gen Cyber Summer locations. As you can see, there's actually 102 programs, 2 capacity building activities, which are more widespread, 74 different institutions there, 37 states, I believe we're in. And I wrote down for those of you, especially if we have K12 teachers in the virtual world, just for your awareness, Illinois, the College of DuPage has both student and teacher camps running in the summer of 2022. Purdue Northwest, up in the region in northern Indiana, has both student and teacher camps funded. Next door in Michigan, Oakland has a teacher camp, and Michigan Tech has both a student and teacher camp. And then if you want to stretch and go visit Ohio, Cincinnati has a teacher camp. Ohio Northern has student camps. I think there might be one more in Columbus State Community College has student camps. So in your region, that's what's available if you should choose to take a summer trip. And all of those were different. Don't know off the top of my head, but I will get them before we leave today. Alexandria Tech has virtual. Yeah, and theirs is virtual. Student. Yeah, I'll look up. Any other state requests if you have them today because you have family, just drop it in the chat or ask, and I've got the spreadsheet back there. And again, if you're interested in the current CFP, it is open and available until 10 December. And then there's contact information. There's our website. And then if you have any questions about the program itself, there's the email address. If you have any questions for me, you can use that email and it will get to me. That's a shared email alias. So any questions now before I introduce my colleague from CISA? Nothing in the chat, right? Okay. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Latasha McCord, who is my colleague at CISA, and we'll make sure she is live here.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there she is. Yep, you're good, Latasha.
I'm having some technology issues, so hopefully my video may work, but if not, I definitely have some notes here that I can speak. But welcome everyone. Again, I'm Latasha McCord. I am with CISA, which is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. And we are still a component, an agency of DHS, and we were established in 2018 to pretty much lead the national effort to protect and enhance the resilience of the nation's physical and cyber infrastructure. So really excited about, I think this is our third year as going into a third year as an agency. But within CISA, I am a happy recovering educator within CDET, which is Cyber Defense Education and Training branch. And CDET was designed to increase the number of qualified people entering the cybersecurity workforce. CDET was tasked to carry out this mission and to help with the shortage gap. And today I'm going to talk to you about our K-12 component, which most of our K-12 initiatives come through our grant, which is called and that program, which provides career awareness, curricular resources, and professional development to K-12 schools and districts across the U.S. And currently, our grantee is cyber.org, formerly known as NYSERT, and they support our national security by building and sustaining a pipeline of students who are prepared to pursue cybersecurity careers. Now, with a goal to provide cybersecurity education to every K-12 student in the U.S., CTAP focuses on classroom teachers as the force multipliers, helping to pretty much build the cybersecurity workforce of the future. And through CTAP, it provides teachers with hands-on professional development training to facilitate the integration of cybersecurity education into their coursework. So additionally, CTAP provides teachers with suggested curriculum that they can customize to fit their unique classroom and school, along with additional support to help guide teachers implementing this curricula. So this curriculum and professional development is provided by our grantee, as I mentioned, cyber.org. And currently, cyber.org, through the curricula, they are currently partnered with 28 states. And this partnership just really means that cyber.org has its curriculum approved by the State Department of Education. Its professional development is recognized as official continuing education credit and or has curriculum as a part of statewide pathways into cybersecurity. So these partnerships are growing, but we definitely are really pursuing some other states as far as, adopting the curriculum. This year, we are utilizing the CTAP grant to target underserved communities that lack resources to advance cyber opportunities for their educators and students. We are doing this through our HBCU feeder program and another program targeted towards students with blind and visual impairments, which provides resources and pathways to future cyber careers. And additionally, we are providing educators in Title I school district stipends for the NICE K-12 conference so they can attend professional development opportunities as well. That application deadline has ended and the announcement has been made, but I did want to show you just how we are trying to target some of the underserved communities. In addition, CTAP has added K-12 cybersecurity learning standards. And again, this is through our grantee, cyber.org, to help increase cybersecurity literacy and build a robust pipeline of future cybersecurity talent. These standards were launched this past August. And the standards aim to ensure that students not only have a foundational understanding of cybersecurity, but also the skills and knowledge needed to pursue cybersecurity careers in greater numbers. So until now, there have only been a few models of state-developed cybersecurity standards and no national standards specific to cybersecurity. So the standards aim to bridge this gap and help align developers and teachers. And the standards aim to build a strong, more diverse talent pipeline to protect U.S. national security and maintain U.S. competitiveness on the world stage while helping address the cybersecurity workforce shortage. So the standards are what we feel that the standards are what students should know and be able to do at each grade level. The skills they are expected to attain and the intellectual qualities and habits of mind they are expected to develop within a pathway or series of courses. So those are just some quick highlights from CISA in regards to K-12 and our grantee through the CTAP grant, which is again cyber.org. There are an abundant amount of other resources out there, such as the Ring Project and Teach Cyber and some other standards and guidelines and resources out there, but definitely wanted to highlight what's going on within CISA. I do have some one-pagers that provides the CTAP resources through cyber.org, also some other resources through our NICS website. I'll drop the links in the chat. And then also we have a one-pager that kind of highlights the Ring Project and so that essentially the virtual environment can have access to those. But for right now, I'll drop some of the links that are available through CISA. Any questions?
Natasha, this is Ashley. I'm going to jump in there real quick because we couldn't hear you there at the end. So Latasha is going to drop some resources in the chat. The last one that she talked about that we got garbled here live is a one-pager that highlights the Ring project and cyber.org on one page. And CISA and the NSA kind of co-developed that, not because we're the only two resources available, but because we were getting a lot of questions. And in the virtual world, Latasha and I can't go out together to these conferences and speak to them. So this is just a one-page takeaway for that reason. But again, just highlighting those two together because we were getting a lot of questions. But she'll drop that in the chat. And again, just piggybacking off what Latasha said, there's a wide variety of resources out there. We just want to make sure every teacher out there has access to what they need. Because again, both Latasha and I taught, and we know a smorgasbord is better than just a forced plate of of resources. So we want teachers to have that ability to build their own courses. All right, thanks, Latasha. Sorry to jump in there, but we lost you here live for a little bit.
And I'll drop my contact information in the chat, and then I will attach the PDFs, the resources that we have available that kind of outline some of the great work in K-12 that CISA is responsible for, and I will make sure you have those. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you, everyone. Have a good rest of the day.
Okay, so right now we're going to take a 5-minute, just a short break, 5-minute break until 11, and then we'll get back and we'll discuss faculty development opportunities. But before I let you go, I failed to mention right at the beginning, all of our virtual attendees are going to get a link for a survey after the presentation. We very much would like you to complete the survey. If you need to get back in touch with us, we may reach out to you depending on the answers or sentiment that you provide in the survey. But the survey is very important for us to gauge effectiveness and to continue the outreach that we're going to be needing throughout our trip through these Midwestern states. So 5 minute survey. Yeah, very, very quick. So we'll get back at 11. Hey, we're about ready to get started again. All right, hi, welcome back. Welcome back from our short break. We are going to continue our very interesting discussion and sharing and dissemination of information right now, and we're going to talk about faculty development opportunities, and primarily we're going to talk about faculty development opportunities through the CASIA network or the CASIA website. I have control here. There we go. So CASIA, you've already heard it mentioned. You might have heard it mentioned in previous meetings. CASIA stands for the Center for Systems Security and Information Assurance. And so now you see why everybody calls it CASIA. It's much easier to pronounce. This is a National Science Foundation ATE National Resource Center. It was established in 2003, so it's almost 20 years old. And during that time, it's provided students and faculty with real-world, invaluable learning experiences in the field of cybersecurity. These initiatives, the initiatives that CASIA champions, includes events and competitions, faculty workshops, and these are nationally delivered virtual faculty workshops. Well, right now I should say they're virtual, but we do host faculty workshops on campus when it's appropriate. We establish mentoring K12 and college instructors, and we also host the virtual lab environment for skills and learning. So we're going to go through the website and kind of hit the high points and talk a little bit about each one of the different components that you'll experience at the website. So this is a little splash page of the front page of the website showing the important information. So the faculty development opportunities that are here are listed across the top, and they include projects and reports that you can read. Training, which includes a training calendar so that you can plan your training, and you can also register via this website. Competitions and additional resources. Upcoming workshops. This is a flyer of the upcoming workshops that we have. These are grant funded and they're free. So it's a fantastic opportunity. Right now, they're being delivered virtually. So, if you have the time and the interest, you can register for these. Some of these are ongoing. Some of these are coming up in the short future. There's a training calendar. So like I said, you can plan ahead. If you have questions about the training, you want to find out more about the training, or you just want to register for the training and want to know exactly how to do it, you can contact Mike Gonzalez. The email address is listed down at the bottom of this page, or call. This is the competitions website, so you can find out more about the different competitions that are displayed here, both the Midwest Collegiate, the USCC Cyber Challenge, and the National Cyber League.
And this year, that will be up there as well.
Right, the new competition will be up here as well. And then additional resources. Now, some of these, you've seen the interactives from Mike Cassani's presentation. These are the same interactives there, so they're kind of being hosted in two different sites right now. And as Mike said, we're developing a separate website to host all the interactives. So when that becomes available, when that gets online, then we'll share that information as well. VM sharing can be found under additional resources, the NetLab, supported labs, and then there's also CASIA Learning video channel. And up next is Christine Christensen. She's going to talk about the IoT Educators Academy.
Thank you, Chuck. I'm a faculty member at Moraine Valley Community College. I have the pleasure to work with John, Stan, and Chuck in the CASIA Center, along with a lot of the different partners. One thing that we saw a need for was the Internet of Things Educators Academy for individuals wanting to incorporate embedded systems and IoT concepts within their curriculum, especially, and where is it housed? So it's in electronics, the programming, or networking. So we decided to have a network of educators to talk about these concepts and to also give our resources that we built for our IoT fundamentals at Moraine Valley to other colleges wanting to include the materials as a unit or as a whole course at their college. So we have 2 courses. We started off with the IoT fundamentals course, which is based off the Arduino fundamentals certification. So in our course, and I'll talk about that in just a bit, we prepare our students for the fundamentals exam, CERT exam, that serves as their final exam, so they most often, if they study hard, leave with an industry certification. It's completely doable. But when we were teaching that to other faculty members across the country, we discovered that some of the faculty didn't have a foundation or a rusty foundation on electronics. So we decided to have a primer on the basic electronics for IoT, specifically those addressed in the IoT Arduino fundamental course. And everything that we've developed for faculty is available for free via a Canvas and Structure course. And we have workshops quite frequently, and most faculty have really appreciated it. Okay, I was like, please work. The pickle. Okay, so this is our IoT fundamentals course at Moraine Valley. It's a LAM 122. It's housed in the land department. It's an introductory course. So we see students from all disciplines. So we see students from programming, networking, electronics, automation, and engineering technologies, because we wanted no barriers to this course and the course materials because of the number of increasing devices being connected online. It's very important that we address that so that we have a prepared workforce, IoT technician workforce, for to supply the jobs that are needed. This course is multidisciplinary. Again, it's a heavy mix of electronics and programming, but we are moving forward for other connections and also connecting to the cloud with future courses. This primary course is embedded systems. We don't connect online so far. We don't exercise data collected, but we plan to. And again, it's mapped to the fundamental certificate. It was really important that our students leave with an industry certification that they can put on their resume, and also verify that they understand the principal domains tested on the Arduino fundamental certification exam. And as I mentioned, we have further courses that are down the pipeline for IoT connectivity, but it takes time to get through the curriculum development at each school. This is the certification exam. It's again, I don't want to say it's a fundamental exam because it's challenging. So students really need to be active learners in the class rather than passive learners just doing the projects. So it's important. But again, the domains that are tested are electronics, electronic components, electricity, schematics, programming, syntax, and logic, Arduino boards itself, the Arduino IDE. So students really demonstrate a great understanding. We've had great success. I should mention previously, though, this is our course for students. These are our courses for educators. So if you're interested in taking these courses and learning more about IoT, especially since Cisco is, they talked about having an IoT security class. Well, you have to have a base knowledge of what IoT is. So this helps get you up to speed if you're not familiar with it. And then the certification, we've had faculty that came, that attended our workshop. They sent us an email a couple of days later saying, I passed. So it's completely doable. It's a $30 exam, which is really reasonable for our students. One thing too, I should mention is that you can buy a certification component kit along with the certification, or you can do everything in Tinkercad. So it's free, it's cloud-based, available on even your Chromebook. So it's really important that it was accessible to all of our students. We also, Chuck and I developed an IoT brewery workbook, which has real life exposure to problems and solutions. So we take students through a brewery plant, talking about the fundamentals of, it's root beer. So in case you're interested, you're like, what kind of beer? It's sassafras. But it's all problem-based learning that uses scaffolding approach. Oh, wait a minute. It's yeah. Wait, it's spotted cow. No, my spotted cow. But like, so it's all problem-based, scaffolding-based approach. Again, we use Tinkercad, ensuring that our students have real life, like as much as we can in Tinkercad, but using sensors and actuators, knowing the difference between both. And then again, Tinkercad is a free online tool. It's excellent. So our students get really involved. And then if they want to create their own project or solve an issue, they can do so in Tinkercad. It gives them a component list and they can go to SparkFun and buy it. They don't have to buy the components and say, does it work? I hope it works. I just spent $20 or whatever. Actually, probably more, but I just spent X. They don't have to worry. It works. They proved it. Their coding works. And we've made sure it's multidisciplinary in nature. So we appeal to the programmers, to the electronics, to the networkers. And we've had students in programming say, I didn't know you could do that. Now they're really interested. So it's one way to kind of bridge the gap between. This is our scaffolding approach. So we introduce the components to our students, what's an embedded system, what are sensors, what are actuators, talk about the circuitry, introduce them to schematics and what the inputs and output connectors are, talk about how it flows and how to use the components in an effective way. We discuss the programming. We're very strict on commenting, but their format, syntax, structure, debugging, and then they test it and see how it works. So that's how we approached our class. So here's an example in our book. We tell them, here's the problem. Yeah, here's a schematic. Now try to wire it. And here's a coding. So we give them everything, but they can see in a scaffolded approach as they work through the workbook, they get more complex. So we just have a little servo, a resistor, a momentary switch, or a button, along with our Arduino board. So we try to really make it approachable, but those are all materials that are available for our faculty and students alike. And then as John mentioned, the importance of CMMC coming up. And then that's just one way for the government or the DoD to enhance and improve their cybersecurity posture and to protect the controlled unclassified information. So we need to understand how we can incorporate that in our classrooms. It could be a course in itself. It's a lot of information, having 17 domains. 17 domains, 43 capabilities, 171 practices. So there's a lot going on in there, but those domains could be broken down into your classes, like access control. They could talk about, that's one domain, awareness and training. And then while it could be incorporated in any course. So if you're talking about good password creation, you can say, okay, this is in the CMMC domain or practice X. So as you're talking about existing curriculum, you can say this is important because as John mentioned, it's being implemented for the Defense Industrial Database and making sure all their suppliers or contractors and subcontractors have a certain level of maturity. But can you see that trickling down into the private sector because it probably will work really well? I could see that too, or something similar to that. So it's really important that you can address those. And those are courses that are freely available. Oh, I'm sorry. What course?
For everyone's information, the CMMC is based upon NIST 171. So they use the buzzword with CMMC, but it is all 171 based requirements. And it's all based about establishing a common fundamental standard where they can measure, because before the DoD contractors didn't have this. Department of Energy, Department of Commerce are also looking at variations of being able to bring this in, but it is all NIST 171 based. And right now it is mandatory for DoD contractors in some form or fashion to do this. That we do not expect, having come out of the federal side, they don't expect that to flow to Department of Education or Department of Labor and then flow down to everyone else. But just be aware of that. So when you hear the buzzword about CMMC, it's kind of like the words dark web. It sounds so mythical and really cool and Rod Sterling like. For CMMC, it sounds really cool, but it's NIST 171 based. It's just applying it to the different areas for what's there. So it's a good orientation class, but we don't think that's going to apply directly across most of the folks in the state. NIST 171 will in some form or fashion. So I wanted to make sure that you all understood, because until you can go through the ungodly class, and if DoD ever taught this thing, it would take you 3 weeks to go through the details. It's painful and ugly, but sorry, not your class. Sorry. As someone who had to go through that, it's painful and ugly, for it. But if you focus on reading about NIST 171, that's a good beneficial piece to understand what this is.
Oh, thank you for the clarification. Oh, my heart just broke. Well, I thought this was super cool.
Allowing them to understand what does it mean to this audience.
Oh, of course. 100%. It's again, you hear it a lot and you're like, what is this buzzword? So it's good that you brought it to that, the state level, but it's an important thing, but our students then can see, why am I learning about this? Oh, it's in these frameworks. So then this framework, they should know about the NIST framework and why, and then it brings it down to the careers that we just talked about. So if we bring it down and say, here are the 52 career opportunities from niceness, then they start to hear the lexicon niceness, and then they start building a repository of understanding of what niceness is, which is really important because, there's standards, right? We want to kind of make sure that we can have an audit of how our cybersecurity posture and hygiene is in a consistent way. But no, thank you so much, Ellen. I was just teasing. I shouldn't joke. But if you're interested in any of these workshops, and again, they have a robust workshop schedule. And some are in December on Red Hat Academy, the Certified Ethical Hacker. We have excellent instructors, ISACA. We have a group of a Tiger team. So if you're interested in any of these, you can go to the CASIA website and register for them. They're excellent. I've gone through many of them and I've learned a ton. So, but no, it's my pleasure. And thank you for taking the time to listen about this. I appreciate it. And thank you.
All right, and next up is Mike Cassani, and he's going to be talking to us about a lot of cool stuff. CISA Security Plus, CISSP. I'm not going to steal his thunder, so here comes Mike. All right, you want me to just stay here? Okay.
All right, so one of the really cool things about being part of this community and again, in terms of the generosity of the community, I think that comes from the top down, at least with CASIA, with John, is that it's a very giving, sharing community. And so, for example, Tinkercad, once I learned about Tinkercad and we did some things with Tinkercad, I shared that with my part-time and full-time faculty. And because of COVID, I mean, they're all using it with their classes. So it's enabled them to be able to do things with their classes that previously they wouldn't have been able to do without being face to face with them. So I think that, and again, I find that in the cybersecurity community in general, but John is probably unique in that sense that he builds that culture of giving and sharing. And again, he's the first one when there's an accomplishment, he's not the first one to step forward. He doesn't take the credit for anything. He's very humble. So, we should thank him for all of his work. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and share here. All right, so let's see. All right, so this is one of the challenges when we talked about doing some of this professional development. There it is. All right, I can turn my clock off there. That was just so that I kept my time. Let's see, what else is moving? Because again, I realized looking at the schedule that John and I are standing between you and lunch. But one of the challenges was, we're doing these courses, and we tried a couple of them 2 summers ago. We did one, and we hosted it on my college's learning management system, which is Canvas. But when we started to work with it, we were working with different universities and colleges, and then also we had high school students in there. And so when you want to create those accounts, they're not part of our domain. There's not an easy way to do that. So I had to work closely with our IT people and our learning management system administrator and basically manually get those people added. But it's not really scalable. You can't really just spin up a new course and do something very quickly like that. So what we did after that was we started working in Canvas's public site. So this is canvas.instructure.com. So this is the public version of Canvas. Canvas is open source. And so when you pay for Canvas as an institution, you're paying for that hosting and also for the support. but the product itself is open source. So anybody can install it and set it up on a server. And so Canvas provides this. They don't have the space limitation. They have a space limitation that you don't have if you're paying for it. But actually, that turns out to be a good thing, because I think that really encourages you to build tight, low footprint courses. And so just in the last year, probably year and a half, we've offered CISSP, so the Certified Information Security System Security Professional, right? Much like CASIA, that's a mouthful, Wireshark. And so the other advantage of this is, in this community, there are pockets all around the country of great educators doing really cool things. So Irvin Lemus is at Cabrillo College in California, and he teaches Wireshark and packet analysis. And the way he does it is unique. And that's what we wanted to bring into this. So it's not just about bringing the content and sort of just a traditional approach to teaching. We want people to see some of the best approaches to teaching and use those models. So what Irvin does is he sets it up as a capture the flag. So throughout the course, they're downloading packet captures, and then they have to find something in that packet capture, go back to a scoreboard and enter it. So they're learning Wireshark, they're learning the concepts in Wireshark, but they're doing it in this gamified environment. So it's much more engaging for the students. So we brought him on board, and we hope to do more with him, because again, he's a really great faculty member and a great instructor, and again, brings that I would say non-traditional approach. But again, I think today there's so many of us that are doing those sort of things. It's just a matter of tapping into them and finding them. So there's a lot of that going on. We don't, and again, it's not to blame any one particular person, but we want to encourage people and help people get away from that sage on the stage sort of approach, where you're standing in front of people and you're just presenting. We want them to engage the students with the content, but also flip it and be one of the students joining with them. So a perfect example here that John and I use all the time, and this one causes debates in the let's see here, where is it here? Thought I opened it here. Yeah. So I showed you the cube earlier, and so this is just a cube challenge. And so this is after we've gone through the Macumber cube, or the cucumber cube, as you'll forever remember it. We actually have a challenge for students. And so we do this because we've been meeting in Zoom or Microsoft Teams or WebEx. We break the students up into teams, and each of the teams works in these. They discuss it. And this one is gamified, so it calculates the points for each question they get right. And so then they come back after working in those teams, report their answers. And then I also have them come back to me and say, well, there are any that you didn't agree with the answer, anywhere there was some controversy in your team, and there always is. And that opens their mind to these things are not black and white. There's a lot of gray in making some of these decisions. So that works really well. And again, that's the sort of approach we're trying to encourage faculty to take who go through these workshops. Is don't look at it as this is exactly how I'm going to teach it. This is the way I've always taught it. You want to come up with new ways to teach it. And this is a great way to do it. And I think that some of the stuff that's come out of the pandemic is going to be good for education, because it changes the way that we look at teaching things like this. So in the past, I'm teaching face-to-face in a class. I would have never thought about breaking students up into groups and working on this, but now it just becomes natural. And I can tell you that even in those breakout rooms, the students don't have enough time. They're fighting, they're arguing over those questions. They get back, oh, we didn't finish because we were still going through them. So that's good. You want that, because that really shows how engaged they are. So here, I think right now you missed the first 2 weeks, but if you wanted to jump in, maybe John can let you do it. The SSCP is running right now. All right, so that's a good one. So this CISA, the Certified Information Security Auditor, Systems Auditor. So again, we have the organization CISA, and then we have this acronym, and then there's the CMMC. And again, we've put these in Canvas. We've built them in Canvas. We use these to teach the class and cover the content. But again, we're not covering content where you're going to a teacher's going to walk out of there and say, here, this is what I'm going to teach. This is how I'm going to teach it. We're trying to give them resources, point them to resources, give them some idea of what the content should look like. and then approaches to teaching. All right. So how should I teach this? What ways? And we like to take input from them as well. So when you teach this, what do you do? What do you typically do? So I think it's not just about the courses, it's about how to teach the courses and how to point students to the resources to be able to learn. And again, the NIST guidelines with the CMMC, the students, when they're learning a particular thing, they can go right out to NIST and actually read through the guidelines, and they're going to give you much more detail. They'll give you examples of things. And so it's a good opportunity for them to explore. I mean, I get, as a department chair, I get so frustrated when a student comes to me. I had a student last week come to me and said, "What's the number for the Security Plus certification?" And I said, "Do you own a computer?" "Yes." "Do you have Google?" "All right. So go into Google and type in CompTIA Security Plus." Again, it's like we need to encourage students to do this on their own. Go out there and find it. You can do it. And that's going to be part of their life. Every programmer that I've talked to tells me, I'm not programming in the language that I learned in college. I learn a language on the fly as I need to for whatever project I need. So if I don't have that ability to quickly ramp up to a new project, I understand programming concepts, but I need to learn a new programming language. So the SSCP CP course, I think, is 4 weeks, 1 Friday a week. So we try to do it on Fridays when the teachers are available. And we also record them so that if they're not able to join us, they're able to watch the recording. This ROTC, we ran this for the Air Force ROTC. So that was long, and we had 5 iterations of it going with overlap, and I mean that was challenging. So, but the other thing that we found is it's not only that you bring in sort of the best instructors from around the country. Again, the other thing the pandemic has done is broken down those geographic barriers. I don't have to find an adjunct who happens to just be in New Jersey where I am. If I can find a great adjunct who happens to be somewhere else in the country who can teach a class. So the same thing for teaching courses like that. If you look at how that course was taught, we had different instructors coming in on different days. So it's a nice variety for the students. It's a nice variety for the faculty because they turn teaching different topics with different groups of students. And again, I think all of that diversity of how we teach, diversity of who's teaching, all of that helps build better learners. But that one was what, 8 weeks, and that was there were 5 camps, but there were 8 weeks, and it was 4 days a week generally. All right. Other ones that we have on the horizon here. So we're going to there are lots of free vendor opportunities available to schools. So for example, the Palo Alto Academy, the Red Hat Academy. So we're going to do just a 1-day quick overview of the Red Hat Academy, how to sign up, what's available, what resources are there, and what kind of courses can you get from that. We're going to do the same thing for Palo Alto. We have Python scripting, we have PowerShell scripting. So it's all the whole range of supporting coursework that an IT program or a cybersecurity program would need. I'm doing one, I think, I don't see it on the schedule yet, but for Ansible automation. So this is an exciting one. I've already taught it at my college, but the idea that you can write these little playbooks and then you can push out configurations to your routers, switches, or servers. So basically just write a little playbook. It's got all the settings you want, and basically in one shot, you run the playbook and it configures 20 servers. So I think that's, again, one of the key things that we're looking at is, it's a famous quote from Wayne Gretzky. So it's, how did you become a great hockey player? And this might be hockey country up here. Is this hockey country? All right. Especially if the Bears aren't doing well. All right. Keep rubbing it in. Yep. But John's, by the way, John is going to be the next quarterback of the Bears. But Wayne Gretzky once was asked how did you become such a great player, score so many goals, and do so many accomplishments in hockey? And he said, it's because I learned to not skate to where the puck is, but to skate to where the puck is going to be. And I think that's what we've done here with some of these courses is the CMMC. We were on that very early. And if you look at the landscape of certified CMMC trainers, it's void. There's nobody out there. So if we keep moving forward with this and get certified as official trainers for CMMC, there's going to be a gap there that we're going to fill. And I think that's what all of this sort of training does. So and there are not a lot of colleges that are yet teaching SSCP, but it's going to come down the line. So again, what happens is every level, so Network Plus gets shifted to the high school level, Security Plus gets shifted to the high school level, and that means that students come in better prepared, and we have to up our game, and that's what this is going to help us do. Okay. Any other anything you want to add, team? John's up next. Okay, but John will stand between you and lunch, and the lunch just got delivered. So virtual people, your pizza's on the way. Just wait, listen for the doorbell.
Keeping score, John is now 1 up over Ashley.
Yeah.
All right. I wanted to talk about other opportunities in faculty development. So, as a regional hub and one of the partners in the K12 environment, this was our charge. So what we said we would do would be to present small workshops that dealt with certifications, emerging technologies, and teaching methods in the classroom. So when you look at our types of things, that's primarily what we address. However, there are other grants out there, or other projects that have been awarded grants. And some of them offer opportunities for high school teachers to go back and actually earn a master's degree. So you're going to want to keep an eye out for those things. As a hub, we are going to start to disseminate as we see those programs start to develop. You'll actually be attending, one of several universities that have been awarded a grant if you're entered into the program. But you can complete a graduate certificate. So that's a nice thing for teachers that are looking for promotion, options for moving up lanes and things like that. And it aligns and is going to help you with content in the classroom. So those are new programs that are coming up. And then to let you know, Dakota State has a program that there are a multitude of different faculty development opportunities, and they're everything from summer camps to college courses that you can take in specific areas that are different than what we're doing. And the same thing with University of Colorado Springs. They're doing very similar types of things. In fact, they're going to have boot camps that address, some of the faculty development needs of the community. So the point is, there's a whole gamut of opportunities out there for those in the K-12 environment. If you just want to take a 1-day class or a 4-day class or an 8-day class, if you want to take it 1 day a week or take it for the entire for a week in the summer, they're offered in different modalities. Hopefully, we're going to have them in person again at some point. Okay, but the point was, we're working as a group to, in each of those different grants to collaborate and create opportunities for whatever your needs happen to be. So if you're looking for promotion and you need graduate classes, they will be available to you, right? And the beauty of most of these is they are at no cost to the faculty members. So keep an eye out there. We'll be disseminating more of those opportunities as time goes on. I just wanted to touch on a couple other things and where we're going with curriculum, because I think you have to, and specifically, I want to address the comment you brought about CMMC. So CMMC is based on the NICE framework, right? But it's more than that, because in the old days, what they said is, here is the framework. Tell us you're abiding by it. Self-report to us and tell us that you're abiding by it. And what happened? Well, you've seen the newspaper reports month after month after month, especially our defense supply chain, right? What the CMC is all about is creating a maturity model. So if you're not sure what a maturity model is all about, the idea is that we know you're here, right? And we got to get you here next. And then we got to get you here next. And the point is, you bring an organization from low maturity to high maturity. And it's a 5-cycle process. There's 5 stages to it, right? So I don't want to teach the MMC here, but the point is, we have to do the same thing in education. So when we're teaching, let's say, a class on configuring firewalls, it doesn't end there, because that's where it ended before CMMC, right? But now what we need to start teaching our technicians is, okay, you are in charge of implementing, designing, maintaining the firewall. All right, now how do you as a technician work with our auditors and our management to prove that those countermeasures meet the needs of the organization, right? How do you prepare for an audit? Have you ever been interviewed to explain your role, your responsibilities, and so on? We have to start to build those things in education, right? And that's what we're trying. So when we build a course like this, the idea of the course is not for you to go out and run a CMMC course. That's not the purpose of it. The purpose of it is that you take things from that course, you look at what you're currently teaching, and how can we bring that maturity into the classroom as well, right? So how can we go from practice to best practices to quality assurance, right? How can we go up those 5 stages, and how can we prepare our students to be part of that process? Because it's happening everywhere. CMMC is not just Department of Defense. We have seen similar programs in manufacturing. We're seeing similar programs in healthcare, the financial industries, and so on. This is not just a trend. This is going to be the future of cybersecurity work. All right. And so the point is, we're not trying to create auditors. That's not what we're doing. What we are trying to do is create technicians that can work with an auditor so that an organization can meet compliance, right? And can improve their maturity. All right. So, when we talk about that CMMC workshop, which, I think almost every educator should look at, it's going to give you a better in-depth understanding of what 171 is all about. But then it talks about what are the real responsibilities of an organization and the technical workforce and protecting the information resources for that organization, right? And that's what it was all about. That's really the focus of what we're trying to get to, okay? So, and we're trying to do that in a lot of these courses. We're not just teaching the processes anymore, right? Because that's level 1 in CMMC. We have to go beyond that, right? We have to show documentation. We have to show, and even, things like we've asked some of our faculty members to do a session on interviews and preparing our students how to go through an audit interview. Have any of you ever done that in your classes? And you might think, well, in high school, do you really? I think it starts there, right? Because, as students can explain what their roles and responsibilities are, they get better at it. They own it then, right? It becomes, and that's what a whole maturity model is all about. Okay. The 2 other things I wanted to mention, you've heard Tinkercad out there a lot. So what do we use something like that for? If you haven't used Tinkercad, it's prototyping, right? It allows you to prototype things, right? And we talked about, as a teacher, if you want to do projects, it's got tons of projects out there, and there are all kinds of videos. So we're not the, inventor of this or whatever, but we think it's a really good way to teach students programming, design, prototyping, and security, right? And cybersecurity. A lot of times we forget to add that part of it. But we think it's really important because those millions of new devices that are out there pose an unbelievable landscape of vulnerabilities, right? And if our students don't leave with an understanding of that, at least of what the vulnerabilities that they pose are, we're in trouble, right? Because they need to understand that role, because everywhere we go, you're starting to see an expansion of the number of devices and the intelligence that those devices have. And then likely the vulnerabilities that they offer to an organization, right? So that's, what faculty development is all about. Just to let you know, as a hub, each one of the hubs, the CAE hubs, regionally, will have lead people to help our community look through the different types of faculty development opportunities out there and sort of match them, right? Because some people are going to want that graduate certificate or the graduate degree, right? Other people might want just a workshop or, whatever. But one of the roles of us as a hub in the Midwest is to have someone that help guide you through that. So if you have questions on faculty development, what the opportunities are, how we can help you, we showed you the website, how you can register for some of them, but that's what part of our role is, right? And the beauty of it is, I have to tell you, my favorite part of working with this is that we share instructors nationally. So you've seen, we have a California teacher teaching one thing. We have someone from the East Coast teaching something else, and so on. So you really get access to some of the top people teaching some of these courses. All right. I know I'm between us and lunch, but what we wanted to do before lunch was just to open it up if there's any questions, comments for the group. I know we've sort of talk about not sitting in the front of the classroom lecturing everyone. That's what we've done for all morning, right? But we want to give some opportunity if there's any questions or comments in chat or anyone in person. Part of what we want to do is answer those questions. So we've had some, how do you get involved and different things, but we want to open at this point for questions. Maybe we should ask some.
You would like just talking about, but it could be as simple as just like in your classroom, have a poster, the concepts. You can find them on the CASI website. And then perhaps a student will just see the poster and then ask his instructor, what is that about? And then the instructor could, point him in the direction of, oh, if you're interested in that kind of thing, we could, why don't you look here? Just build it on those concepts. It could be as simple as that.
One things we want to get used to doing is pushing you to the national site. So there's a CAE National Center, and we're trying to use that as the central distribution of all these resources and so on. So we have a lot of resources at CASI and so on. We try to serve the Midwest with them, but the National CAE Center really has the master schedule of all of these things and initiatives.
Thoughts in the K12 realm, especially at the high school, is education of those who are advising students. And so my wondering is how is this information being, I don't know if you want to say taught, but even shared with them so that they can communicate these opportunities for kids? Because I love the poster idea. The students still need to educate that. And if they're not taking courses like that in high school, are they actually going to see that?
Those are the exact kind of questions we're looking for. So are there resources that we can bring to the table to maybe bring advisors and counselors to a virtual meeting or whatever? And can we share? We haven't even talked about those resources yet. There are so many resources that the federal government has invested in that show you the number of jobs that are out there, the 52 work roles and so on. And you're exactly right. They don't know about any of those things. So how do we do that? How do we get that information in the hands of the people that have the most influence on our students, right? I mean, you're exactly right. The first place they're going to go to when they're picking their career path or they're trying to select classes are the career counselors. And I know, as an institution, we've recognized that and tried to do, but we need to do a better job, at a higher level. And maybe that's something we need to have come out of this report is that should, maybe be a big initiative that we look at and maybe fund something where we're reaching out to those people. Because you're exactly right. I mean, I can't agree with you more. That's one of the most important audiences that we can reach. It's tough because they're not going to understand all the technical aspects of it, so. But there are resources out there that we should be showing. Yeah.
Within the Gen Cyber community, we've had a couple institutions that have worked specifically with school counselors and focused more on that. And that's a large part of the reason why, if you look at our CFP, we have a funding category called capacity building, because our actual programs are geared at either students or teachers, but we understand within the ecosystem now, there are those other individuals that fall outside the realm of that. And so we've had institutions that have put in for a capacity building grant to work with counselors and others within the school who have this impact. We're also trying to figure out how to get with school administrators and get them to support these teachers who are going above and beyond their normal duties, and just give them the kudos for, attending a Gen Cyber camp or using teachcyber.org or using cyber.org in their classrooms and making sure that administrators know this is going on. So it's on our radar. That's the one thing we have seen as Gen Cyber being used for that. We as a program office tried to get to the American School Counselors Conference. went virtual and then we missed it from live, but we hope to be at that. And just get the word out on so many of these resources and try to raise interest. But you know, school counselors are just like the rest of everybody in K12. They're overwhelmed. They have a huge caseload. But we want to make sure that they understand that there are these options available. And we have some takeaway items. The National Cryptologic Foundation has a career guide book that they've developed for both middle school and high school students. It's available online. And we've had some of our Gen Cyber institutions have sent that out to schools. And the counselors just use it as a guidebook. They have it there in their office and they just show it.
Also, because they sent it out to every high school in the country. They just sent it out recently to every high school.
Through the National Cryptologic Foundation. And I can get that information to Christine to drop in the chat as well, a direct link to them. Are you going to talk about them at all in your briefing or? Okay, I'll get it to Christina.
I think Gina's going to talk about some of the other resources that are available, like NICS, and there's websites that, part of building a program, you have to show that there's a need. How do we know there's a need for cyber people, right? Well, there's tons of resources out there that now show us in your own geographical area what the openings are and so on. And I think she'll mention some of those. But those are also things that are important. So if a counselor brings a student in or a parent in, and they can show, these are real numbers. These are the actual number of jobs being advertised, because many of those tools are based on help wanted ads that are posted. They aggregate those, into a single website. So, but it's a great comment. So,
Of having resources, we know they're in the high school. You don't have to know all the technicalities of everything, but if they know where the resources are and they can, share those resources. We also have something in Wisconsin called ACP, which is Academic Career Pathways. And so we can streamline it into something like that, where it does start at the middle school level. So then we could, possibly use those resources right in that program.
So it's in the process of pathways. In the process.
one of the challenges we have, though, is that cyber is now in every career pathway. I mean, a nurse has to have some cyber knowledge. So in the manufacturing, automotive, we go to our automotive shop and teach a little mini cyber section in automotive, right? And that's part of the challenge is I think we need to engage those teachers as well. Business. I mean, you can't possibly go through a business program today and not at least get exposed to the laws and requirements of an organization. And I think that's what makes this such a difficult task, is that, it doesn't have to just be a cybersecurity course. It may just need to be nuggets that we teach in a variety of disciplines, and getting schools to think about that, and then providing those resources. That's the beauty of these e-mates. We can take an e-mate that talks about vulnerabilities and we could teach it in a business course. We could teach it in a automotive course or whatever, so. And same thing with faculty development is getting the word out to, business teachers and computer science teachers. And, it does not have to be just a cybersecurity course. Anything else? Right, I guess we'll break for lunch, and then what we're going to do, just so you know, we'll break for lunch for about 20-25 minutes, and then we will have some of the Wisconsin CAEs have some time that they can introduce themselves. Okay, half hour. Yeah. All right, so we'll meet back in about a half hour. We're actually on schedule.
So we'll get started in about 2 minutes. About 2 minutes, 12:20, we'll get started with the CAE discussion. All right, well, welcome back. I hope everybody had a good lunch, all you virtual attendees. We're going to start the post-lunch festivities with a discussion from the Wisconsin Centers for Academic Excellence, CAEs, in cybersecurity. And we're going to start off with Madison College.
Right. Hello. So how do you, there we go. Stuck. Go. I'm just going to go over a little bit of our cybersecurity specialist and kind of the courses we're teaching, and kind of why we selected some of them and what our end goals are. So this is basically just the layout of the courses that we teach. So we start out the first semester with Linux. Of course, cybersecurity is pretty Linux heavy as far as most of the tools are for analysis and offensive, like red teaming and pen testing. We kind of broadly have our curriculum split into kind of an offensive view of security, which my coworker Mike Belton teaches, and that covers web application security and integration testing, third and fourth semesters. I primarily do the defensive and detection analysis stuff. And we do incident response in the third semester, which is primarily, we use Security Onion. And, primarily incident response is about, how we deploy our sniffing interfaces, how we get, host-based intrusion systems that we're monitoring. And then just kind of having the students, take in all that log information and analyze it and work its way back to figure out what those types of attacks look like, how we can detect them and how we can react. The network forensics and threat hunting is we actually import
after the fact captures and after the fact logs, and then we try to analyze and search for, okay, how do we know an attack happened or did it happen? And I run them through a bunch of yes or no scenarios. Is this an actual attack or is this just incidental traffic? And they have to kind of learn to decipher those two different things. I'm going to kind of wing it on Mike's stuff here, but web application security is basically running through the different aspects of a vulnerable website. And what that target looks like, and figuring out how we can, what kind of attacks work against that, and which tools and techniques are used. Penetration testing is the same thing, but we take it down to infrastructure and we go after other targets. Things like generating, phishing emails and building Trojans, things like that. Simple, ransomware attacks. We kind of culminated together into security design, where they have to kind of take everything they've learned and build it into one big live network, which we have hooked up to the internet. So they're under attack the whole time they're building this thing. So they can learn some valuable lessons. If they don't block things on the firewall, they can have their systems already taken over and destroyed before they get started, which we've had happen a couple semesters. That's the goal. All right. So we try to, give them a strong, basis in the first 2 semesters to get to the point where we're at right now. So of course, Linux Server 1, gets some basic Linux. The networking course there basically, gets them some fundamentals of networking. Enterprise client gets them looking at, using Windows in a network as opposed to like they do at home. All of even the first semester classes are heavy on command line stuff. So they learn some Bash for Linux. They learn some PowerShell in the enterprise client class. Second semester, basically we're building services on Linux, learning how to configure the firewall, how to monitor the firewall in logs, and also scripting. How do we parse those logs? Using scripts that you can write up. Firewall and VPN is Paul Alto, basically the academy stuff. Python scripting is to get them, able to, do some type of scripting language, Python being probably the superstar of the security world. Windows Server 1 gets them doing some Active Directory so that they can kind of, see what those kind of services look like. And then something that we kind of found was getting really necessary is number one, we needed to have the, the actual ESXi and vCenter view of VMware. They needed to be able to, understand what virtualization looked like in an enterprise. And we also found that intro to cloud computing, basic understanding of how cloud resources worked was just pretty much as important as, some of the fundamentals that we were teaching of the operating system. So that's just kind of, that's how our program's laid out. And will this thing, Right. This is kind of just a breakdown of our of the different programs that we have, cybersecurity being the one on the bottom there. Yeah, here. And one of the questions was, what do we do dual credit courses? And we absolutely do. We've got IT security awareness is currently something that we'll do at the as the high school level going into our programs. Also enterprise client, which is Windows. Now, something we're working on here, of course, what this meeting is about is we're working on accepting the Ring curriculum as credit for coming into the program as in this IT security awareness class. But it's more of like a security plus. So we would be able to, try to do something with more credit for that. And also, there's another program we're working on, the C5 program, which has Python in it. And one of the goals there is to, push that down into the high school level and possibly accept the Python class as our 3-credit Python class. So in theory, we're trying to get it so that a high school student who basically went through these would be able to come in with, 4 credits already into their security program. Yeah. Yep.
Are you pretty convinced that Python would be accepted at the high school level, that you would go and teach it overseas? That's been our struggle, trying to get
No. No, I don't. No, do not know that for sure. But we just have to see what, how that goes. I mean, again, it's just, we're just trying to make connections wherever we can to the, to move from one to the other. Yeah. We do. What is that? The youth, yeah. Yep, we do. Oh, okay. Uh, Sarah? Okay, sorry. I got my glass on. So the question was, do we have any classes where high school students are actually taking them here at MATC? And we do. I think it's the youth apprenticeship program or youth options. And we've got, I know that some of those students take, I think, enterprise client, and there's a couple of other, what are the other ones? And computer hardware. Yep, they can take both of those classes and get credit at the college level. Yeah.
Can you tell me, because right now we're at such a different kind of kids knowing and not knowing about cyber and so on. How do you onboard those courses, which are fantastic, but they could be scary, right? And we want to get as many people as we can, right? Like,
Yep.
so is there an onboarding process for those who haven't had experience in high school yet that don't feel like they're walking into a place that is really uncomfortable or like a world language?
Design, the goal was to design those so that you can come in not knowing anything and get in with some work, get up to speed. So they're not designed. The intention of those first semester courses is not that you come in knowing something. Other than probably you've worked with Windows. We're kind of anticipating that pretty much all students have worked on Windows, especially over the last 2 years here. Pretty much everybody had to do something at home. So that's our assumption, and we work from there. We try to build from there and we try to reference back to what they know how to do already to get them there. And these programs right here are really made to just kind of, again, the ring stuff that we worked on is really made to give them that insight. You know what I mean? So they'll see some of the tools and techniques that they'll use in the advanced classes, and they can just sort of, they can go, gee, that's kind of interesting and fun, and I want to do that. And then, that's probably the student that's going to want to go on into our cybersecurity program. Did that cover that? Okay. Any other questions? Yeah.
The only other question I had was, are your students involved in any high schools, or are your students doing any competition? CCDC, right?
We do the cyber defense competition every year. And this year we're looking into that the new NSA thing. They have a new competition out. I have to actually watch through the video and see what's going on with that. But that looks really interesting too. The high schools also, a few of the high schools also do the Cyber Patriot. Yeah. Oh, and yes, National Cyber League. We have a small team of students that does that every year also. That does the National Cyber League stuff. Yeah.
Clear with those, like a short set.
Sure. The CCDC is the Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition, and that it starts out as a statewide kind of competition. You're given a crappily built network, and you have to secure it while you're being handed jobs to do, tasks to do. And it's really a detect and defend sort of event. And that's college level. That's the 2-year and 4-year colleges. And then so the Cyber Patriot, I think, is like kind of what is that, a scaled down version? I'm not super familiar with that. And then the National Cyber League is fantastic. So it basically gives them, the students first go in as individuals, and then they can also do a team later. And what they do is they're handed security puzzles to solve, encrypted things and encoded things, and so they have to figure out what a certain language, a script was written in, some weird unidentified thing. So it's like Google skills and all of this kind of stuff. And every student I've ever worked with in that has had fun. So that's another highly recommended one that we try to get all of our students into it.
Find out.
Absolutely. Yep. I think it's like a $30 fee, $35 fee.
Yeah, yep. You tell them online.
Yep. So the fee or the, sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah, the National Cyber League, anyone can sign up for that. It's a $30 fee. You don't necessarily even have to be, associated with the college. I think anybody across the board can sign up for that. And if you do sign up through your college, an instructor can be kind of a team captain sort of thing that kind of pulls the team together, and then you can also operate as a team in that competition too. Coach, okay. All right. Any questions?
So, as far as careers after students have gone through your program?
Oh, man, that's all over the board. I mean, we have students who go directly into security, students who go to help desk, students who've gone. I mean, just about every business around here, I think, has hired some of our IT students. As far as careers going out of here. Yeah.
Well, 3 years ago, we did a national study at answering the question you just asked. You were one of the participants, weren't you? I think you were.
Yeah.
So we took 12 of the top community college cyber programs in the country, and we worked with a local university to contact their graduates and find out which of the 52 nice work roles students were able to get into. And we were really surprised because we thought it'd only be maybe 12, 15 of the 52. But that study is up on the CASIA website. If you look at cybersecurity workforce study, you can actually download it. And it's got the real numbers, how many students from each institution. But it gives you a good snapshot of what someone out of a 2-year program can do as far as type of careers they can get into. To me, it was sort of surprising. Yeah.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Just some info in Wisconsin, having been on the other side and been a recruiter, for folks in Wisconsin and work with a lot of the different industries. Besides the state, which has a whole series of internship openings, the cities are always looking for people, as are the counties. So if you have some basic understanding of being able to bring in, but then talk about people like Harley Davidson, which has a cyber group. The bicycle company Trek, which has a group. Now it always helps if you also own a bicycle and you like to go outside because that gives you an edge for their recruiting. SC Johnson, has a group. The insurance companies, Schreiber Dairy, all of the major cheese manufacturing places. That is not what you would normally think of, and you go, interesting, for it. I was talking with Colonel Frater at the break. The motor car companies have got a significant, not just infrastructure group, but a group that does cyber research about protecting vehicles for different pieces. So, all of those things are available. And right now there is a shortage, and I'm not going to be even close to numbers. I know in Wisconsin, it's close to 50,000 different positions that are open right now. And that's just permanent positions. That doesn't count. Yep. And one of the things that we want to do by doing this is to create those opportunities, get everyone to understand what's there, especially about the internship piece, so that as we're building our force, they also, besides the classes, they get experience along the way. And we're trying to build that bridge initially with state agencies, cities, counties, but we want to be able to do that with the businesses as well. They're very interested as we get that going. I'll talk a little bit about that later, but unbelievable amount of opportunities. And the nice part is salaries are good. If you're good at it, you have a permanent job, as you go forward, whether it's in, cyber defense, cyber audit, or whatever. And you don't have to have a techie degree. You don't have to have the pocket protectors and the penny loafers for it,
Back on that, Beth. This is a high-paying job that a kid could get if they did dual enrollment right out of high school, right? If you're doing dual enrollment through one of these technical college programs, you can walk out of high school and get a living wage job. You don't have to have a 4-year degree or a PhD. Now, if you want to progress in your field and you want to end up in those that might, but as Alan said, if you're good at it and you progress. So when we talk to our kids who think different, our kids who are hanging down in the auto lab. These are real opportunities that they can tap into.
And I'll pick on, a previous effort and kudos to Marquette for trying to get this rolling in the Milwaukee area, out of LA, where LA County schools and it was Cal Poly Pomona, and then I will only say we wrote checks. I was with Boeing at the time, so we did a lot of financing, got them started on a high school program. So now all these, literally now thousands of students were getting scholarships to go to college. They were getting jobs right after, and then the jobs would pay them to get their degree for it. So did an incredible turnaround for the entire community. So all of these kids that did not have a great path to the future now have good paying jobs. They're able to take care of their families. They're doing stuff that they enjoy doing. Total turnaround for what was there. And kudos to Marquette. They're trying to duplicate the same thing in the Milwaukee area. It was successful in several other big cities. It was started in Chicago. Unfortunately, Chicago went bankrupt about that time. So it kind of died, because they didn't have money for just even basic things for a while for that. But unbelievable opportunities for being able to do this. And we're trying to recreate that same thing across the board in Wisconsin.
And also, another thing too that's been the last few years, our students are going directly into security jobs. A lot of them. Before we were we were trying to, get them in at the bottom level, and then they'd work their way into the security jobs. They're getting decent security jobs now, right out of school. So I mean, it's a good career path if they like what they see. So.
All right, so thanks, Mike Messino from Madison Area Technical College. Up now is from Waukesha County Technical College.
Hi, I'm Mark Ruskowski. I'm an instructor at Waukesha County Technical College. I've been teaching cybersecurity now for many years. Oh, thank you. Hi. Sorry about that. I'm used to it in a classroom, just not amongst my peers here. Yes, we have kind of working backwards a little bit. One of the things I noticed, John, something you were talking about was, teaching to that next level and teaching with the cybersecurity maturity model. One of the courses that we've had some success with on that, and I think students find it difficult but challenging, is we have a Security 2 course where we're actually posing as an audit to the students. So they actually have to respond to an auditor coming in and saying, hey, your security stinks. Fix it and show me how you fixed it and show me in the proper way that I want to see. I want to see a PDF. I want to see a video report. I want to see, those kinds of things, which is pretty cool. And I'm glad Mike fielded all the hard questions. I appreciate that. And I know you guys want to hear a little bit maybe about the Dual Enrollment Academy that we have at our school. So we host a cohort group every year of about, I would just say 20 to 24 students from area schools. And these are the ones that are interested in IT in some way, shape, or form, and to kind of get a flavor of all the different facets of IT, everything from development to computer support to cybersecurity. And that's our Security 1 course that they do take. And we do introduce them to the competitions as well. We've been doing Cyber Patriot. We've been doing NCL and CCDC since 2011, like many of the other schools around. I really love the competitions to help build that intrigue. There was a word somebody used earlier. Melissa, what was the word that ignite? I like that word, ignite that spark of interest in students. I think it was Melissa that used the word. I apologize. I don't mean to take anybody's thunder there. We're currently finishing up an NCL season right now. Mike, like you say, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, absolutely. I encourage the students to do that. I think that's one of the greatest things they actually can do because it does fire up that spark and it fills some gaps in what we do. I mean, we don't necessarily teach everything that NCL forces them to go look up and learn, and high school students do it too. So we have a team of Cyber Patriot competitors in our dual enrollment cohort group that we teach and train. We have some friendly competition. I actually don't mentor them, but I mentor my local high school in their Cyber Patriots. So we have some friendly competition between my peer instructor at WCTC, as well as what I do with McGuanago High School. And this year it's kind of funny. Our four teams are staggered, top, second, third, fourth. We're staggered in there, which is cool. But normally I win. But after Cyber Patriot, after the season is over, which is usually an early spring semester, hopefully we all go on and compete against the top 16 teams in the nation in DC, but that hasn't happened yet, but that is one of my goals. Then we do NCL. So the high schools can do National Cyber League as well. And a lot of times they get funding for that piece of it where they actually pay for the students to go do that. But it is $35 a head. I actually like having students with skin in the game when they do this kind of thing. Because if you start buying all this stuff for them, they might not have as much vested interest in completing the competition. So, Jason, what did I miss since I came up here kind of ad hoc, ad lib? Jason Hebner is my colleague at WCTC. With cybersecurity, well, we've been doing a competition since 2011. We started with a certificate before we moved on to a cybersecurity associate's degree, which is where we're at now. And it's the same name degree. It's a cybersecurity specialist. Our courses are obviously a little different based on our locale. And, you know, over the years, I've learned a lot from you, Mike, so, and John. Oh, the dual enrollment is college credits. Yes, that's correct. Good question. Thank you. Yeah, so the dual enrollment academy allows them to attend our school, and they actually come 5 days a week from 8 to noon. So I think a lot like what you guys do, or similarly with Brother Rice. That's actually my alma mater, which is so bizarre. It is. Yeah, so they come 5 days a week, 8 to 12 in the morning, except on Fridays. Friday's optional, and that's when they come and practice for Cyber Patriot competitions.
Classes, or is it a special class?
It's a special class. It's a cohort class, so we do set it up specifically for them. It's the same curriculum that we teach in other courses. I mean, it's the same class, but we set this up as a cohort group just for them.
So there's like 13, 14, 15 different high schools that are sending students, as well as some homeschool kids.
It provides for some neat interactions and relationships that get built. And somebody also mentioned earlier that, you know, what we're trying to do with Gen Cyber, that was Ashley, is that right? Is build a community. And I mean, that's what that really does, is it kind of builds a community. And I've built relationships with these students over the years where they're emailing me, you know, years or semesters later saying, hey, does this sound good to you? Or does this sound right? And that's kind of fun. Any questions? Mike, you did take all the hard questions. That's good. All right. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thanks, Mark from Waukesha. And up next will be Marquette University, I believe, virtually.
Greetings. Can you hear me? I assume.
Possibly.
I'm trying to share a PowerPoint presentation. Do you see it? I guess.
Well, if I knew any jokes, I would, but sorry. And you can't see my feet, so dancing doesn't count.
I don't have control over who.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. All right. Um, does
Okay,
it have to have
can you see
video?
my presentation
Yes.
now?
Yes,
Okay.
okay. Right. We're seeing Marquette now. Tom, thank you.
Okay,
I'll turn the
so
floor
let
over
me
to
go
you.
through this. Thank you. So we have a program at Marquette, and I'm going to start off talking about an effort that we have partnering with another organization on campus. That's called the Education Opportunity Program. It's part of their pre-college programs are part of the overall Education Opportunity Program. So they've had a number of funding sources, including McNair scholarships. But they have an upward bound portion that deals with students in Milwaukee that start in the 6th grade through high school. And what we're trying to do is establish a pipeline which will bring students from 6th grade into high school and beyond and a college experience. So the experience of EOP is really quite impressive. They have well over 500 students that they serve, and all of these students reside in Milwaukee. 2/3 of them are both low income and first generation college students, and a third of them are either low income or first generation college students. So the idea is to prepare people in the inner city to aspire to attend college and in fact complete. So they've been working in this area for many years. They provide all sorts of services beyond educational classes. So there are a number of preschool and post and after school activities that are kind of extracurricular. But they do a lot of work in terms of helping people understand how to get financial aid, how to manage the financial aid, do work on GED programs, teach some actual classes in math, lab sciences, and foreign languages. And then they provide a lot of other supplemental services that help the students succeed in life, not just in classroom. So we're working to develop this K12 pipeline, and we're beginning a pilot with 3 students. 2 of them are currently in high school, and one is early in his college career. He's a sophomore at Marquette. All of them have EOP experience, and recently the EOP experience has included courses that are based on the CompTIA ITF Plus certification, which is the IT fundamentals course. What we're trying to do is discover employers who are willing to provide internships and understand what are the background knowledge, skills, and abilities that those folks are looking for, develop some job descriptions, and actually get students placed. We have access to the InfoSec skills platform for online education and instruction. And that includes many of the primitive skills that are necessary to do cybersecurity work. And our idea is that we want to put together a program that balances the needs of the employers with the availability of the knowledge, skills, and abilities of students. Our CAE program, our academic program that we have at Marquette, is a Master of Science in Computing with a specialization in Information Assurance and Cyber Defense. And our program as a master's degree program is aimed at the kinds of jobs that are called govern and oversee in terms of the NIST framework for cybersecurity jobs. So we're not teaching technical skills. We assume students have some technical skills as they enter the program, but we make sure that they get some hands-on experience. So our curriculum for this career change for our cybersecurity career students starts off an introduction to cybersecurity, which is a risk-based approach to understanding your cybersecurity policy and practices, the kind of things that are necessary to oversee and govern cybersecurity. We have a course in networks and internets, which is a pretty intensive course. It's actually being renamed, but it provides all the foundation technology for building distributed systems using network technology. And then we have a course on principles of service management and system administration, and that ensures that students have experienced the full breadth of work that's necessary for things like defense in depth and hardening systems and managing and protecting services that are delivered to customers. We require them to have a professional project, which is a hands-on experience building a cybersecurity service or system. We've had students who have developed a policy statement, as well as students who have done work as updating firewalls for a move from Cisco to Palo Alto firewalls. So, but it's leading a project and having that hands-on experience. We also have courses, a course that's required in computer security, and that provides all the technical fundamentals. It's actually shared with our undergraduates, and it's a course that provides that gateway for the undergraduates to get engaged in cybersecurity, as well as provide graduate students with fairly technical understanding of all of the fundamentals of cybersecurity. And then there's an elective, which is an advanced computer security class, and that includes most of the advanced technical concepts. Some of the things that make our degree program special, of course, we're a CIE, but we're also the #6 rated online masters in computing and information technology, according to U.S. News and Business Reports. And we have a curriculum that's been put in place for career change people, and that was sponsored through an NSF project that we had. Additional features of our program, we have a Splunk lab that students get experience in. Splunk is perhaps the leading tool in the SIEM, UBA, SOAR space. So we have all of that to give students hands-on experience. We have additional learning opportunities through the InfoSec skills. We have a competition team that's called the Cyber Eagles. And we have a faculty that balances people with research interests with people with professional and industrial experience. And of course, we have another cyber advisory council. Since there's been mention of Gen Cyber and things of that nature, we've sponsored several Gen Cyber camps, and we like those, and we think they've been very beneficial for the community. We've had camps that feature both instruction for students as well as instructions for teachers to help them build lesson plans and teach cybersecurity inside of their curriculum. Most of the time we've done that cyber camp, it's been sponsored by the National Organization for Gen Cyber. There was one year Kohl's department stores sponsored it rather than sponsoring it through the Gen Cyber program. And we also have the Air Force ROTC students engaged in Cyber Patriot camps. So the idea is we prepare the ROTC students to deliver those camps. It's a great learning experience for them to learn more about cybersecurity, but also a experience getting up in front of people and being in a leadership role. So I'm really pleased with the fact that we're able to do that. And as many of the people in this meeting will know, we've been very engaged in CS education in Wisconsin. We're particularly looking at how does cybersecurity make its way into the CS curriculum, as well as the CS standard and other things that go on in the state. That's our program. Any questions?
No, there are no questions up here, Tom. Thank you very much. So up next, we have University of Wisconsin Stout. And please, if you could, during this presentation, if you keep the presentation to around 5 minutes, that would be great. We're running a little bit behind schedule. So sorry about that. Thank you.
It's okay. I will keep it short and sweet. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. So thank you for the introduction. It's honored here today to introduce about UW Stout CAE program. I'm Holly, and I'm the program director and a cybersecurity research outreach center director at the University of Wisconsin Stout. So UW Stout is a polytech university, and also the first four-year university in the state of Wisconsin received the CAE designation since 2017. And the program path for getting the designation is called a Bachelor of Science, the CNIT program. CNIT stands for Computer Networking and Information Technology. We have over 200 students in the program right now. We doubled the enrollment size in 5 years. And all the students get a 100% job placement rate for the past 10 years, including during the pandemic. We just got, job placement report. All the students graduating in May got a job, and the average salary is $64,000.
I'm good, Debbie. How are you? Can you hear me?
Okay. I don't know.
I've been in another meeting all morning here that I just left to try and join this one.
Tom, can you mute your, okay. Thank you. Sorry, Holly, you can continue.
That's all right. Yeah, so we do have a dual degree programs with many high schools, and including the master's degree actually. So we have developed many transfer agreements with many community college as well. We just heard about Cisco Academy. UW Stout has been Cisco Academy for 20 years. We teaching CCNA security, cyber ops, CCNP, IoT security. We also been AWS Academy for 3 years. We teach cloud foundation and the cloud architecture. Hands-on learning is essential for us. Our curriculum embedded with many industry cybersecurity certifications. Students work out from the program with CCNA cyber ops certification, CCNA securities, certified ethical hacker, Linux Plus, AWS cloud security certifications. So our students attended CCDC competitions 2 years ago. We won the first in state in 2019. But I want to tell you, 50% of students in the team actually are transfer students from Madison College, WITC, WCTC, including the student coach actually, and the student captain, both are from Madison College. So, we are very proud. As a program, actually, 30% students are transfer students from the community college. And this year we have 60 students attend the National Cyber League competitions. we have among 60 actually, 1/3 actually students made it to the gold bracket. So another news I want to share with you is our proposed BS cybersecurity program just got fast track approved by the UW system 2 weeks ago. We are going to offer the BS cybersecurity program in the fall 2022. I want to share this great news to you. And one final thing I want to say is the CyRock Center is fully funded by the federal grants. We have a 5G smart manufacturing project sponsored by Department of Defense. Another project sponsored by the Thompson Center is Internet of Healthcare thing. So we engage students in cutting edge research, and we run multiple successful hands-on workshops. In fall, actually in April, we did IoT security workshops. We have 30 instructors from UW system attend this workshop. I just heard you talk about IoT. Actually, we connect the Pi to the AWS cloud. We secure the Pi, we secure the connection between the Pi with AWS cloud, using the digital certificate, and we follow the NIST IoT security guidelines. So I think we are capable of what we're doing. The location we are in, Menominee, I don't know how many of you heard about the Menominee. We're not in Madison, we're not in Milwaukee, but we're looking for the collaboration. We look at a ring project. We want to be part of some projects like a ring in the future. So I'll put my email in the chat window, actively looking for the collaboration. So thank you so much for the opportunity. I hope I'm not over the 5 minutes.
No, Holly, you're perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. And so now we're going to shift gears again and hear some very important words and wisdom from Davina Pruitt-Mental from NIST. She's going to speak about K12 conference, NIST K12 conference and the National K12 Cybersecurity Resources. Sorry to keep you waiting, Davina. You're on.
No worries. Let me see if I can bring this up. And you tell me if you can see. Can you see? Hello?
Yes. Yes, it looks good.
Okay, and is it full screen or is it?
No, it's a small screen.
Yeah, okay.
It was full screen. Now it's full screen. There we go.
Okay. So thank you so much for the Wisconsin group allowing NICE to come, and our ring effort to allow NICE to come and share a few words about some resources that might be of interest to you. And I wish I could be there in person. Just a shout out to Wisconsin. My last 2 years of high school were in Toma High School, and I went my first year of college at Madison, so go Badgers. So I wish I could be in person, but virtual is what you get. Just very quickly, NICE, the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education, and that is led by NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is part of the U.S. Department of Commerce. And our federal mandate is every 5 years to come up with a national strategic plan to develop a skilled and knowledgeable workforce. And so that was delivered to Congress about this time last year. And in that process, we have started the implementation. And the implementation includes several working groups. And I just wanted to share some of those. Talent management, there's a training group, a careers discovery group. So some of you were discussing today, how do you get people in and knowing about careers? So that's a great working group. We also have some community of interest, which are basically working groups. They've just been around longer and are much larger, and you can competitions, apprenticeship, research, but a K12. So the K12, I thought you would be somewhat interested in, or I hope. They actually meet later today. After your meeting today, they have their monthly meeting, but I know that's going to be too much. But think about or consider joining the group. Some of the things that they do, it's just a community of interest to be able to share best practices, efforts that are going on, curriculum, grants, the whole gamut, and then they come together as a group because it's a national or actually international. We have some international members as part of it as well. And they determine as a nation what are a couple of projects that we can work on together collectively. And so some of the things that we have done, we've worked with school counselors to come up with some resources that they wanted, talking points. We developed an implementation plan, but now we have also developed the National K12 Cybersecurity Education Roadmap. And we also, as a group, collectively, give input into standards, the computer science standards, the ACM, Joint Task Force standards, and so forth. We developed a CTE report as well as a CTE flyer, or a one-pager. You can see here we did this with ACTE. With their input, they also developed another set of flyers as well in addition, and we rolled it out at the same time. And we have other one-pagers like the value of certifications and so forth. So these are just some of the resources that we have. The National K12 Cybersecurity Education Roadmap is a way of really establishing a coherent portfolio of national K12 efforts and activities so that everybody can learn from each other and not replicate, so the efforts and the assets are deployed effectively and efficiently. And we really encourage, or the document or the roadmap encourages a focus among new and existing efforts and to create synergies between that. So again, it's available for you to use, and you can go more in depth in terms of the activities. There are 5 main elements to the roadmap, and these actually have strategies underneath, but a focus on careers or career awareness, a focus on content or identifying resources and content, not only within the structure of like CTE or PTech or apprenticeships, but also how do you fold it into other disciplines so that students become aware of it and then might want to go into a particular track. Educational approaches, so everything from competitions to interactives like you saw today. Michael being able to share, those are fantastic. What are other ways that competitions, other ways that we can really engage and be innovative in pulling students in to learn about cybersecurity? The 4th one is promoting career pathways. So that's everything from our youth apprenticeships and our registered apprenticeships through the Department of Labor, credentials, and we've worked with a lot of the industry certifications you can see that they're growing a body of credentials as well. Badging, there's the Open Skills Network, all sorts of things in the pathways, and then really prioritizing research, which is a critical element. So within that, there is an evergreen document that we keep online in NICE, and we hope that you will maybe browse through and see. We're trying to keep an environmental scan of all of the elements within the strategic or within the roadmap and the strategies, and then people add in the particular actions or tactics and also indicators so that we can each year or over 5 years, we can see, did we make a difference? That's what we're really after, is all of the things that we're doing, all the federal efforts, all the curriculum, all of the things that we're doing, are they really making an impact? So this is the evergreen document, and I hope that you will jump in and maybe contribute to it, but also, and thank you, Kristen, for putting that in there. Also, that was a sneak peek. The formal release of the roadmap will actually take place during the K12 conference. So you have kind of a preview, if you will. But each year we have a national conference. This year it is December 6th and 7th. It is virtual again. Hopefully we'll be in person next year. The 4th and 5th, we have pre-conference workshops, and actually some of the presenters here will be presenting the workshops. And then 2 full days of activities on a wide range, how to answering a lot of the questions that you've had throughout. How do you get people, parents and students aware of, how do you train teachers? What do we do with cyber awareness and folding it into earlier grade levels? So the whole gamut. We also have a big celebration. We have a fireside chat with the presidential educator awardees. And we have another big event, which is the Cyber Signing Day, which is where we celebrate students that have been nominated. They're either interns or they've committed to continue their education in cybersecurity, or they have passed so many certifications. Anyway, it's a really nice celebration, and we think that's extra special. And then another thing that we do, I'll just briefly mention, we do have the NICE framework. That's the NICE Workforce Framework that categorizes the 7 broad categories of cybersecurity, and and then it breaks it down into 52 work roles, and it has the tasks, the skills, and the knowledge for each of those. So one of the things the K12 subgroup is taking on this year is really trying to make this a little bit more digestible and usable, but through the K12 community. For example, securely provision really doesn't resonate. It doesn't tell people what that is, what's that category. And so if you said something like builder or constructor, basically building something secure from the onset, so engineering, computer science, that type of thing, where you're building it secure from the very beginning, and that would resonate more. So we're trying to figure out how to make it a little more user-friendly to the community, as well as the tasks, the skills, and the knowledge. There's a whole range of skill sets, and we want to be able to make that more usable to the K12 community as well. The other thing the K12 community does is takes part in the K12 component of Cybersecurity Career Awareness Week. This year it was the 18th through the 23rd, and really a wide range of webinars and special events and poster competition that is still open, by the way, until November 12th. So I hope you will consider that. There's lots of cash prizes and other things. So a wide range of activities really trying to promote awareness of cybersecurity as a career choice. And so that might answer some of the questions. And with that, there are lots of resources that are available just within the section of career awareness. And the Discovering Cybersecurity Careers has lots of data and ways and means for students to explore some of those work roles. There's a Cybersecurity in Your Community that has links to virtual tours, so you can of different cybersecurity industry sectors and so forth. So lots of activities, and we've also added expanding year round, and so that will be another section that we extend out. How can we bring career awareness throughout the year? CyberSeek, I think, was mentioned earlier. That is another great resource that students, educators, parents can get a lot of value out of. We help fund it. It's done with Burning Glass and CompTIA. They basically scrub all of the job openings throughout the US, and then it's broken down into, in your particular area, what jobs are in highest demand. And then from that, what are the certifications that are needed? What are possible job titles? So it just gives you kind of an idea. And there's also a pathways tool that helps students learn, if I start here, what are the options that I have to go next? And then finally, one of the things that we've been trying to do is find a registry or a collection of lots of resources in the K-12 community. So one thing that they put together, it's on a Weebly site. I can drop that link in a little bit later. And but it has lots of resources that were put together basically during COVID, but we will pull these out. And in addition, they have been taking resources and evaluating them. And then these will feed into what we call a NIST-R. And this is a NIST registry. So NIST, not necessarily NICE, but NIST, the whole NIST, including our Boulder campus, is putting together a STEM registry for K-12. And they will actually do an unveiling or a walkthrough during a poster session in the K-12 conference, where they'll not only reveal, but also are trying to collect information from the community in terms of, are these the correct filters and things along that line. Although it will have all STEM, there will be a separate section on cybersecurity. So we're really, really excited about that. So lots of resources that you can tap into, and I hope you will consider. I will make sure that I drop my email in as well, and happy to help and on your journey in getting cybersecurity into Wisconsin. Stop sharing, I think.
Thank you very much, Davina.
Yeah.
Are there any questions for Davina? No? All right. All right. Well, thank you very much, Davina.
Yes.
And up next is Melissa Dark and Jenny Doherty from Dark Technologies Enterprises. Sorry. Talking about cybersecurity designation program and a feasibility study. Take it away.
Hi, everybody. My name is Melissa Dark. I started my journey in cybersecurity 21 years ago at Purdue University. I was hired by Gene Spafford. And so we are going to talk about a feasibility study, which is currently going on. But as a backdrop to that, I wanted to talk a little bit about what I've seen over the past 21 years in cybersecurity education. So if we can go, I guess I can go on to the next one. So I do want to say that I think that cybersecurity is still pretty young. Compared to other disciplines. Like, how old is mathematics? Anybody want to take a guess? Not a rhetorical question. Anybody want to take a guess? 6th century BC. We'll skip over physics, 4th century BC. Engineering?
Egyptians, right?
If you go and you look up the history of disciplines, they would say 1500s, believe it or not. I know, debatable, right? Okay. What about economics? Late 1700s. Sociology, early 1800s. Psychology, late 1800s. Computer science. Now, y'all better have this answer. 1960s. 1960s. So we are about 25 years into, in my opinion, not cybersecurity, but the education, the teaching of it as a discipline. So it's really, really nascent. It is just beginning to exist. And sometimes when I talk to people, they say it still feels really, this is a technical term, it still feels really hodgepodgey to me, Melissa. And I'm trying to get my hands around it. And I say that's because it's still really hodgepodgey. We're all still trying to get our hands around it. It is not fully formed. There's contention. Anytime something comes into existence, even if it was that sprout having to break through the ground, there's contention, you know? And so there is contention. And we're still trying to figure out what's cyber safety, what's digital citizenship, what's cybersecurity. What are the differences between the two? What's supposed to be the relationship between the two? You know, because cyber safety, I think, is important for all of us. But when we talk about preparing a workforce, we're talking about a narrower set of people who have a progressively deeper amount of skills. Yeah. And I will say, I think also it's an interesting space because cybersecurity, well, first of all, computing, information technology has revolutionized the world. You know, sometimes I think to myself, gosh, I remember about 15 years ago, people saying, we're leaving the industrial age, we're entering the information age. And you thought, what does that really mean? And I think today, wow, what that really means, right? People are buying and selling information. Information is the commodity. You know, the space race is on to own 5G because whoever owns 5G owns maybe the keys to the kingdom, right? So it's a really interesting, transformative time. And cybersecurity, I think, I don't know for sure, I feel today cybersecurity is very much not a scripted exercise. I feel like if you work in cybersecurity, and Nate might disagree with me, he can chime in, he works in the field. I feel like cybersecurity is a live orchestra, not a pre-recorded, you know, rendition of a song. And not only do I think it's a live orchestra, I think it's a pickup band. They're not playing the same song today that they played yesterday. It's a really fast-paced field. Threats change, vulnerabilities change, controls change. And therefore, risk and trust changes all the time. So part of this, like I said, I've been at this for 21 years. This is just the past 10. Just look at the growth. This is over half the people in the world are now online, right? If it continues at this pace, 3/4 will be online. And that's not just because we're doing WhatsApp with our friends in Zimbabwe, right? It's because we're living there. So I wanted to just give you a minute to look at, this is 9 different images. And please, somebody tell me, when you look at the 9 different images, what's the one that you think most accurately depicts what cybersecurity is? This one?
Yeah.
The castle.
Yeah.
Defense in depth. Anybody have a different one? This one. Okay. Anybody have a different one? You just like the worm. I like the worm. Does, you like this one? Yeah. All of them. Right. So all of them. I think all of them too. And then I go and I think to myself, this is what some people would call a really wicked problem. Right? In some ways, I said it's revolutionary. Every problem, the problem you see tomorrow is not going to be the same problem that you saw today in cybersecurity. Right? In fact, it's hard to even know just what is happening. What is the problem? You know, they don't present themselves as having clear boundaries and definitions. They're multi-causal, they're multi-scalar. You know, so they're complex. Oh, did I say there's no clear problem definition? Right? Multiple stakeholders with conflicting agendas and agendas that aren't the same tomorrow as they were yesterday. Straddles organizational and disciplinary boundaries. You know, sometimes I think, gosh, it is so hard for the people who are trying to enforce cybersecurity. If you think of traditional security as being provisioned by your military or by law enforcement, so much of these information assets don't live in jurisdictions where the Department of Defense or law enforcement can monitor them and protect them. The boundaries have changed completely. Every solution, it ramifies through the system. Solutions change the system, right? These are what wicked problems are adaptive, right? Solutions are better or worse. They're not necessarily right and wrong. It's a different field in some ways from biology or chemistry. It's not deterministic. It's not the physical world. It's a constructed world. And it's a highly social world. And it can take a long time. We sometimes don't have to evaluate solutions. And then we never really solve them. And if you agree with a lot of these things, that this is a wicked problem, and then you start to say to yourself, and it pertains to national security and economic security and domestic law and order and welfare of our citizenry and confidence in our ability to have a legitimate government. This is what makes a functioning nation state. Are those 5 attributes. So everything. What is at stake? Everything, I think. So we are here largely talking about the workforce. You know, not talking about just this wicked problem, but trying to provision a workforce that's capable of working at multiple levels, from securely provisioning to investigating and responding, as you saw in the National Cybersecurity Workforce Framework job categories. And able to continually learn. If it's a moving target, then our workforce needs to be capable of learning to learn and continually learning. This November, there's an estimated 464,420 vacant jobs in the United States, according to CyberSeek that we pointed out just a little bit ago. Projected job growth of 31% by 2029. Right? So if we continue with the number of unfilled jobs, that's going to be a little over 600,000. Ashley told us earlier that there are currently 335 centers of academic excellence in the United States. if each one of them produces an average of 75 graduates a year, this is our current supply. Demand, supply. And so I think that this is a big part of the reason why across the country and here in Wisconsin, we're trying to figure out how to connect meaningfully the high school to the career, to the college pathway. So I'm just going to go through this really quick. This is my incomplete and high level attempt to talk about a timeline. So 1999 was when the first 7 CAEs, you've heard this term, the Centers of Academic Excellence. We just heard from 4 of the Centers of Academic Excellence, including this one, Madison. Just 22 years old. There were 7 in 1999. All 7 of them were producing graduates at the graduate school level, master's degree. In 1999, nothing at the bachelor's degree level or lower. Okay. Cyber Core was started about 2001, which is a scholarship program. It was money from Congress that went to the National Science Foundation. I know that there's at least one Cyber Core graduate in this room today, I think. Nate Evans, you weren't a Cyber Core student? So Cyber Core provides scholarships to students to study cybersecurity at the collegiate level. So that was started in 2001, knowing that we were going to have a workforce shortage. The National Collegiate Cybersecurity Defense Competition, really the first competition I think that was started in 2004. The CAEs kind of had a little bit of an uprising around 2004. It's contentious sometimes because it's so new. You know, the first known instance of cybersecurity working its way into an accreditation standard for higher education was 2006. It got into the SIGITE accreditation standards to accredit IT programs at the collegiate level. So it got into information technology before it got into computer science. It didn't really find its way into the accreditation standard for computer science until 2013. You know, we've got Cyber Patriot that was founded here. I think it was around 2009 when the CAE2Y, giving CAE status to community colleges, was created or born. We've talked about Gen Cyber in 2014. 2015, I got asked if I would work on a project with Whatcom Community College. It was funded by the National Science Foundation, and its goal was to put cybersecurity into the advanced placement computer science principles course. APCSP was hitting, it was scaling at about this time. So APCSP was the newest advanced placement course invented, is still the newest one invented. The College Board took away AP Computer Science B, with the second course in the programming. They said we're going to have an intro to programming, and then we're going to put something before the intro to programming to try to make students at the high school level aware that computer science is much more than programming. So they created, thank you so much. They created the Computer Science Principles course, which is a huge story in and of itself, because today in this country, there are probably about 350,000 students taking CSP. And it's a story still in the making. It grows every year. So NSF really wanted to have a cybersecurity infusion into that course. right? To try to introduce those 350,000 students to cybersecurity. The National Cybersecurity Workforce. In 2017, a joint task force from the ACM and the IEEE came out with an accreditation standard to accredit undergraduate programs in cybersecurity. Today, I believe there are 28 accredited programs in cybersecurity. It grows every year. And I think that's really important. And the reason that I think that it's really important is because across the country in other fields, there is an intro to biology taught in high school that matches the intro to biology used to accredit collegiate programs. There's a calculus course taught in high schools, and it matches what is in accredited math programs for calculus at the introductory level. So to me, that CSEC standard was huge. Virginia developed a cybersecurity standard at the high school level in 2017. Here in 2018, the National Defense Authorization Act, yes.
She said what I just. This one is tough to listen to. It's also going to be really hard to take back when she walks away. That I wish I had started with a foundation. I got back. That's just it. So I hear what you're saying, and I'm getting and I get we're running out of time, and I get all that. And I will just say, from an educator's point of view, Beth, you're sitting behind me, and I'm chatting with the people, educators online. We are completely overwhelmed with resources, and we need human resources. I won't read what this kid's here in chat. We need human resources. We need help in wading through these resources because PD is not going to do it when there are no humans. And this for a K-12 is not a surprise. So
It's great info.
Yeah.
For them.
Miss,
Good
Mr. Powell on this one?
They can bring back.
I would love this.
Yeah, I
would love this, like, I have a colleague, I'm like, can you get these screenshots? Like, I don't know if you would mind sharing this, but this is.
No, I don't mind at all.
This information gives us the foundation to help
Yeah.
with understanding.
Yeah.
And then why do they need the resources? So that they, they have the understanding of this. This is captivating me as an audience. And I think that other people need this, but it just depends.
So I hear you, and I don't know if we need to walk through the whole thing like we've been doing, although I found it incredibly interesting.
Yeah.
And I knew that we're gonna get the slide deck.
So I guess the only reason, I'm really, I will tell you here, that Teach Cyber is one of our projects. The RING project is
Yeah.
based on the high school cybersecurity curriculum that Jenny and I got a grant to write. And we have done things like the diagrams and Teach Cyber, which is courseware, in order to give educators tangible resources. Because I know that's what they need.
Yeah.
The only reason that I feel passionate about telling the story is because you're jumping into a moving stream. And it's important, Ted, I think, to understand the moving stream if we together collectively are gonna do what this nation needs to do. So.
The part two, that was part one. How do we take this and get this? The part two is how do we put together we've had all these different grades. how we put together an overview brief of saying, so for any K-12, this is the background. Here's the kind of pieces of steps that we have available to do this. We're going to be working, and then we give the idea way, et cetera. We can do some homework, but being able to pull that overview of what you have here and coming together a really good information briefs into one thing. And I think those two are the foundational, coupled with a short summary, because their normal administrators are going to sit down for maybe an hour if we're really lucky or so. And then that gives us the foundation to be able to get them to understand why we need the resources, why we need the support, why we need everything. That kind of, is that okay?
And I've made a note, Melissa and Jenny, to reach out to the two of you to see how we can get this message out to our broader audience and tie it into the work that we're doing, because I.
So to me, all of these things, like, they all talk to each other.
That's
You know, these
exactly
are
right.
like information nodes. They're all talking to each other over time.
And
You
it
know?
really- and I don't know if you can repeat this, I don't know if people online can hear me, but going all the way back to your image, like what is the representation of cyber when we say it's everything? It is really hard to move forward and solve the complex problems of today. The cyber is not unique in what it looks like and feels like, right? That's what climate change, that's what our problems today are. And they are interconnected, they are tied to a deep history. They are a complicated web that requires a whole different kind of skill set, one that is okay with ambiguity. And that's not what we teach our kids. And so for me, that's a big part of it, right? It's not talking about this happened in 1999 and 2022, but the changing of what we have to be able to approach any of the societal issues we have and how we have to prepare kids. And it isn't about a program or a thing. It's about tapping into their interests and then teaching them these complicated skill sets to get there. So yes, I have.
That's what I hope to.
You did. You completely did that.
That's what I hope to, is teaching them complicated skill sets to get there.
Well, and that, just to add to that, when you were showing, Melissa, that wicked problems slide, to me, immediately, I thought exactly what Annette is talking about, and it's about the dispositions we need to teach kids that they're not getting. So when we think of the wicked problems and how it's consistent, it's changing. We don't know if that solution is actually going to be a solution, and it might be a solution for a second, and then something else is changing, and that just like not knowing, I think is going to be huge in our future and for us to prepare students for this.
So thank you so much for the conversation.
Thank you.
I like to talk about the problem space. In response to Alan's request of me to provide solutions. Before I turn it over to Jenny, I just wanted to say that there are a set of guidelines that we wrote that we think express what should be in a high school cybersecurity pathway. And those guidelines are what are behind the RING project that you heard about this morning. The RING project is based on those guidelines. There's an Army JROTC project also based on those guidelines. And then there is this, which is Teach Cyber, which is our project, which is a set of courseware based on those guidelines. And quickly, I'll just tell you the ways in which Teach Cyber is a little different from the RING project. Teach Cyber is much more modular. So we currently have 930 teachers who are registered for Teach Cyber, and teachers will literally pick up a 2-day lesson all the way to a 1-year course. We built it modularly because that's where teachers are. Some teachers are starting their cybersecurity teaching journey with a 2-day lesson, a 2-week lesson, a 2-month lesson. So that's one of the big ways that it is different. John mentioned the National Cybersecurity Teaching Academy. This is the 12 credit hour graduate certificate that we're partnered with Waukesha. Did I get the Indian pronunciation right? No, I didn't think so. So this graduate certificate is for high school teachers. It will start next summer. Teachers can express interest now. I want you to know that we have 731 teachers who are on the interest list. So if anybody is listening in and they are interested, please get a hold of me, or Jenny will tell you how to get your name on the interest list, or Jason. There are scholarships to fully support 90 teachers to get the graduate certificate to teach cybersecurity. I do know, Alan, that Arkansas is thinking about making another 60 scholarships available from state funds for Arkansas. I thought I would share that. I don't know if that's something that, you know, your state would consider at all. In order, we do believe it's the first formal credential to prepare and recognize teachers to teach cybersecurity at the high school level. And I'll just quickly mention the assessment resources for cybersecurity, a newly funded NSF grant that the twinkle in our eye is that might grow into something that would be advanced placement credit. So we hope eventually to have some type of a placement course or placement exam, AP test, that colleges would give intro to cyber credit for. So a lot happening in the K-12 space, and that is what led to this idea of, this 5-star school study, this feasibility study. And I'm going to turn it over to Jenny to talk about the 5-star study and whether or not it's time to have a national program to recognize excellence in high school cybersecurity education the way we do at the college and university level.
Hi, I'm Jenny Darty. I live in Waukesha, Wisconsin, so I'm super excited to be here. And if any of these things for the folks online or here strike your interest and you want to learn more, I hear that it's a lot. It can be overwhelming. And that's something we really are striving to do, is to help teachers kind of navigate the landscape. We're pretty immersed. We partner across several of these projects. And so if you just want to have a conversation, reach out to us. It's teachcyber.org. You can find contact information there. We'll share our cards here with the crowd here, and they can hopefully post that online to our direct email addresses. But we're really seeking to partner, collaborate, and build the ecosystem. So we're doing that with teachers in partnership and working at the state level as well. And we're working across the United States. We have a lot of models and best practices that we can just share and see for teachers in Wisconsin if this might be a path forward. Just wanted to say that. I know I'm feeling the tension of the agenda. So I'm going to talk really fast and cover some exciting work we're doing. So we are doing a research project, essentially. We saw that timeline and some of the complexities involved, and we thought it's a good time to do a more rigorous and systematic look at the landscape of what's happening in high school cybersecurity education. We're partnering with John. We have a partner, Tana Williams, who's part of the BRING project. So you can see a lot of the overlap that's happening across the landscape, as well as Mark Lepker at the National Cryptologic Foundation. We've done a series of focus groups. We've learned a ton. So there's a lot of really important stakeholders from business and industry, government, teachers, administrators, university faculty that are interested in catalyzing K-12 education, cybersecurity education. So those voices were really important as we move forward. Some of these benefits and constraints, it's not going to surprise anybody that's been in K-12 education in any form or way. Really trying to understand what that pathway might look like, the benefits to who, and how we can best support when we think about that huge workforce need and some of those constraints. Maybe we're trying to solve a problem we don't quite understand. We've had a lot of conversations of, is the time right to start to build a recognition program for excellence in high school cybersecurity education? So that's an overarching question that we're wrestling with as a team. So this is some of the work we have underway. I'm not going to go into too much detail here. Just realize that you may hear from us. We're looking at Wisconsin because I'm a Wisconsinite, at what's happening in Wisconsin and in cybersecurity education, as well as in computer science and information technology at the high school level. So you might hear from me. I might reach out to teachers that are on this call to learn more about interest and what's, kind of growing from things like Cyber Patriot, the National Cyber League. We have other things in terms of what we're looking at, what type of criteria and conditions that this program might look at with ultimately, is this a feasible idea at this stage? Hopefully that gives you enough of kind of a project that's happening that you may hear about in the future, either in terms of data collection or potentially a program down the road that you might in a high school want to gear toward or see best practices around or get one of those 1 to 5 stars for your program. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Jenny and Melissa. We are going to have a small program switcheroony here. Jake Miovich from Mohawk Valley Community College is going to speak next about the new national cyber competition opportunities. And then following Jake is going to be Mike Massino from Madison College to speak about NetLab's virtual environment. So Jake, you're up.
Chuck, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to visit. My name is Jake Mihivic. I am the Dean of STEM at Mohawk Valley Community College, and we have been an active contributor to the CAE community for the last 5 or 6 years, and we have a lot of lessons learned in the area of competition. So I think that what we have to share might be especially helpful for those that are thinking about competition and how it can be best applied in your area. So this is the slides that you see here are the CAE and CAE Cyber Games, and that is the national competition. But I'll start off by talking a little bit about how we got here. So the photo that you see here, the background, is of the CNY Hackathon, and we're just coming off of the CNY Hackathon. It just happened this last weekend, and it went great. Very refreshing after 3 semesters of trying to make the event work online. You all know how engagement works online. Great to be back in person. And this photo that you see is really our goal for the national competition. This is 110 students from 5 local colleges that were mixed up all day. So they were working with people that they didn't necessarily know very well. And they spent the whole day solving cyber challenges, defending virtual machines from our red team experts. And what you see there is they are teaching each other. We asked them to report out on what went well, what went poorly, and anything funny that happened to them during the day. And when they talk about what they did well and what they did poorly, you can see that students pay perfect attention and they learn so well from one another. And that's what we are really hoping to figure out a way to apply to our national competition. So the CNY Hackathon has been up and running since 2013. We are not afraid to screw things up, and we have done so year after year to the point that we have a pretty well-rounded competition and a really robust competition platform. So I'll talk a little bit about what we've learned. First is we built out our scoreboard so that students can see what services are up and running and which ones are down because the red team took them down. Every time they get a capture the flag, it hits the scoreboard right away so they see that their team is improving. And so that visualization of the scoreboard is really important. We also, 3 years ago, we migrated all of our communications within the competitions to Discord, and that's made a huge difference. Most students are already in Discord for the purposes of gaming. And so when we offer them a Discord server, they don't need to register any special way, or it's very accessible to them to just join our server. And so Discord has helped in that way. And also Discord has tons of different communications channels, and so that allows each team to have their own channel and chat how they would like, and allows us to have all of our different support channels and our discussion channels. So it's been really revolutionary. I will caution that using Discord in the classroom or in an education environment, students do see that as a gaming chat platform. So you have to make sure that they only use appropriate language and memes and videos and things like that. But other than that, it's been perfect. So we've moved to those two things. But I also want to talk briefly about managing the competitive element of a competition. And there's lots of research about how women and girls in particular aren't as motivated by competition as men and boys, and that applies to other demographics as well. So we don't want it to just be a pure competition, because it can drive people away. So what we've done, and what might be helpful at the high school level as well, is we are rewarding the behavior that we want to see. And so in the same prize amount or same prize value that we give out to the first place teams, we also give out to 2 individuals on each team that their colleagues have voted most valuable teammate, meaning the person that's helped everybody on the team the most throughout the day, and then most improved, the student that learned the most that day. And so by doing that, we've really made it so that competition isn't the central element. It's still present. It still motivates a number of our students to do well and push themselves, but it's not so prevalent in the competition that it drives away people that are less competitive. And that was a big thing that we learned. Our competition is very geared towards first-time competitors, both at the CNY hackathon level and with our national project. And in order to do that, we have to have our red team we needed our red team to evolve. And in the past, our red team was made up of industry professionals that really enjoyed crushing our students, getting into their systems and breaking them and frustrating them. We now have evolved to the point where our red team is there to help teach and support students. If they get to noon and they haven't made a lot of progress, our red team has left breadcrumbs in their systems that we can point them to, so that students are actually learning throughout the day rather than just being frustrated by the red team really making them suffer. So those are some of the lessons that we've learned. Obviously, to run a cybersecurity competition, there's a lot of heavy tech in the background. Our virtual platform is run on Proxmox and Linux. And we've greatly expanded that for our next competition, but it's I guess the best term for this context would be a dark net where nothing can get in or out. And then therefore we can use tools and techniques that are only ethically used within a confined space and not in the general public. So our local event, we piloted it regionally, and we had a bunch of schools from our CAE community join us. They loved the event, and they said it's perfect for their quote unquote B teams, for the more advanced colleges, meaning the first time students and students that we might have in common with those of you on this call. And so we engineered our national event to be a lot like our local event, that it's really targeting students that are new to competition. And our competition is now, the national event is the National CAE Cyber Games. Our goals are to keep the student experience first, focus on those students who are new to competition, make sure that the experience is formative and doesn't drive anyone away from future competitions. We want to keep that reporting out thing alive that we think has so much value. And we want faculty and students to have more tools available in their clubs to develop their skills before they compete. And that's in our sandbox that I'll show you shortly. We also are working to make it a more distributed event so that it's not just our content that we're running. We get that content from across the country. And then we are not here to compete with other competitions. There are a number of great competitions that are already out there. And our goal is to kind of be competition central, We want students to start with us, have a great first competition experience, and then see what the other competitions are like. And we hope to directly link to those other competitions so that we are sharing students and we're showing students a path from the beginner level to the advanced level of competing. So we are targeting first-time competitors. We're targeting people that sometimes aren't drawn to traditional competition. So these are some examples of our marketing campaign targeting women and girls in underserved populations, those that don't normally compete in these types of events. And our content, this is, I'm not sure how technical those of you on the call are, but these are the services that our competition asks students to defend. So as long as these services are up and running, students get to score. When they are down, they do not score, and that allows them to learn how all these services operate. Our capture the flag element is the puzzle solving that many of you may have seen at Pico CTF and other high school oriented CTFs. Ours are based on crypto exploitation and reverse engineering, so it's things that you can kind of work your way into in our sandbox. And we've also worked to try to make sure that our event is aligned with the national guidance on what students should be learning in cybersecurity. So the Centers of Academic Excellence that I'm pretty sure you've already heard about today, they have a curricular framework that we are based on, as well as the NICE framework as far as workplace skills. As an entry-level competition, we're not as focused on workforce readiness, but we're pointing towards a certain job as we build this out. So as far as faculty go, one of the things that we saw nationwide is that many faculty don't have their students engage in competitions because the faculty themselves don't feel confident that they can prepare their students. And so our sandbox includes a bunch of tutorials and actual live events and live experiences that faculty can come up to speed on pretty quickly and feel like they are doing a good job of explaining to students how to compete well. And so our sandbox is up and running. As of right now, our sandbox is restricted to just students that have a .edu email address. We're starting to get feedback from high schools that technically won't be competing in our event, but would like to use us as a resource. That .edu doesn't necessarily allow high school students to access us, so we're working on that. But as you can see here, within our sandbox, we have games like Pac-Man Ping. This is an adaptation of Pac-Man, where a student will drive a Pac-Man around a virtual network and gobble up all the challenges and challenge students to explain what they did in the video game in real life. Kind of a way to bring video games to them. But this is a virtual environment that is launched automatically by clicking on our webpage. So it's this is our practice environment. It includes tons of tutorials that are all less than 20 minutes long about basic skills of systems administration and network defense. So this sandbox has a lot of tools that might be of interest to you. As our competition rolls out, we're doing qualifiers. We're making it as easy as possible for teams to qualify because we want to be inclusive of everyone. And then we're running our regional competitions across the country every Saturday in February and March of this year, all across the country, leading up to a national finals event that will be online this year with an award ceremony at the NICE conference in Georgia in June. So in addition to all of that, I just, as a quick side note, I want to talk about the competencies movement. And so we are working on how we can evidence competencies within our competition. The biggest challenge for us is we're a team event. So how do we isolate individual performance within a team event to tell a student that they have completed certain tasks in order to earn this badge? But we are working on that. And we kind of see that as the wave of the future. We've always been able to run the CNY hackathon however we want. Our local workforce leaders give us guidance and give us challenges, but we have basically been able to say, do whatever we want with our competition. And I think in the future, all competitions are going to work towards being a place where a student can evidence the competencies that they've developed, earn a badge, put that badge on their LinkedIn profile, and really make it so that the competition isn't so much standalone, but is based on nationwide workforce frameworks and can be of real value to the student as they progress into their profession. So this is some work that we've done. This is it's still a pilot, but this is work that we've done in collaboration with John Sands and with the Insight Center at Whatcom Community College. Our summit for how community colleges play the role in cybersecurity education that we do. One of the papers that we're going to be talking about is how to do that. And here's a quick look at what we're asking students to do in order to earn a badge within our competition. So, for example, in the NICE framework, there are tasks related to cryptography. And so in this case, a student competitor needs to decrypt encrypted network data within a packet. They need to do it within the competition time frame, and they need to submit the flag. And so this is just a quick look at how we're planning to ask a student to evidence that they have met a competency. So we are in year 2 of our project, and this is the first competition year. Ideally, and hopefully our aspirational goals are that at the end of this year, 1,500 students from all of the Center of Academic Excellence schools across the country will have participated in our first competition. We're going to show them how it's not all about competition. It's also about learning and teamwork and improvement by awarding them based on those things they exhibit. We're working to get all of the challenges and everything that we have as something that will be accessible for people to practice in as they get ready for next year. And then we're going to pilot our competency validation approach. And so that is the lightning version, trying to keep the content just the things that might be relevant for this audience of the National CAE Cyber Games project that we are in the middle of and launching. And all of our partners at CAE institutions across the country are in the process of registering and getting into our sandbox to develop their skills right now as we speak. So I will stop my sharing there.
Thanks very much, Jake.
You're welcome, Chuck.
All right, any questions for Jake? All right, if you remember, if you do have any questions after or something pops into your head after, please throw it in the chat. We'll answer those. Both myself will answer those after the event is over if we need to. You can also email us. You have all of our various email addresses. All right, thank you very much, Jake. Up next.
Thanks for having me, Chuck. Have a great afternoon. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Jake. Up next is Mike Messino from Madison College talking about NetLab, the virtual environment.
Okay, I'm gonna try to share the screen here real quick. Hopefully this works. Share. Wrong information. Okay, that's not working. Let's see. I'm gonna try to share. Let's try this. It's showing up someplace I can't see this. Let's see where. Here we go. I think this one. Let's try this. Okay, there we go. Very good. Okay, just briefly here. So with the BRIM project, we developed some labs that we can push out to high schools that are based around what we've updated versions of what we're using for the Security Plus labs. Just kind of some fundamentals to give an overview of what exactly what exactly you'd be going into with a career like this. So let me see. I think this other tab. It's actually the wrong tab. That's how good I'll go. Let's try this one more time. Shit. Wrong tab. Let's try this. Still the wrong one. Hold on.
Okay, so we asked Mike, one of the problems you have with teaching cybersecurity in high schools is that you have to have a secure environment. You're not going to allow students to use things in your production number. So to have a program that's effective and that allows students to get practical, real life kind of experience, you need to have some type of sandbox and safe space that the high school students can use. And we had to make it simple so it could scale. So what we asked Mike to do was develop a series of exercises in this sandbox that were scalable, taught the critical skills that we were looking for, and then we could replicate them across the country with schools that host this environment. That's basically what Mike did. So I'll show you what we're involved.
Now, what we were taking into consideration here is what we could use for, as far as what the resources the college already had. One of the problems is if you have to deal with different hardware and downloading stuff and running different things, especially in virtual machines, that could require a bigger hard drive, more RAM, and things like that. A lot of school districts, use like Chromebooks, which are just a minimal machine. This will work perfect on that. Whatever they have for a laptop, this will work on, even older ones. So it's entirely web-based. Everything's built in. Like John was saying, it's all sandbox. So what the student would do in the classroom or at home, they get the same experience in the classroom, at home, wherever they want to do this from. They would just come in to make a lab reservation. There'll be the list of labs is here. Again, depending on their login, you can expand, you can add labs, take labs away, build different environments. So for example, if we were going to investigate man-in-the-middle attacks, we'll just bring this up. You can see there's a whole classroom right here. They would just select one of the pods. Let's do 10 here. Just set, an amount of time they want to go. We'll just set it for 5:30, whatever that is. All right, and then it's going to bring up an environment, a lab environment for the student. Give this thing just a second.
Environment is that teacher can go in and help a student in a different location. They can be in the same environment. So it's somewhat unique, and you don't need any special software. All you need is something with a simple Chromebook.
Exactly. So we build the servers and build the lab materials right around that. So to go into one of these machines, you would just click on the picture, and then you'd log in. All right, and once you're in, the content is right here. So we can check the drop down, and here's the lab right here. So you can go in and just walk through the steps in the lab and follow along. And like even in the remote environment like we're currently in, as an instructor, you get that view that I just saw with all the machines in the classroom. So you can it's almost like being able to come up and look over their shoulder. You can type in, you can chat through WebEx or whatever. And also another thing that I've found really useful with this is, let's say a student asks a question in class while they're in class. Well, I can pull their pod up on the screen, and basically we can work back and forth through it, and the rest of the class can actually, benefit from that troubleshooting. Generally, if one student manages to destroy something, 3 other students in the class have already done that, but just aren't going to say anything. So it's really been a pretty useful environment. And again, I think probably one of the goals of this is going to be to train high school teachers up on the environment, on the labs, and then we just deploy it so students can log in and basically work in the lab environment, do the labs in the lab environment. All right, is there any questions on it?
The beauty is there's over 300 schools now. The ability to scale it. Most schools will be interested.
Is there any conversation in Wisconsin about building a cyber range?
Yeah,
Uh,
cyber range.
Yeah.
There's several. I
We
think.
have, yeah, we have more than one.
Okay. Do any of your high schools participate in them?
And Oshkosh, they're just starting to, and
Just start.
through it. Oh, he stepped out. I'm not sure if Whitewater. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Figure out. I can just stop sharing here. I'm just gonna get out of there. There we go. Right. Yeah.
Wow. Wham bam. Mike's done. Thanks, Mike. So that was Mike Messino from NetLab's virtual environment, or presenting NetLab's virtual environment. And now we will hear from Tony Brown with the National Cybersecurity Programs of Study or Pathways of Study Registry. Tony?
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. All right. So, I'd like to thank you guys for coming out today. I'm Tony Brown, the department chair for the Davis iTech Cybersecurity System or Security Center here at Forsyth Technical Community College in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And I am here to talk about the K12 National Directory that we've been working with Moraine Valley Community College. I'm going to try to share my screen. Appreciate it. All right, so we have a national directory, and what this is going to allow students or high school students, counselors, high school teachers, and parents to do is to look at all of the CAE schools in the nation. If you've got a particular school that you're interested in your state, hopefully you'll have your information and put it in. And the students can look for the institutions by state. So if we're looking at, this will be what's kind of sort of what the website looks like once we get everything transferred. So I'm going to have a message here. Hey, high school students or parents or counselors, choose your state to see what type of career and college pathways that this college or university of your choice has in mind. So you click on your state. Then you choose your state that you're interested in. So I'm gonna go to North Carolina because I know that one definitely has some information in it. So once I click on North Carolina, then I will get a list of all of the CAE-based institutions in North Carolina. So we got Alamance Community College, got a couple of links here, East Carolina, Fayetteville Tech again. We've got Forsyth Tech, which is where I'm from. We've got other universities and colleges as well. So for example, if I'm a student here in Winston-Salem or Stokes County, and I'm interested in Forsyth Tech's career and college pathways or their IT cybersecurity certificate, I can simply click on this link and it's going to give me all the technical career path information that I need. So for our CCP program, not only do we have cybersecurity, but we've got a host of other CCP programs as well. So students can click on that link, or they can click and see directly how we have our certificate set up. So they click on this link here, and that will give them direct information for the career and college promise for our cybersecurity certificate. So it's going to give them all this information here. And on that previous page that I showed you guys, just for Forsyth Tech, it will show you all the information that you need in order to get involved into the program. So that's what we have for students on their side. For the institution sides, in order for you to get involved into this program, need to click on the other link here. If I can get to it. There we go. All right, so you'll have a different way to get in. Again, once we get everything finalized, it will all be under one site. Hopefully it'll be under the CAE site. But in order for institutions to be involved into this program, you go to this site here, and let's see what I can put that in chat right quick. But that will be the link that you will need to click on in order to get your institution into our system. So the very first thing you do is you would update your institution information. And then you can search your institution to see whether you have any information in number 1 and number 2 to see if that information is correct. So I'll type in, we'll just go with air. So that should, I believe, should give me Air Force and a couple of other ones. So I'll click here. I've got the Air Force Institute of Technology, Fairleigh Dickinson University, Laura Colfax, and a couple of others. Now, with all of these, they do not have any information. So now I know they don't have any information. So now I can go to step 2. We'll go to step 2. Now I can add in the information for Air Force Institute of Technology. So first you put in your name. Next, you put in your email address. And you click on submit. So that's going to put you into the database just for that information. Then you can start putting in your paths. So before we had one path, and then we showed this to a couple of folks, and they said that they had several paths within their institutions. So we gave you the choice of up to 6 paths. If you have more than 6 paths, just let us know and we can add in more if we need to. So from here, if you have some type of college and career promise program, or do you have some type of program where high school students can start taking your classes in high school, that's the name of the program that you would put here. So I'll just call it high school transition. Put in the URL. Then for our cybersecurity program, you just put in your cybersecurity program name and then your URL. Again, just for an example. Then you put in the URL.
What we're going to ask every CA institution now is go ahead and put in the career pathways that are currently available. And then ultimately we'll be able to share this with teachers and students and parents and whoever, if they're looking for, a pathway from your high school to the universities that have agreements. Initially, this is just, this was funded through the CAE program, so it's going to have every CAE institution in the country.
Correct. And I will get to that in a second if you do not have your CAE program in our database. So in other words, anyways, we click on edit, and that is now going to put you into our system. So you'll see your program name, you'll see your cybersecurity program name. And again, if you have any other ones, we'll list that as well. So now this is what it's going to look like on that front page whenever you go to the kids section, or excuse me, for the student section. So I think where we were, Air Force, where is that located? So that's in Ohio. So click here, I'll find Ohio. And again, if someone is interested in the Air Force institution, now we've got our high school program, and we also got our cybersecurity program based on Air Force. So that's kind of how the database works. If your institution is not in our database, if you've gone in and looked at this and you've done a search and you don't see your institution, so again, you click on this link here, and that's the link that I have inside of the chat right now. If you don't see your institution, what you can do is you can click right up under the search button, click here to complete the form. You'll get this form here where you can put in all of your information, your institution information, the address, city, state, zip code, and the main website for your institution. Once we get that information, we'll send you an email back confirming it, and then you can start putting in your program pathways.
And the idea is we'll go state by state. So we'll have a meeting statewide with all the Wisconsin CAEs and sort of walk you through the process of registering your schools and your articulation programs.
Correct.
Did you have a question?
During articulation programs of pathways?
Yes, what we want to basically do is recognize, like some are statewide, so we'll have a statewide one. But other ones are institution, so they'll be able to look those up. And yes, that's what we want to do.
Yeah. So for example, I've got one institution in here, I believe that they're statewide programs and they have like a pathway for each one of their colleges. So I think they probably have like 12 or 13 different. That's something that we have to go in and physically edit it, put in those different pathways. But that's what we're talking about. Any pathway that's connected to that institution needs to be in this database so students can see it.
Yeah, as we build this, we'll refine it. But the idea, first of all, is to capture all this information and then figure out what are some of the best ways to show it. I mean, what we have right now is sort of rudimentary as far as how you'll be able to look it up. But the idea is like you mentioned earlier about, a student goes into advisor, wants to know, about these programs. Now you could tell them where they could transfer to, what dual credit programs are available, how many credit hours do they earn on that pathway, and so on. That was the idea behind this. Okay.
Right.
Anything else, Tony?
That's about it. That's about it. Just
right.
again, click on that link. And if you have any other questions or you have any issues with this, I'm going to put my email address in the chat as well.
So the first year was really coming up with the idea and then developing the database. And actually we're converting a previous database. And the second year will now be to register all the schools. So that's the goal behind it.
Right. Right.
Okay.
All right. That's it. I appreciate it, folks. Again, let me know if you have any questions or if you need any help.
Thanks very much, Tony.
You're welcome.
All right. And we are kind of at the tail end of our list here. And Dan Manson is up next. Dan, are you there? Dan is going to be talking to us about the high school cyber talk program. Dan, the show is yours. Take it away.
All right, everybody can hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to bring up the K12 Cyber Talk page. Thank you for having me today. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak with you. The only thing better would be being with you in person. I look forward to getting back to that. Here is our K12 Cyber Talk page. Everybody can see the page?
Mm-hmm.
So this is part of a grant that John Sands is leading on establishment of a national K12 cybersecurity pipeline. And one of the things I believe strongly in is peer learning, that students can benefit from teaching each other as much as us older folks teach them. And sometimes the best role we can play as teachers is more facilitators and coaches. So with that, we created a show. This is a half-hour show we had last year. We had 14 episodes, and we're going to ramp up the show again next month. So this is some information about the show. By the way, the URL is a simple one. It's k12cybertalk.org. I strongly encourage you to check it out, k12cybertalk.org. And this was our mission, and these were our goals: to provide a welcoming environment for K-12 students to learn and explore cybersecurity and its many different career options and opportunities. Our goals were to produce webcast shows that raise awareness about the importance of cybersecurity, that empower K-12 students to pursue a career in cybersecurity, to inform K-12 students of opportunities within education on career pathways, to help build a community of K-12 stakeholders interested in cybersecurity. And you are definitely at the heart of the stakeholder community. I really am proud of all the work that you're doing in Wisconsin and the work that you're doing with John. Increase diversity, inclusion, and equity within the cybersecurity community, change the lives and habits of individuals unaware of cybersecurity. There are a lot of schools that are unaware of the opportunities in K-12 cybersecurity, and there are a lot of teachers that are intimidated about trying to get in. And they may say, that's important, but I didn't know how to do it, and I'd be afraid to jump in. So part of this show is to make it easier to take those steps, both as teachers and as students. And this is my favorite one, to increase participation in cybersecurity competitions and other extracurricular learning experiences. I've been involved with Cyber Patriot for the past 10 years. We, along with LA Unified School District, created the middle school part of Cyber Patriot competition. I've also been involved with a competition called National Cyber League for the last 10 years. And today, National Cyber League, you can play starting in 9th grade. There are other K-12 competitions that are very important and worthwhile. Pico CTF, the one out of Carnegie Mellon, is one I highly recommend. So here's the team we have last year. And you can see I'm there with a very old picture, but Carissa Kim was the glue for our show. Carissa was the first female All-American in Cyber Patriot. And to be able to do that, you have to take your team to the finals 4 years in a row. And Carissa's team went to the Cyber Patriot finals 4 years in a row. She's now at UC Berkeley, and she still is a key aspect of this show. Sydney Duong has done a lot of good work in high school. The thing that I wanted to show you, these are young people that have had all these accomplishments and they're not in college yet. Sydney is a freshman this fall at Cal Poly Pomona. Anna is still in high school. No, Anna is graduated this year, but she graduated in June and she's going to USC. Timothy is still in high school. Deja graduated from college. I believe she's at Cal State San Bernardino. Then we have Bethany. Bethany's from Missouri. Jacob is from Southern California, and has entered Cal Poly Pomona this fall. Sky is still in high school, and Anusha is still in high school. But look at, Anusha was in 9th grade last year. So I believe the sweet spot for getting your students started in this is 6th grade, because Anusha started playing Cyber Patriot in 6th grade. She played 3 years, 6th to 8th grade. She was in 9th grade when we did the show. Now she's going into 10th grade. And there are things I just love to see. So this is a 9th grader. Specializes in Linux, knows the basics for Windows and Cisco as well. Looking for another great year of competing Cyber Patriot, enhancing her skills in Ubuntu. So the shows that we had covered cybersecurity, cryptography, competitions, coaches and mentors, a group that was also started by a couple high school students called Neo Cyber Institute. We had Cisco networking opportunities, CA competitions. We really covered the gamut, including the Ring project, John's project that he's covered. I want to be able to show you a clip. I think I have a few minutes. I'll just show you a piece of the show. So this was our last show that we did. I'm going to skip around to show you the different segments of the show. So here we have the show number 14 that's going to come up.
The show has 4 segments. So
yes, we have segments called Cyber Bits, which is the news segment. We have a hands-on technology segment. We have a interview segment, and we have an opportunity segment. So that's what I'm going to skip around and show you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Krista Kim, and you're watching K12 Cyber Talk, where we want you to stay aware to show you care. We're thrilled to have you here today, our very last show for this season. In fact, we have some very wonderful content just for you. Just a friendly reminder, we are live every other Tuesdays at 8 p.m. EST or 5 p.m. PST. To check out all of our past videos from this season, make sure to follow our social media and website at www.k12.
So that's the opening, and then we have a little bit of bantering, and I'll go over to the technology statement.
Section, we'll be doing an eMates demo. So I'll be sharing my screen so you guys can see the demo.
What is the truth about cryptocurrency? 21st century unicorn? Currency of the future?
So this one was on crypto.
Demo on cryptocurrency. I hope it was very informative for people who are interested in learning more about cryptocurrency or the blockchain system. Moving on to the next section.
Now we're going to be interviewing our guest here today, Eric Larson. So hi, Eric. Can you briefly introduce yourselves and your background in information technology?
Hi, Tim. Hey, crew. My name is Eric Larson. I actually live in Raleigh, North Carolina. So I'm on the East Coast talking to the West Coast today, and it's great to be here. I've worked for the last 10 years at CompTIA. We're the IT Trade Association. We're global. I work specifically for the charity that CompTIA started over 20 years ago called Creating IT Futures. And my deep background is journalism. So my approach in my career has been to help sort of translate technical topics for sort of the average person, which eventually led me to this nonprofit that actually helps bring more people who are new.
So a little bit more on that interview.
Together, which is around developing one's writing skills. Okay, if you can develop your writing skills, you can have some success you ordinarily might not. You know, it's on the web. It's an amazing way, obviously, to get information out to the world, to show your own credibility, to persuade, to engage and draw others people into your into whatever you're trying to encourage them to do. So I would say that that's.
And let me go ahead to the last segment.
Cyber Show made many great advice and points.
Thank you, Timothy. I've really enjoyed it. Thanks for having me.
Now we will have Anna with opportunities in CompTIA certification.
So I'm going to be talking about CompTIA certification as related to Mr. Larson. So CompTIA has 4 different certification pathways that you guys can pursue. These include core, infrastructure, cybersecurity, and additional career paths. And the basic CompTIA certification is A+. It's an entry-level certification that is generally earned by computer service technicians. And like Tim and Bethany were talking about, they have taken the test before and have passed and gotten the certification. In order to obtain a certification, an individual must pass an exam that demonstrates the individual's knowledge and skill in operating, installing, customizing, and maintaining computers. And as Timothy did say, and like I said earlier, a few of my friends have reflected on their experience taking the exam. The software part of the exam is actually really similar to Cyber Patriot. So for those of you who are involved with Cyber Patriot or maybe NPL or just cyber in that sense, may want to give that certification a shot. For those of you in middle school or high school looking to kind of buff your resume or just add a little bit to it, I definitely recommend that you give the A+ certification a try. The website to the CompTIA information will be posted on the blog afterward, and you can also look into the different exams that you take. So.
Okay, so that's the show, and that's the talent we had delivering the show. Do you have any questions?
And we would love to have someone from Wisconsin as a host. We're still looking for a couple more hosts, so they have to put in a audition video, and we'll be changing them, you know, as each season changes. But we'll start this year. We're started recording next month, and the shows will show from January to May.
Whole great year.
Yeah. Yeah, these are high school kids talking to high school kids, so I don't know if you'll fit in there with that. Yeah.
I really think it's important to have peers teaching peers in cyber. It's the reason I think that clubs do so well, because in a club it's peer-to-peer learning, and the faculty becomes, facilitator, and if it's a competition, the faculty becomes a coach. So I'm a firm believer in peers teaching.
And you talk about an opportunity for a high school student to have something on their college application. This is a great thing, hosting a full season of a cyber show that do want to get into a cyber program. I mean, a great opportunity. So, and by the way, they are paid a small stipend because we expect, every week they have specific hours they have to do things and so on. So, yeah. All right, Dan, anything else? I think.
No, that's it. If you want to reach out to me, I'm easy to find on LinkedIn. I'll put my email in the chat, or John can give it to you. My email is dmanson@cpp.edu. And here, now I can put it in so everyone can see it.
John or Dan, can you repeat the ask? Get what we're looking for.
We're looking for another, we usually have 5 or 6 kids that host a show. There's 4 segments. We'll have one kid that hosts each one of the segments. Then we have a lead, and then we have sort of a person that floats between them. So right now we've got enough to run the next season, but we're looking probably for a couple more kids, but we're trying to get them from across the country. So we don't like last year, Dan just had, yeah. Well, we've got 8th grader that I believe was he was 8th grader. You submitted. So it looks like she's going to make the show this year. And the kids are from all over the country. So that's the idea. We don't want it just to be all California kids or Virginia or whatever. But it's worked out well. Dan and Christina put a lot of time in working with the kids and getting it going, but the show's gotten better and better, each episode. But it's a way for kids to talk to other kids and learn about opportunities and after school activities, extracurricular activities, things like that. So, all right. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
All right. Should we do a 5-minute break? 10-minute break? Okay. Yeah. So we'll do a 10-minute break and then we'll go into the last segment. So, all right.
Thank you. Usually better at that. What it is. Yeah, but the way it was.
I wanted that. I wanted it because it's making like, you know, it's no, I'm talking to you know, personal type and then, oh, you do this, yeah, you know, so as long as you kind of lay out, okay, that's. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Roll pod out here so we can like correct the firewall. All this.
All right. Well, we're going to start, I guess you could call it the second part of the summit right now. And with that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Alan Greenberg again, CISO from Department of Administration in Wisconsin. And he's going to talk about State Cyber Education Innovation Day.
Mine's going to be a little bit easier because we're a little bit behind, so I'm going to modify a lot. So you just leave up this slide and that'll be it. So first one I want to do, we left off one of the centers of excellence in the state. Roger, if you're online, if you can please to go ahead and talk a little bit about Whitewater and your program. If you can encapsulate, talk quickly in about a 5-minute or so brief about what you do. Roger, if you're talking, you're on mute. Whitewater, are you there? Okay, maybe not. So we won't talk about Whitewater for that part, but I will say that in Whitewater, they do have a academic center. They are also building a cyber range that is going in place. So that's one of 2 in the state. We have a cyber range at Oshkosh that is going to be working with K12s and be available. We are planning on the Whitewater one to be available for different organizations throughout the state. So we have some resources available when we talk about the virtual training and virtual opportunities. That's the kind of thing that we're trying to set up across the board. The other ones that I want to highlight that are not part of education that you would think of are 2 organizations. Part of why we're successful in collaboration in the state are groups like InfraGard and WICTRA. So InfraGard works on critical infrastructure for us, but also partners throughout the state to bring in businesses as well as colleges, partner with some of the high schools. They do a fabulous job. Jay, if you're on the line, if you could just say hi and give a 30-second shout out about you.
Hello, and I will start the timer. I'm Jay Fernandez, president of Wisconsin chapter of InfraGard, and we are a national organization, a 501c dedicated to the collaboration and communication of public and private sector as it pertains to the resilience of the 16 chapters of resilience, or 16 sectors of resilience. And we attempt to unite both information as well as awareness for what we do on a daily basis within the 16 chapters of resilience.
And I will also add a plug-in that they're trying to do is be able to embed cybersecurity in other areas of education. So if Dan Manson's still on, I'll give you a shout out because I copied what he did from Cal Poly Pomona from years ago, where during their energy classes that they had, they embedded a 2-week session about cybersecurity and energy. And taking that as a lesson learned, if that's one of the things that InfraGard is trying to do for all of the different 16 sectors, whether it's agriculture, energy, et cetera, about embed in the education pieces, a short brief about cybersecurity, because it's embedded in everything we do. The second shout out I'd like to do is to WICTRA. Jerry, I don't know if you're online. If you could go ahead, you or one of your reps, if they're online, you could give a quick 30-second shout out about the things you're doing and the partnering with K12s. And I may not have a Jerry online. Okay, well, short shout out then for him. Part of the building of the cyber range up in Oshkosh for the K12 partnering is a direct result of WICTRA. WICTRA is also has available instructors in being able to assist in the K12 area and college area about being able to teach about cybersecurity and bring to bear other resources to be able to help us across the state. And I'm bringing up those groups because of the partnership within Wisconsin. There are other assets that we have available to be able to reach out immediately within the community. A couple of other things that I'd like to talk about very quickly. We do offer assessments starting next year to be able to go out to different education places as well as cities and counties to talk about cybersecurity assessments. So not an audit, but to come out and assess where you at, what's this policies, procedures, technology, and be able to help you identify what's good, what's bad, what's ugly. The really nice parts is we also stick around to help you on how do you plan out, how do you make the good even better? How do you fix the bad, and how do you make the ugly beautiful to be able to do different things as you go forward? And want to know that starts after the first of the year. That'll be jointly done between the CRT teams and the state so that we can be able to help you as you go forward. That's an infrastructure piece, but that's also a resource when we get on site to be able to bring in students, to be able to talk to people about cybersecurity. The other ones to talk about, adult education. We are working within the UW system to bring in vendors, a little bit like the Palo Alto Academy, so that we can have adult education classes at colleges. And why are we doing that? Everybody's got money for college education. That's different than training money. It's the right color of money, if you will, for being able to do things. So we're trying to get that embedded and have that available for like a 1-hour college class for people to be able to do this. I've done this in other places before. All of the vendors are super interested. We're going through the, I would term it lightly, the bureaucracy to get everything approved, because you have to get a class approved to teach it within the UW system. So we're trying to get that approved and have that available for anyone to be able to take that type of class and get college credit, and then you get paid through continuing education funds. Additionally, we do have internships available across the board, across the state, both in state agencies as well as we know within cities, counties. So as one of the things that we're trying to do is formalize that a lot better so that we can go ahead and have those opportunities for students to be able to do things, whether they're high school or college. So we give them the opportunity to get hands-on learning across the board. We're the infancy of getting that started. We're doing good on the state agency side of the house, a little bit easier because that's kind of under my control, but we're trying to go ahead and spread that out through all cities and counties, because one of the things we're short on across the board is having IT people, IT security people be available, even if it's simple basic tasks, because it's a win for the student. They get something on the resume, they get training and education, and it's a win for the city county because they get a chance to sit back and get some real-time learning. The other one, last two parts to mention. We are going to do a Women in Cybersecurity conference. That will be next spring, April, May timeframe. UW and the state are going to jointly host that. We're trying to finalize up a facility to be able to do that as soon as we get those dates established, because cybersecurity is one of those areas they don't care about you in terms of how you look, who you are, all those pieces. All they care about is, are you good at it? And you got room to grow. And so we want to go ahead and open up opportunities that are there in the diversity side of the house. So we can do that. Hosting a Women in Cybersecurity conference, really good. We do have some, some powerful speakers lined up. Senior Vice President Northrop Grumman, former CIO, state of Massachusetts. Trina Zenow, who is our CIO for the state of Wisconsin, are among the speakers we're going to have, but also panels and work groups to be able to do that. So that will be in the spring. More news to follow. And then for any of the schools, if you would like me to go ahead and remotely to talk to your students, please reach out to me. Have been doing the recruiting piece and talking about cybersecurity for a long time. I won't say how long, except to say I was one of the original group in 1999 that was working with the CAEs. So yeah, now I feel old. But I am available to be able to talk that, and have worked in a variety of different industries to include state education, energy, DOD, et cetera. And am more than willing to be able to talk to any of the schools and students across the board in Wisconsin. Glad to do that. If I could do it in person, would love to do that because it's a little bit more personalized for different things. So would be glad to do that. So I've gone through all of those quickly rather than go through all the slides. You can look at the slides at your leisure for being able to do this, but I really want the emphasis about the education side of the house because that's what this is about. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Annette Smith, who's been a fabulous partner and is the cybersecurity education lead over at DPI.
So much like Alan, I'm going to just highlight a few things that I've seen today and that I've heard today, and address a few of the questions that educators have been texting to me as we've gone on throughout the day. So first, I just want to thank you for attending. This morning, you heard from my direct supervisor, Tessa Schmidt, about DPI and why we think this is important. And I want to talk about the how and what is it that we can do at DPI. And we really see our role as a connector, as getting all of these resources organized and connected, and also as an advocate for the voice from the field and making sure that I'm speaking to the educators in the audience now and everyone else, that your voices and their voices are heard. And I also want to say just, wow, I was part of building the agenda and I still didn't understand the breadth and depth of the resources that are out there and available to our schools and our students and our libraries. So just a couple of examples that came to mind as we were talking today. Our libraries have really leaned into coding, right? We see a lot of code.org clubs, girls code clubs across our state and our public libraries. What a perfect extension, right? This is. So right there, we see an opportunity, a way to get started. As I was walking down the hall to the restroom here in the building, past the sign on the door, there's a Cisco Networking Academy going on. Rebecca talked about that this morning and I smiled when I saw it. So here in Wisconsin, I know many school districts have those academies. So we've started. I mean, these things are happening in our schools. And libraries, we just have to figure out how to grow, how to build, and how to help those that have not started get started. So that takes us to how do you start? What do you need to think about? And the first thing that I'm going to say is we have to think about resources differently, because the human being is a resource also. So really thinking differently about that. And DPI can help with that. We can help with organizing and facilitating conversations. We can help with thinking about how do you support the learner right? Maybe it's a public library. Maybe it's a community center. What are the ways you work to support those learners? And really helping to build that idea of this is about cooperating, collaborating, and leaning on others. If you haven't caught anything from today, nobody can do this in isolation and alone. It's just not how the world works. It's not how cyber attacks work, and it's not how cybersecurity works. So what is the role? What is the role of the state? Helping to organize and align the resources. That's our role. We should be doing that. We have a tool in our state called WiseLearn. We can be organized in putting these resources together for you. We can help with the alignment of those resources. We can provide and partner around providing PD. That's our role. We can help find funds, right? We can help connect you to funding sources to do that kind of work. And we can also carry the voice of the reality of what's happening out in our schools. And I know people have heard it, but I have sat in meetings where people are like, we just need them to do this. So, right? Our schools what's happening in our schools is unprecedented. And they told us last year how hard it was. It's nothing compared to how hard this year is. Teachers are leaving in droves. And when I say droves, I mean droves. They are leaving. And I don't blame them. There are not human beings in our schools to get the PD. And even if they are there, they're doing the best job they can right now. And to ask them to do this is an ask too much. And I think this is one of the most important things we can do. So don't think I take saying that lightly. I need to advocate for what's happening in their lives every day, and they can't do this. So our job is to tell that reality and then think differently, right? So how do you do this if you don't have a computer science program, right? What do? Okay, maybe you reach out, tell us, push back against every single person that presented today, said, tell us what you need. Okay, you need humans. How do we come up with mentors, partners, alternative pathways, interns, right? Ask for funding for that. That's our job. That's every person who stood up here today. That's our job. DPI is here to support the conversation, to listen, to build those connections, and to help implement statewide solutions. As Melissa and Jenny shared, these are not the solution that we might provide today might not be the right solution tomorrow. This is changing, and it's changing quickly, and it's not a one-size-fits-all answer. This is not, we're going to give you a set of curriculum checkpoints and that's what that's not what this is. These are complex, hard problems to solve. And for somebody like me, I'm actually going to tell you, that's what makes it exciting. That's why I love this work so much, because I don't want a checkpoint of things, right? I want to be helping our kids learn how to think differently, learn how to solve real problems, and to engage in the work that matters to our society. So look around today. Look around at all the people that were in the conversation. Look around the people that are in the room. If you're, for those of you not in the room, you should be connected to all of those names also. We are listening. We want to connect all of these sectors together with you as partners, not telling you what to do, but working as partners. So tell us, be honest, ask your questions, push against the assumptions that you've heard. And I know I don't have my glasses on, so I can't really see how people in the room look. But I believe, based on sitting in this room all day and watching the chat online, that these people care and want to help and will listen and partner. That's why we're here. That's what we do. And I'm going to wrap up with a call out to somebody I hope is also still virtually online. And Jen, if you're out there, Jen is the president, or not, she's the outgoing president, but she leads the professional development program for the Wisconsin Educational Technology Leader Association. And we've partnered with them for the past 3 years to offer a series of trainings that wrap up with a tabletop. And we do this every year. The materials are out there. Anyone can attend this. It's free. It is paid for by the organization. It's their one, the 3 virtual events lead up, and then the tabletop is face-to-face. And Jen, if you're online, if you could post that in the chat. If it doesn't show up in the chat, who's ever putting together the 1 page of resources to share out, I have a link for that. So again, I want to thank you for including us in your event, for creating such amazing resources for us, and for caring so much. Thank you.
So this is a little bit unscripted time right now. So any colleges, any of the UW system, or any of the municipality cities, or anyone online, if you would like to go ahead and talk a little bit about your needs and your pieces that you would have, that you want to talk about. Go ahead, take it. And I have like never heard of this group ever being this quiet before. Our way. So the yeah, the
All of the different programs, because otherwise, do you?
Somewhat transcripted.
okay, hang on. Let me repeat as we're going. So the question is about high school students getting college credit. So we talked about the dual enrollment.
Dual enrollment and dual credit. We have 3 programs at our college. We have dual enrollment, so they attend at our college.
Like they're a high school student, but they attend a college class.
In a cohort, in a basically a special program. We have transcripted credits.
Is that dual credit? That means they take a high school class and they get credit for it?
Yes, but the teacher has to have the right certifications in order to teach. Yeah, the minimum credits, yeah.
High school students like with the right background to be able to take college credits.
So is it formally known as transcripted credit then? Is that the way you?
That's how we refer to
Some of the colleges call it transcripted credit.
Okay.
And I'll get back with the official titles of each of these. That's why I said I can't give you the official titles, but I can get those on our sheet.
Okay. And the third one is Start College Now, and that's might be our area, but if a high school doesn't have a class, that covers what the student wants, they can then take that class at a college and get paid for it.
And then the other one is Start College Now, which is if the high school doesn't offer a class, then they can go ahead, do that at a college and potentially get paid for the class. So those are the three methods, John.
And these also exist within the technical colleges and, right, it's not just the university systems, they exist.
This was at a technical college, that's all that's my
There
word,
are
sorry.
university systems.
So do you have
Resources
community
also.
colleges and technical colleges or just technical colleges?
Technical colleges, as far as I know, right?
Well, the two-year UW system school too, but
So we have the question of, do we have, what colleges, universities do we have? We have technical colleges, we have 2-year in the UW system, and we have 4-year in the UW system.
So are the 2-year in the UW system first 2 years or last 2 years?
first.
Yeah.
But I've been in North and I will get on the official resources, what the titles of the programs are.
Okay. And then I had another question. Do you have a formal adopted career clusters statewide program?
For
Back when a lot of states adopted a statewide career cluster program where they identify which clusters they recognize within the state.
So the question is, do we have a formal,
Right, we're a local decision state, so it's not for math and science, yeah.
and hang on a second.
Literacy, we don't have that. I think, I was trying to get at what exactly you're asking. I'm hoping that I'm asking.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I mean, what I'm asking is that back in the 1990s, the Department of Education had this career clusters program. Yeah. Common Core, no, not Common Core, career clusters. The career clusters program. And yeah, for CT.
Thank you.
What a lot of states did is they had a formal recognition of what those career clusters would be in that state. And I've always searched for it in Wisconsin. I've never been able to find it. Like Kentucky, you can look it up and see exactly what it is.
Let me pass the mic, so that way the folks online can.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to answer that question, but we're a local control state and really we only have, we mandate almost nothing compared to most states. It's up to the local district. Right, but they're not the path, she asked about career pathways. We have career pathways, but again, those aren't mandated. There's no
There's not a
state
statewide
adoption.
recognize which ones you.
No, right, but yes, we have career pathways, we have, all those resources are built out and all those resources are available to our districts. It's up to the district what they choose to adopt and move forward.
Okay. And I have one more question, Alex. No, that's, I know Wisconsin has a statewide articulation program, right? But does cybersecurity included in that or is it just gen ed or is it any vocational? How's that work?
In the articulation program?
Right.
Right, this goes back to the career pathways and we build out recommendations. And right now, cyber isn't in that.
Okay.
We just had, so each year there's an advisory that meets with our PPI team. Jess is the person who does this, and I don't think she's still online, or she would have already said it. Now, what are you talking about? But we just had our meeting a few weeks ago, made new recommendations, and so now those, and they include business leaders from across the state. Cyber came up again and again and again, along with healthcare, and so I think we'll see those
So
things.
is there an opportunity for it or is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll see it in there. I think it'll be in this new updated round. Every year it gets an update.
Can we have CS competency, their standard?
They're standards, recommended standards. Yep.
Yeah.
Right. I just want to be really clear because we get in a lot of trouble at DPI if we aren't really clear
Same as us.
that we have recommendations.
Yeah. I mean, I could ask one more. Okay?
Yeah.
No,
That's
I
one
feel
else.
like it's sometimes.
So I have a general ecosystem question that I'm sure I know the answer to. But are there any initiatives in your state right now trying to either keep K-12 educators in the classroom or B, retool, reskill retiring military
industry and get them into the classroom? Are there any statewide programs at this point, just for our ones?
I can't speak to the military one. I think, Beth, can you, or retooling for licensing?
So, not the retooling, but, so what districts, and I know the state as well, are looking at is more of, their induction programs and how they retain teachers. So, and through their induction programs that they're building, you know, they're trying to have these critical conversations with new teachers and bring them up. So as far as veteran teachers, it's all through, again, local, I believe, professional learning and the capacity that they believe their teachers can retool. So there's a lot of professional development and innovation and things like that, but it's really up to either the personal, the individual decision, or the district.
I just want to follow up with this because we have our state superintendent is an elected position. We have a brand new state superintendent. And one of her initiatives is getting and retaining quality teachers and bringing more diversity into the teaching force of our state. And so I know right now there is a work group that is focused on that as a goal. And so I would anticipate we are going to see initiatives and funding follow that, but it is not in place yet. She came into office July 1st. Yes.
And I will say there is a state initiative, and a state ongoing piece about bringing veterans back to the state. So it doesn't matter what industry, what skill set that they have, whether it's a teacher, in manufacturing, law enforcement, whatever it may be, to offer opportunities back to veterans. And so at least on the state government and most of the local governments, they offer, that veterans, understanding for being able to come back in to things. So that is part of the effort that's there.
Thanks.
Another one, John?
I'll ask one more because it's part of what we're trying to learn as part of these, and that's cybersecurity taught in the high schools. Would it typically be categorized under CTE, or would it be on the academic side? Would they be business teachers, technology teachers? How would the enforcements work? Has any of that been looked at?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the answer to that is all, because it's wherever they have a human being who can and will do it and where it fits. So we've seen it in math, we've seen it in CTE, we've seen it in IT, we've seen it in computer science, we've seen it I've seen it in a science program, I have seen it. So I know an art teacher who taught some of that. So library, oh my gosh, you see it in STEM, you see it in the maker spaces and the school libraries. So it is wherever, it's very human centric is how I would phrase that, to where it fits and where there's a person who has a passion or an interest. So in our schools, you're going to see it in all of those places. I've even seen an IT director running a program that was like a club, but they got credits for it. And they had a teacher, like an assistant principal who was the teacher record, so they could give credit. So there's a lot of creative problem solving out there to get this in the programs.
To piggyback on what John said, so how would a high school or how would an instructor get this started? Is it an instructor-led thing? Is it a
state endorsement?
A state endorsement, is it a district-led thing? Is it an instructor thinking, maybe a librarian or maybe an art teacher, I want to teach cybersecurity, so they go do that? How does that ball get rolling?
Well, all course credits have to fit into the approved course credit catalog, and it gets submitted. The course gets built, it gets approved by the school board, it gets submitted to DPI as accredited course and where it fits in the program. If there's a clear process for how you add a course to a school district and what their internal, and then adding it into their credits. They go up through and again, can come from all different directions.
Okay.
Okay.
So I was just going to add that, because, I think that you're getting at is probably what department. So what Annette is saying is that really it's something that we want to infiltrate through every teacher is talking about this because everybody has now access to digital tools and resources. But as far as a department, I mean, that really is up to, again, the local district and then their process of their credit requirements. We've seen now that financial literacy, it wasn't, I don't know, Annette, was it a state initiative, financial, or was it local?
Actually, I think that got pushed through the legislature as an unfunded mandate,
Okay,
which is why, by the way, you don't see many of those.
right. So thinking about cybersecurity, I mean, I kind of equate it to financial literacy. So how do we get this to be like an intro course, at least intro level in every high school? And then if they want to continue down that path, then you have some of those more advanced courses. And then Annette had, we were just saying, because I get so excited about this, it's like, can I start sharing this? And Annette's like, hold your horses, Beth, because let's start talking about some possibilities. And one of her possibilities was, could we have mentors across the, because that human capital, like she was talking about, it's such a resource and we're kind of getting depleted. So can we reach out and have some programming across the nation that can help support these courses? Not necessarily that they have to come from the district pot, so to speak.
Because Beth and I had such a short, quick conversation.
Yes.
We talked, it also is a lot like when we talk about digital literacy. Digital literacy should be taught, and right, like my granddaughter started learning about that in for pre-K 4. They learn about it and it's embedded, but it took us years to get that embedded through, pre-K 4 all the way up through high school. And really even in technical colleges, if you take a class, there's a lot that goes into that in terms of literacy. And I'm hoping that we're on that pathway, right, to get to that place, because security should be in everything. I mean, I can talk about security around my grandchildren all the time, anytime.
And also, one of the reasons why we have InfoGuard and Wictra online to be able to listen to this is because they bring to bear that volunteer group to be able to sit back and do things, so we can tap into the businesses and others in the state that are trainees, mentors, to be able to do different things across the state. And again, that's part of the long-term piece that we want to do of how do we build that out. So we do this because they're short people, and good question.
So Wisconsin's Intelligent
Center for something, information assurance.
Was it WIC?
WIC, yeah.
TRA.
TRA. But basically it's a partnership group of industry, different government representatives, as well as other volunteers throughout the state. They are able to tap into information sharing. They're able to teach to training, and they really provide a lot. The same thing on the InfoGuard side, where they also reach out. So both groups.
So they're like the information sharing and analysis center.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a little bit more than that. Both groups recognize the importance of education. And what do we have to do? Witness the cyber range that's expanding for K12, or, the InfoGuard people about how do I bring in representatives to talk about when we did cyber incident response plans. They were helping us get in resources to be able to do things. So,
Yeah, InfoGuard actually InfoGuard supports and builds out each year's tabletop exercise. They do that. Wictra really supports our Cyber Patriot programs. They had a lab of machines that kids could get on because school districts were struggling, right, to be able to set up the lab. So they built that. So they do a lot of those kind of volunteer things that schools couldn't, and we as organizations can't do on our own.
And then because of the size of Wisconsin, we're very regional based, and it's very different needs in different regions. So when you talk about needs in Milwaukee, a lot of broadband, a lot of access to the internet. But then if you go up north, well, it's not quite as much. And their focus is going to be on different areas, whether it be agriculture, tourism, whatever it may be. A little bit different focus, so that
different topic, but
Yeah, but-
Milwaukee suffers in many areas with no broadband.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Many areas have nothing.
Yeah. But the whole idea of our support group for this has got to come from the different regions, which is why bringing in the businesses, again, tapping into Ithaca, the colleges, the universities that are there, because those are resources to help us for it. And that's, why DPI, the UW system, all of the tech colleges, are part of this, this effort of this.
I got a question for the technical colleges, or any of the CEs actually. What would your dual credit or articulation program look like? I mean, could you fit a course like the Ring course, which might be like Security Plus, or would it be just security awareness, or would it just be the prerequisites? What might that look like?
Mike and I have talked about that quite a bit.
Yeah, sure. I think the ring course absolutely could fit. I mean, we currently are running Security 1, which is about half of Security Plus.
Yeah, that's what
which is somewhere around there. I mean, it was just too much to fit into one class, so we split it 1 and 2, and it's kind of a secure and then an audit course is what it turned out to be. But yeah, it definitely could fit.
Same thing for you guys?
Yeah, that was kind of the thought process. And that was kind of the thought process. It's about half a Security Plus is what it is. So, we had the same thought that it'd be a great fit to be a transfer in as like a Security Plus type thing.
Roger, I see you online. Can you talk a little bit about what your school does for being able to reach out to the local community and the high schools? I see you there, but no voice, Roger.
Just figuring out how do I unmute myself. I've been listening all day. Thank you very much for great leadership and the hard work and enthusiasm putting into cybersecurity education. Our program is newly minted to be a CAE cyber defense. And I need to shout out to Dr. Holly Yuan, who actually spend so much time and effort to help me complete the application. And for one special project, and I think Dr. C.K. Lambach has been contributing, and that for my undergraduate IT cybersecurity course, it's like a technical capstone course. For the past 11 years, except for academic down, that I take the I'm sorry, but if you're not talking, can you mute? So I sense there's an echo. Thank you. I take my seniors, which is college seniors, to perform a network assessment and security audit at a regional school district. I've been doing this primarily with CISA 2 school districts. I would say over a dozen now. A few districts I actually visited multiple times. It was a win-win prospect, and my students actually set themselves up beautifully because we use a quasi-agile project management model. They learn how to complete an IT project by the time they graduate. So that's fantastic. For school district partners, it is a free pro bono community-based project that actually we go in, we do honest, candid assessment of their network system, and for your eyes only. Our students actually sign non-disclosure agreements. So that's a wonderful partnership that I can not say enough about how gracious our K12 partners have been giving us all access to their network systems. Otherwise, this is unlikely to happen with any corporate settings, even small businesses. So this is the kind of projects I will continue doing. I'm not getting any stipend or compensation, but I think that is worthwhile. I'll be open to discuss the methodology I use, which is obviously not proprietary, with all educators that are interested. And by the way, UW Whitewater has a full-blown Master's of Science degree in cybersecurity, and that's already started 2020. So we're graduating 3 MS cybersecurity students this December. We do have a BS cybersecurity approved by Board of Regents, ready to launch in spring 2022. And we have an articulation agreement down to the course level, no 999s, with WCTC. So some of the exciting things are happening. Our Cybersecurity Center for Business has successfully obtained 2 federal grants. One is Department of Labor Cybersecurity Apprenticeship Program. If you're interested, please let me know. We are recruiting those trainees, in particular, having high school degrees or GED, but not currently enrolled in a 2-year or 4-year degree program. We're targeting at this particular population of Wisconsinites who more or less fall off the bandwagon, but got the potential and talent to offer the industry. And our DoD projects anchor around CMMC training of Wisconsin-based defense suppliers. We work with Oshkosh Corporation and Mariner Marine, who are 2 primary contractors with DoD. And so for your information, DoD just unveiled CMMC 2.0. So now 5 levels of maturity now shrink down to 3. Things are changing rapidly, and like Annette mentioned, we the educators sometimes are in the bind. We want to do more, but hold your horse back because not yet, not quite yet. But how can we empower our teachers throughout K-20 so that we can do something, like at least try to catch up with the bad actors. Bad actors don't take vacations. They don't have family time. 24/7, that's their job. Thanks for listening.
Hey, Roger, can I ask you a quick question? I heard you said you were newly minted as a CAE.
Correct.
Maybe this month but you went through the new designation process. And we know it's a 2-step process now where first you designate a program of study. And then once that program of study is approved, then you designate as a CAE. So you've gone through both processes so far?
Yes.
Wow.
It took me 1 full year. And again, Dr. Holly Yuan was very patient. She actually walked me through the first initial application through the old system, but I didn't make the deadline. So I was rolled over into the new system. Tool is different, requirements are different now. Yes, the 2-step process. The program of study has to be thoroughly vetted and validated, and then enter the second phase, which is the CAE application process. It's very rigorous, time consuming. Lots of resources are spent on trying to enable the institutions who have been doing the great things. But obviously it is not for every institution, because in order to meet the designation requirements, you have to bend over and then have the administrators and colleagues do try to do above and beyond sometimes, because cybersecurity is a interdisciplinary space. And well, I, for one, is very fortunate because I'm in IT, I'm in business college. Our MS program, our BS program, moving forward, will be a close collaboration between IT and business and computer science in College of Letters and Science. And then we have other partner programs around campus, just fantastic. So yes, two-part process right now. It takes at least takes about 8 months to a year from the beginning to the end. If you are new to the application process.
Okay, and then just, just from listening to you talk, we would, my first reaction would be, what were you waiting for? Sounds like you got a pretty robust program at UW Whitewater. And my second comment would be, and it's the reason we promote the CAEs is because part of earning that designation is these institutions have to establish first dual credit programs, and secondly, they have to be active in the community. So part of that is, reaching out to the high schools and that. So if you're wondering why we promote the CAE sometimes.
Well, and Roger has, that's the neat part about it. He's spent a lot of time and effort with it. And I know they weren't on the original list because they're relatively new. So I want to make sure we talked about Roger and what he's been doing. Yeah. So John,
I'm not an island. Yeah. So thank you for your support, guidance at the DOA and the DPI level, and really appreciate and look forward to the partnership, extend the conversation. I just need to applaud Ellen and Annette to enable us, the institutional people. Sometimes, again, we're busy. I am teaching as well as doing all of the CIE stuff, and sometimes I can be overworked. We need more people to join.
So to go ahead and kind of wrap up for this, John, a lot of good information, a lot of resources we're going to share. For next steps, we really want to be able to set up a series of smaller workshops as we go forward to be able to do some things where we can coordinate out some specific items about next pieces, both for us internally and as well as working with you, because you brought together a lot of information. And so we want to be able to make sure that we can focus on how we're going to go ahead, take advantage of those different things and be able to work through all of the details that we need, whether at the college, university, K12 level, to be able to bring this to bear appropriately. What I would ask is please coordinate through DPI, because we've asked them to be the traffic cop. That is the right place to do this. I'm trying to be a catalyst and a supporter from a state view of being able to go back to whether it's our secretary, because of the cybersecurity responsibilities I have, but also governor's office and legislature to be able to provide support so that we can really enable the citizens of Wisconsin to make a better workforce, better education opportunities, better long-time employment pieces, and do it with, as Roger said, everybody's busy. And you didn't bring the cloning machine where we can clone everybody to be able to do this. So how do we make better use of, for what we have to be able to go forward? And hopefully you've been able to sit back and see a glimpse of Wisconsin, which is, we talked about this in the beginning, the collaboration side. This is not one effort of, one person, two persons. This is about the different educators, like Roger talked about, reaching out to the different folks. This is about the InfoGuard, the WICTRA, DPI, et cetera. All of these folks coming together to be able to do this and make this happen. So at this stage, let me go ahead and pass this back to you and thank all of the, for all of the folks coming in for this. Very proud that Wisconsin was the first place that you've been to. And we want you to ignore the other states now and just keep coming back to Wisconsin.
All right, thanks, Alan, for volunteering to help us coordinate this, and Ken for having to put this together. I know I cringe every time I hear we're going to have a combined meeting of in-person and online, because there's always going to be some kind of glitch. But to Michelle, yeah, she did a great job. And for all of you that traveled to get here today, I appreciate it. I think Melissa really laid out in the one slide what this is all about. I mean, this is pretty important stuff that we're talking about. And when you see what we're producing in the shortage, it really scares you. I mean, it scares me at times. And, you know, I've had like technical people tell me, oh, we're going to get technology to solve this. But it's like saying we're going to get technology to solve crime, right? Because that's what most of us is, right? And we haven't been able to do this for thousands of years, right? So, but I think it does take the collaboration. I think us having a better understanding of how Wisconsin works will help us better provide resources and partner with you on different things. I mean, we are really fortunate right now. We're in a time where the federal government's making significant investments and there's lots of things going on. But we need to make cybersecurity equivalent to truck driving and to heating and air conditioning and all. We really do. I mean, I mean, I feel like an evangelist with it because I would go over talking about that. But it's not just pushing the programs, but it's changing administrators' minds in that, like, you know, we talk about this 3D environment. You know, look at what you spend in an automotive shop for a lift, right? Or a piece of equipment or whatever. We have to be willing to spend them types of investments in our cybersecurity programs as well. And we have to be the people that do it. I mean, we have to be the ones that convince people why it's important to do this and, you know, what those investments may need to look like. And then, I mean, there's a discouraging part of it, I have to admit, when you talk about the human resource part, because everyone is experiencing that. So, and I don't know what we do as a nation to address that, but I think we really need to think about, I mean, we got to raise the flags and let people know that this is something we really have to think about as a nation. It has to be a major initiative. So, on our side, Stan, you know, manages our hub. So he'll be coordinating a lot of the efforts, but we really will tap some people from the state itself and have them sort of be the central people on how we can. So we will be offering some faculty development. Ken usually helps us lead those things, but we have all kinds of opportunities. So you want to get involved, like the other CEs, if there's things you want to be involved with, we're more than happy to get you involved. We do contracts for things where we need deliverables and things like that. So there's lots of great opportunities. But we need people to come and tell us they want to get involved. You know, that's part of the process. And this is an invitation to do that, right? And I really appreciate everyone online because this is tough. I hate being online all day for these meetings, and it's tough. But I appreciate you spending the time sticking out with us. And hopefully everyone feels like you got something out of this. I think we've got a lot out of it. The last thing is Christine around? Oh, she's in meeting. Okay. We will send an email out to you with just a short 5-minute evaluation. But she's our evaluator. She's going to put the reports together that we turn into NSA as part of what we're doing with these initiatives. And it's really important that we get everyone's feedback on this. So, you know, we purposely make it easy, 5 minutes, electronic, and, you know, and then we'll aggregate the information and submit it then. Yeah. So we'll get all the presentations together today, and if you want them, we'll put them up on a website where you can download them. All right. Thanks again, Ken. Appreciate it.
Take your travel roadshow to Indiana next. You guys will be easier now that you have one under your belt, Ken. Come on. You guys are seasoned pros now.